because of Elon Musk. He's tweeting about Dogecoin.
Well, yeah, it's kind of a meme, but no, the lots of them they're doing the same thing.
Does that
I
mean
saw
there's a
Elon
big
Musk.
this big pump? Does that mean there might be a big correction coming? Because coins are going crazy right now.
Yes, well, if you study economics, it's usually something. This is basically a bubble. It's physically impossible for this to always go up and not go down. Basically, the reason why it's fluctuating is because the demand and supply is always changing, and the companies or whatever who wants to use Bitcoin, or I even know people that get paid in Bitcoin. They go to work, and once a month they get paid in Bitcoin. There are people starting to use this as an actual currency. And the thing is that we're just at the beginning. It's probably going to take dozens of years, literally dozens of years, until it's a mainstream thing. Like, it's generally accepted. Up at that point, it's just going to fluctuate. And you don't really know if it's going to go absolute crack down. It could go. But from the looks of it, I think it's pretty stable now. Because a lot of people hate governments, specifically in this part of the year. And the big hype is not that you get a lot of money from crypto. The big hype really is the fact that there's no government checking you. That's the big thing. Everybody on YouTube says, yeah, you can make money. Yeah, but that's not the good thing. The good thing is that governments don't look at you. That's the hype.
And that's
That's the
trending
amazing
right
thing.
now. That's trending. People not trusting governments, especially with their money. It's very trending.
But can't you guys see that this is Hegelian science? In
Yeah,
colloquial
for sure.
meaning of science.
Why do you conclude that it would take dozens of years for this to be transmitted to the entire
Because
world?
what has to happen is that there's no fluctuation when it comes to the companies that use it and don't use it. So what you have to have is the majority, or at least a market in which those cryptos are generally used. And
you need
for
volume.
that to happen, there's gonna be a lot of time required. Because I don't even know, like, physically speaking, I don't know if, for example, in my country, I can even buy anything with it. I can go online and, like, sell it for money, but physically in the country, I don't think there's anybody trading it.
I think you are kind of correct because of the old system that we're under, but with the new upgraded system that they bringing in, they're gonna facilitate the access to these cryptos, as it's not gonna take 12 years, like you're saying. Well, it's around the corner because people are just gonna be able, the millennials and the people, the generations that.
Right, but you see, that's the thing. It's not about them. As long as the big corporations don't use it.
I get what you're saying, but the old generation, I'm saying old, but me going to the bank and making a line, that stuff isn't gonna be like that anymore. Like people that used to trying to access cash, the new generations, they want money instantly, exchanges instantly, and that's where they're going. And these apps like Pay ID and these systems of instant exchanges of monetary coins or of value are gonna be very accessible, and people are actually gonna use them. They're gonna be accepted in Target, Walmart, gas stations, everywhere you go, and it's around the corner, bro.
Yeah, but you need volume. There needs to be more volume in the Bitcoin trading, because now people can just
the stock market. I think it was how do you call what's the name? One of the big wings of the stock market. They're saying they're gonna start exchanging cryptocurrencies. They're gonna open like a window on the stock market. So the volume is coming. The money from Wall Street and that type of exchange, the stocks is gonna be moving into cryptos as well.
I heard that one before, and then they opened up the futures for Bitcoin, and then it went to 20K and it dropped to 3K. So
yeah, but remember you're saying Bitcoin, like Bitcoin is the whole world of cryptos, and Bitcoin is one thing that can go, it can stay there, but it could be replaced tomorrow, bro.
No, the infrastructure is there, right? I mean, what other coin has much mining power? And that's the whole intrinsic value of it, that it cannot be changed. If you have a coin that is I don't know, mined by a few dozens, then you can shadow mine it, which has happened a lot, right?
Yeah, the market is
Going
big
through,
enough to be able to take all many of these coins in and utilize them, and you see all these companies coming up and integrating cryptos into their systems. It's just gonna keep growing. I don't see any stopping it at this
the
moment.
last, the
Bitcoin,
last,
Ethereum, other coins, Ripple, XRP, they're gonna be utilized worldwide, and people are gonna be more connected financially, and that's what the system wants, to connect
yeah,
people worldwide, for
I'm not,
billions of people that have no bank accounts to have access to money, and make it very convenient.
I know, but the last coin I've heard was Ethereum Classic was shadow mined, and then um, they replaced a couple of blocks, sold millions, you know. So the real intrinsic value of Bitcoin is that it is mined by a lot of people, or that's not true at all, but it's mined by a lot of computers in China, so it cannot be changed. That's the whole deal with crypto, right? It
The,
cannot
the
be changed.
Chinese the Chinese have a bunch of coins that they use internally in China, and they can replace Bitcoin if they want to. You think that if Bitcoin goes down, China is not going to go down? That's a good talk about cryptos.
Yeah, I understand your comment about Bitcoin can be replaced, but there is an infrastructure in place.
Yeah, but
So
the infrastructure that you're saying is going to include Bitcoin, and it's going to include other, because that stuff can be how do you say, adapted to other stuff, right? Or is it just Bitcoin exclusive? I'm not saying Bitcoin is going to go down, but I'm saying that uh, Bitcoin is part of the system. It's just one tip of it, and there's many other options as well.
Yeah, I know. But it still is that it is so powerful, so on the top, and every other coin is related to Bitcoin because it is one of the first movers, right? And it has the most mining power. It's the most safe coin that there is. Maybe Ethereum, but
There's the market is open up itself to have so many options, and Bitcoin is gonna be there, Ethereum is gonna be there, but bro, this
I know.
the system can only just adapt.
There's actually a problem with people accepting Bitcoin and all those coins in actual businesses, because that's gonna be incredibly bad. Here's why. If the market keeps on going up, that means there's more money in circulation, more power, but the goods and services don't really change. The crypto market goes up, goods and services remain the same, might even go down because of the pandemic, and then when they get mainstream, you will have to convert the goods and services to the cryptos you've made. And because of what happened in the past, there's a big discrepancy between the goods and the services and the value of the coin. And so the market will have to stabilize itself, otherwise there's going to be too much inflation. And when it's going to stabilize itself, then there's going to be the big bubble.
Yeah.
Specifically, the prices are going to go down. There's no way the prices are not going down. They have to go down. The question is how big.
I think we're setting up. It's being set up for have a huge dip, like a really bad one, like similar to the one in March. Remember?
Yeah, 3,000.
Yeah, right.
Probably under 15,000, maybe near 10,000. I don't know. I'm just speculating, but I think there's a big dip coming. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
But there's gonna be others ones that are gonna rise because there's gonna be the need for the digital exchange of value, and even if Bitcoin starts coming down, like you're saying, the system is gonna be there's gonna be a demand for digital exchange of value and currencies, and that's when other currencies might go up as well. Do you think that's a possibility as well? Because the digital exchange of value is gonna be there's gonna be demand for that.
But they're all pegged to Bitcoin.
Yeah, some people believe that, but that's not necessarily true, bro.
Yeah, you have USDT and you have Tether, so yeah, the whole market is still. I have this feeling still pegged to Bitcoin.
I'm sorry. I think people are just buying Bitcoin because there's a limited amount and they want to hold it because some believe it's gonna go to $1 million, and that's like a big fear of missing out that is going on right now. People are just buying it.
Yeah, the FOMO. Yeah.
But how practical it is actually. Like, yeah, you could buy some things with Bitcoin and it's cool that it's going up in price and people are making money.
I mean, the only way you can really make money out of Bitcoin is you get it, you go on Coinbase or whatever, and you sell it. There's literally sites that give you a tax, like 5% or whatever, and they sell your Bitcoin for cash, not physical, on credit card. Yeah. That's basically the only way you can really, like, actually get something out of Bitcoin today.
I don't know. If you bought Bitcoin in 2016, for instance, you can go online and now sell your Bitcoin for goods. Some people take it.
But right, some people take it. Because if I go to the gas station or go to Target or, try to go somewhere to buy, I can't use Bitcoin, But I think there is a big demand for that. And I think there will be some coins and some, let's say, companies. I will put, for example, like Ripple or other companies like that are going to be integrated into your day-to-day monetary exchange of buying power, of going to the gas station and paying with cryptocurrency, going to Target, going to Walmart and paying with cryptocurrencies. And I think Bitcoin is an option, but I think there's other options for making it very practical. Like, you're actually gonna have an app on your phone and they're gonna scan it at the cashier and that's it, you're done.
It's strange. It's still tied to the dollar. I ran a business that closed recently because of the Holocaust. But they have programs out there where I took Bitcoin at the register and had it converted. 50% left at Bitcoin and 50% went to cash.
There you go. But it still feels like very expensive now to actually do these transactions, because isn't it kind of expensive to accept Bitcoin and do the conversion? It takes some time. It's not that convenient yet, or is it very easy?
No, it's pretty easy. I mean, Bitcoin still has that delay. That's why a lot of people like Litecoin and XRP. But yeah, it still has a delay, but it's all tied back to that, and it still is tied back to the dollar. So when you talk about money, it's weird because Bitcoin is money essentially right now.
Yeah, well, everything is tied to real currency. I mean, you can even argue that the prices are tied to the prices of video cards, literally. I mean, that's actually true. That's really true. Like, if you look into it, it's definitely tied with one another. It has to be. There's no other way. Because if video cards would be really cheap, everybody would just go and buy dozens of them, start mining the hell out of it, and the whole market will get destroyed. Like, inflation will be insane in a couple of months or years.
Yeah, you
That's
have to take a step further. It's energy.
What he said is a very good point.
That's one of the reasons why the prices of GPUs for the gamers here are going up. Sorry for everybody, but that's what we have to do. We have to enjoy the hard pain. The prices are going up. Not because of gamers, but because of miners.
It's actually energy, because a lot of mining, Bitcoin mining, is done in China, where they placed Bitcoin mining farms next to water power plants. They get it cheap from the water power plant, mine the Bitcoin, share it with the company.
No, what's the best thing to do now? The best thing is to mine very new coins. You literally go on Coinbase, you look at the most underground coins, and if you can mine, if you literally begin mining the shittiest of the shittiest coins, in one day the prices would go up by 2,000%. You would multiply by 20, 30, 100 times more than you invest. Like, it's insane. But you gotta be one of those few people at the beginning that start the mining. That's the most profitable thing ever.
That's what's crazy. What's the value? It all goes back. I mean, people put it right back to Bitcoin or cash.
But you are talking about a very high risk endeavor, right?
If you have the setup already, let's say you have the tower setup of computers to do it, and you start mining one of these new coins, like he's saying, you just mine it and then goes up, because that's been going on with a lot of coins.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't have the computer power to do it.
A lot of these home miners went broke because they had 6 GPUs on a motherboard, and then it was a whole contraption, right? Like, they had 12, maybe 18 GPUs mining it, and then Ethereum prices crashed, but energy prices still stayed the same, so they couldn't afford it anymore.
Right, it's not actually cheap. Like, if in your country the price of energy is big, you might actually lose money. Literally, it's not that simple. It's all tied together. The prices of these are tied together to the prices of the GPUs, price of current, price of the whole market, because you have to combine like rendering in 3D or whatever to rendering in, well, not rendering, creating the hashes and decodifying all those tables in cryptocurrency. Everything is connected. And basically, because the prices of cryptos go up, you can expect that the whole market will go up too. And that might be a bad thing. Because most probably your money is gonna have the same power to buy, but the market is gonna go up, which is absolute destruction, basically.
So since the power prices are a scam, the CPU prices are kind of like a scam too, because they're not that expensive to build. They just sell them really high.
Yeah, no, it's not about the technology that it's hard to build. It's simply just trying to make more money because of the miners.
And the power companies scams people with the prices as well. So I guess mining should be way easier, but everything is inflated on top of everything. Everything is inflated on top. It's a bubble on top of another bubble.
Yeah,
Like
exactly.
it's a stack of bubbles.
It gets so diluted because, like you said, you could go to some of the less, the more obscure coins, altcoins out there, but you could just as easily make your own. So it really gets.
Right. The problem is nobody's gonna mine it. Nobody has demand for it. Nobody has supply for it, and it's simply just gonna die. You need the miners. If you don't have miners, it's not working.
Correct. And then why
amount
would
of
you
scammers.
mine the obscure altcoins then?
Right.
The amount of scammers I've witnessed.
Oh,
I've
it's
been in
huge.
crypto like in 2017. I got in, but the amount of scammers I've witnessed.
No, it's even worse. It's really bad. Like it's full of
really
it.
bad.
That's why I refer to penny stocks, right? You can easily just make a coin out of Ethereum in 10 minutes, launch a fake website, and go for it.
Exactly. Now that's one of the big differences. Like, not even real cash, because real cash is still fiat money, which is based on absolutely nothing. But I mean, gold or the old coins, the actual valuable coins, gold, silver, stuff that has intrinsic value. These are the golden, this is the golden standard. This is the best thing. I don't think humanity is ever gonna get any better than gold and silver. It's the best. It's inconvenient. It's heavy. You have to carry with you and all that stuff. But it's simply the best. It's just the best. There's no inflation. There's no scams. You can't do anything with it.
Well, there is a scam going on right now. They can fix the price, right? Because the city of London, not London the city, but the financial
Yeah, the
district.
cities. Yeah.
Yeah, they've fixed the price of gold and silver in a way that I think it's off, because historically it's been so many parts per part. So I think it was like, I can't remember exactly, but don't quote me, like 18 parts of silver for one part of gold, right? But right now, like if you were to take a gold coin, you can cash it in and get you like a suit with a belt and some shoes, right? And if 2,000 years ago, in the days of Jesus, if you had a gold coin, you could get you a suit, a belt, and some shoes. So, like you said, it's really hard to manipulate gold because you have to, tear it out of the ground, or you have to work for it and earn it.
Right.
So it's
Exactly.
fixed, almost perfectly fixed.
Hank,
And
I
I'm
want
sure.
to.
Go on.
Hey, sorry about that. Off topic a little bit, Hank. I want to thank you for the Celtic Hebrew lead. Thanks.
Oh, you're welcome, sir. It's a very interesting thing to look at. I remember the first time I heard that Irish were Hebrews, I was like, wait, what? Stop, hold the phone. What did you say? So I had to look at the evidence, like everything. We got to be honest and look at the evidence, no matter where it lies.
Yeah, with the Irish, all I hear is Catholics and Prods. I remember them battling back in the 80s.
But yeah, the Saxon, Isaacson, all that stuff, and the Scottish, what was it? In their foundational document, they talked about being Israelites. Anyway.
And it's true that you can, that gold has to be mined, right? You need to put in effort and materials and time. And the same it goes a bit, for Bitcoin, because you need the computers, you need the energy, you need the rooms, you need the space, you need the people to maintain the computers. That's why I believe that Bitcoin will be on top, as it shows you the work that has been done. And when we look at Ripple, there's no work done. It's created and then dispersed. So it hasn't really any value other than what people give it.
No, because I think
is my
it's kind of like a different way because it's gonna be an exchange of value that is gonna be utilized in the Ripple system. It's gonna it's supposed to be between you and I, the power of exchange, instant exchange of things. So yeah, that's I think that's what they're going for. It's not like a mining thing, like you're saying. Bitcoin has that value, but people exchanging value, which is there's demand for that.
yeah. I
Like
totally agree. I totally agree. But there's no work being done in creating the coins, right? That's the whole thing with you have, and it's again a divide and conquer tactic, because you have people who really truly believe in Bitcoin because it has work that it's shown to be done, right? Because of the difficulty, the mining difficulty, it shows you how much work there's been done. And with Ripple, it isn't. And the amount of Twitter push I saw about the standard. It's the standard now, you know. It's again the divide and conquer, and there is no work being done inside Ripple. It's only the belief and the maybe the practicality that the value what we give it, not what work it has been given. What we give it is easily to be transferred. Um, then, if you look at the Lightning Network that's been built onto Bitcoin, that will facilitate instant transactions. So, with minimal fees, that will throw out Ripple out the door, right?
so, there
Because
you
you
go.
have
That's the market demanding the fast exchange. You know, there's a huge market for that. So that's why um, this like you're saying that there's a market for that, so the demand is there. It's just that there's if Ripple if Bitcoin is doing this network is because
Lightning.
that's what's coming. That's what is needed right now.
The only thing is that, sorry, is that I am an hypocrite by complaining about how controlled Ripple is, but Bitcoin is more of the same. You have this company called Block. Uh, God, I forgot its name. Which basically just controls the protocol. I mean, you need 51% of wallets to be updated to get a new protocol running, which is practically impossible now with Bitcoin. But still, the and the research and work that's been done on the software is still being done by a few. So there, the power lies again with the few.
Yeah,
And
yeah. It's kind of like a big hope, you know, because
yeah,
but when you think about it, all the debt that is accumulated in every nation, everybody's on the debt. Well, a lot of people, not everyone. But when you look at what the crypto pioneers were talking about, right? Like they want to create more wealth, more access to money, faster transactions, secure transactions, connection between countries on the exchange. You are in the Netherlands, right? And if I want to buy something from you, I could
yeah,
pay you in Bitcoin right now, and you could mail it to me, right, or whatever, or stuff like that. So that connection, there's a demand for that worldwide, and the new system, the system that we've been talking about, the worldwide government. That's what they want. They want everybody connected financially as well, and even if we say the cryptos are decentralized and all that stuff, when you look at the top of the pyramid, it's all connected. It's
yeah.
all connected.
It isn't decentralized. Maybe the wallets that run the verification of transactions, those maybe, but the mining isn't decentralized. It's all centralized in Asia. You have the whales, right? The Bitcoin whales that own the most Bitcoin, that can move the price wherever they want to. So that's not decentralized. It's not anonymous. It's pseudo-anonymous. So if they know one address, they know every transaction you do. So it's not exactly what they are saying that it is, right?
Yeah, but the new system, the upgraded system that they're talking about, they need more access to money. They want people to access money. And that's the only way the new system is going to work. Because people want to buy stuff, you know? How are they going to buy it if they don't have access to money? And now with the everything contactless and digital and all that kind of stuff, they gonna open up the markets and expand the access to money, which is gonna be digital cryptocurrencies and all that kind of stuff.
You know, Andreas Antopoulos. Yeah, he has a difficult Greek name. Antopoulos, something like that. Do you know him?
No, can't ring a bell right now.
Well, he's a big Bitcoin believer, and he has a lot of presentations. I've been following like 2017, and he was talking about this, banking the unbanked. That's what Bitcoin was supposed to do. So in Africa, most of the people don't have a bank account, right? But they all have a mobile phone, so they all can install a Bitcoin wallet and then go and transact with each other. That's the goal, right? Banking the unbanked.
Yeah, that's part of the new system. Yes.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Cool. No, I was just going to ask if you guys wanted to move it back to Flat Earth.
Okay.
Just so we can get the conversation back on topic. But how's it going, guys? You have a good Christmas and New Year and stuff?
How you doing, Wolfgang?
Yeah, good, thanks. Been busy the last couple of weeks, but dropping in when I can. Good to hear you all. What's new in the Flat Earth? I saw Witsit had a debate the other day. What was some Geck guy? He looked like what was his name? That guy Copper Cab. I was like, oh, when did this guy get into debating the Earth? That kind of fat ginger guy, but it's still mind blowing to me, right? Because at the end of that debate, Geck pretty much said, well, I didn't present any evidence because that's not what I was trying to do, or like he actually just admitted to not presenting any evidence for the globe. Mm-hmm. And it was clear when he was speaking to Witsit that he had no idea about this topic or this discussion. And it's amazing to me anyway how this debate, this is like the biggest debate in the history of humanity at this point, and it's going on right now, and the amount of people that don't know about it is crazy, to the point where even the people like Geck, who are doing the modern equivalent of like a televised debate, don't even know that this debate is actually going on. Because if he did, then he would be aware of it. Like, he would know the arguments, he would know the points, but he clearly doesn't know anything about it. And he's actually up there debating it on a debating channel.
He said he was he saw some pieces of air gas pressure without containment, right? But he didn't want to go there. What surprised me the most, he claimed to be an IT specialist or a security something, and then telling us with dry eyes that they couldn't have faked the moon landings because computers weren't that sophisticated back then. I mean, come on.
It's insane. Like, that's the level of evidence they're presenting. They're just giving us a trust me bro again.
Yeah.
Like, don't only trust the government in the first place. Trust me telling you to trust the government. It's like, right, so I have to trust your subjective opinion as to what the government's actually given us. It's like, really?
Basically, his whole point.
At this point?
Basically, his whole point was they couldn't have lied. Cannot be possible.
Yeah.
That was basically his whole point.
Yeah. So just his incredulity. No, that couldn't be possible. So it's proven. It's like just so weak, especially at this point. I mean, I still can't believe it. Like these are the people getting put in front of a camera to debate it, and they literally don't sound like they've ever listened to the debate at all. But the media tricks them into doing that. The media makes people think, oh, this is just a bunch of science-denying people, stupid people, so I don't have to actually research anything or know anything. I'm just going to go in and say, obviously the world is not flat. And that should be sufficient. And then they quickly realize it's not. And then they have to spend the next 2 hours obfuscating and jumping around subjects and saying, well, I could provide you evidence, but I don't want to go there. I don't want to go into the evidence. Oh, how convenient.
Yeah, it was pretty. Yeah, it was pretty. I mean, it was a good debate for Witsit. He had a lot of good points, and yeah, he had a good.
And Witsit did it right.
Sorry?
Because I was saying Witsit did it right as well, because he was aware that the guy wasn't going to be able to debate any of his actual points, so he was more kind of just given a general talk on Flat Earth at that point, because, I mean, if anything, the guy was asking the intro questions, so he was kind of setting it up anyway.
Yeah. Oh my.
Wow.
Imagining being an IT expert and saying, well, they couldn't have faked the moon landings because we had computers as big as a room with punch cards.
Yeah. Don't worry about the computers supposedly in the lunar module or any of this shit that's doing like real-time landing and taking off from the moon.
And he never heard of Plato's allegory of the cave?
Landing on a spinning moon, right? Everybody forgets this. The moon is spinning with 10 miles an hour.
Yeah, but they're just telling us that they're essentially freeballing it. With I don't know, what kind of sight or guidance would they even have had for that? It's just so insane. But yeah, he's complaining about the computers that would be required to simply, like, fake some footage in a studio? What is he talking about?
I mean, everybody who's seen Space Odyssey 2001 knows that, yes, you can fake it pretty easily.
Yeah. I mean, you only have to look at the footage itself, like, for...
You don't have to have CGI, you just create physical objects, you know? Like they used in Blade Runner, exactly, 2001 Space Odyssey.
It's all practical. It's all practical special effects back then, for the most part, anyway. So yeah, they're like, oh, we didn't have CGI in the 60s and 70s. Like, well, they wouldn't have to. They can fool you with a little Thunderbird model.
Yeah, miniatures.
Exactly, you create miniatures and you record them from a pretty small distance and it appears as if it's a whole entire planet. It's that easy.
The same goes with the lunar rover, right? They will tell you, well, how big has the studio be? Because they needed a studio as big as, I don't know, 4 or 5 football fields. No, you just need a miniature rover on a small table, and it looks like a miniature rover. I mean, when you see the guy driving around and the thing humping around, and he's just like glued to his seat. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy.
Or the what I also heard the rebuttal. Yeah, well, they couldn't have done it in the studio because they needed a million lasers to make the light go. What was it? Make the light.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. And then you show them the. Yeah.
You know, yeah, they were saying essentially they couldn't studio light the way that the lighting is supposedly shown in the moon landing footage. The lighting technology didn't exist. But I remember, and I don't have it handy, but I remember Indio actually linked an article one time about The Shining using the same thing when they were showing like the sun coming through the hotel windows or something. Apparently, it was exactly like that. So, but yeah, just claiming that you know exactly what technology they would have had in their possession at that time is ridiculous in itself. But to stake your entire claim on that assumption, it's like, well, that's not really good enough.
And then we have the photos with the shadows diverging and converging, right? So there you go.
Oh, it's the most ridiculous thing. It's the moon landings is hysterical. It's a good way, you know, if you're talking to someone who's actually going to be able to even have the conversation, because if they're desperate to believe that the moon landings happened, you're going to have a tough time convincing them that the Earth's not a globe.
Right.
Do we have anyone in the chat that believes 3 men landed on the moon? Play some golf. Anyone on YouTube disagreeing angrily in the chat? These idiots don't even believe TV. No.
Yeah, that's why I'm they're going to kick the can again with the next moon landing. Obviously.
I think they already have, right? Weren't they saying 2024 and now it's moved or something? Or are they still saying 2024?
Don't pin me on this, but the last time I heard it was talk about they needed more money. So maybe 2026.
I think it's 2025.
Oh.
I think that's what.
Cool. Well, I'm sure when I read when I checked a while ago, it was 2024 that they were saying. I'm sure they were saying that for a long time, so.
Yeah. Thing is,
it's too funny.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying it's too funny. They are just going to keep pushing this date back, or they're going to have to come up with some insane production, which they know is going to be scrutinized to death by all. They're not going to be able to get away with doing what they did last time. So, I don't know. I'm just wondering what their kind of end result here is going to be. If they're just going to keep delaying it indefinitely.
That's why I'm thinking they have a few options, right? So we have the old astronauts are all 90 now, so maybe they will wait until they die and then come out, well, yeah, we faked it because the Russians this and we needed to do it. And and then they can go ahead with new technologies, because when they don't admit they faked it the first time, they have to be concise, right? They have to show the Sea of Tranquility, and they have to probably use dodgy pictures again, just to make it look the same as it did before, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know if they can, if they'll even think that they could get away with coming out saying, yeah, we faked it. I mean, at this point, I mean, they probably could, to be honest. People are so bloody lazy and apathetic. They probably could be told, yeah, I did lie to you about the moon landings, but trust us, everything else is real, and they'd still believe it. But I have to think that's got to be a bit of a big risk, because, I mean, that's a huge thing to be admitting to, the moon landings. I mean, people often forget how pivotal that one is, right? People talk about all the conspiracies, JFK and UFOs and moon landing and stuff, but you don't really think about just how much the moon landing story is what cements this idea of a cosmos with spinning balls and a globe Earth in your mind. Because up until that point, it was obviously still being debated. Like, we know in the early 1900s, it was still being taught in schools. Mid-1900s, there'll still have been a lot of people, most of whom probably will have, well, a lot of whom will have died in the First and Second World Wars, conveniently. That faked moon landing is what must have been the majority, or at least gave them the plausible excuse to push it out in the education system as they have, and everything else. So, if they are coming out saying, yeah, we faked that, they would be risking a lot of people going, well, what the hell do we know then? But maybe not. Maybe they've shown enough space fodder in between to the new generation.
You have 20 years of ISS now, right? 20 years of reifying space with the ISS. So.
Yeah, it's true. But then, I mean, they would still say that's technically in lower Earth orbit, wouldn't they? So then that would be like saying no one's actually gone into space, and that would surely make people ask some questions. But yeah, you're right. There's definitely a chance that people would just be, all right, whatever. Move the goalposts. Now you have to prove to us all that the ISS is fake, and I won't watch anything you show me.
And another option I heard here was that they're going to say, well, there's so much space debris in lower Earth orbit that we cannot go because it's so dangerous and this and that. So maybe they're gonna sacrifice the ISS because it is there now for 20 years. I mean, how long can you? If I have a car on Earth for 20 years, it would have broken down so many times. Yet that thing is still going. So maybe they're going to sacrifice the ISS, just like they did with the Challenger, right? When the Challenger blew up, they kicked the can like 5 years for how much was it? 10 years, 5 years, 10 years. So if they're going to. Yeah. So there are a few options for them to wiggle themselves out of it. But you're right. If they going to keep it up with the Artemis mission, they have to provide some hell of a production.
Yeah.
There are a few movies that blatantly admit that you have Capricorn 1, Interstellar, James Bond.
Yeah, there's loads of moon landing references in a bunch of movies, isn't there?
Yeah, where they just say it's faked.
Yeah.
Doesn't surprise me because it is a little bit of predictive programming, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't surprise me if they admit it because they have a good reason, right? Even the Globies will tell you, well, yeah, it was because of the Russians and we needed the motivation and we needed this and that. And so.
Yeah, they'd always find a way to excuse it. Same way you show them anything from NASA and they'll instantly figure out how to excuse it.
You already have those guys, Gerald White and Bart Sabrell.
Yeah. Yeah, he was pretty anti-Flat Earth, wasn't he?
Jeranism lost, I don't know if he lost his channel, but he got some strikes from Bart Sabrell.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, so he had to close his channel for a few months, and then they agreed. I don't know what happened after that, but the last time I heard Jaron talking about it, they agreed that he would take out the stuff from Bart Sabrell and from Oralis.com or some website where which is connected to Gerald White, that they would take out some stuff. And then he could open his channel again, but that's the last thing I heard.
not very cash money of old Bart Sobral.
Right. Kind of weird, right? That Bart Sobral.
Yeah, he's getting punched in the face by astronauts, and he's still defending NASA.
The thing is, I find it. I'm agreeing with Russian Viz here. I find it very strange that he got all these astronauts in front of the camera. I mean, if one of these guys got punked, right, then they would connect, right? They would call each other, right? So, watch, bro, is coming to you, and don't pick up the phone, because he wants you to swear on the Bible. He got all these astronauts on tape. I mean, how is that possible?
Yeah, no, it's true.
Feels like
you would think that they'd be more.
Yeah, can you please swear on the Bible that you went to the moon? Nah, fuck off. Oh, please, come on, swear on the Bible you went to the moon. Nah, yeah, go away. Oh, please. They keep on doing this for 5 minutes.
I mean, he takes a real punch, I know that.
Yeah. Okay.
Buzz rocked him. Like, I wish Joe Rogan would have done commentary on that video.
Yeah, because of he's so anti-flat Earth, and he managed to get all those astronauts on tape. I'm really feeling like he's some kind of gatekeeper, or I don't know. Doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, because I mean, how can you understand something as deeply as the moon landing hoax as he does, and yet still be more annoyed at people questioning more of the story rather than just being annoyed at NASA? Like, these people would be your natural allies, surely. So yeah, I'd probably tend to agree with you there.
It's just speculation, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, his stuff's still pretty good just for showing new people about the moon landing and showing them.
Of course, yeah.
This was obviously fake. And you know what? Actually, that would almost make sense in a way, because remember, his whole thing was that basically he requested a load of reels of footage from NASA, and they sent him a load, and in one of them supposedly was that canister that shows you them faking around Earth from lower Earth orbit, where they just cover up the window in a specific way. And I was always thinking, like, that's very convenient that they just happen to send you this reel, which shows you black and white, them faking a spherical Earth, and you just got the one tape, and they just sent it to you by accident. Strange game they're playing then.
Oh, it's to reify space. I mean, it's the divide and conquer game. You give the moon landing deniers their stuff, right? They will be happy with it. You leave the door open for eventually claiming it was faked. So it's multifaceted.
Yeah. Yeah, true enough.
Same with Gerald White. He makes, I don't know if you read some of his papers, but he made 2 papers about flat earthers and claiming we killed a guy, the guy with the airplane, right? The stunt pilot.
What do you mean? No, I don't know who you mean there.
Yeah, there was a guy that had researched flat Earth on his homemade rocket, and he was trying, or the story was that he was trying to prove space or something like that, and then he...
Oh, that guy was a stuntman. Okay, so if there was a flat Earth stuntman, how many globe Earth stuntmen have there been? So how many globe Earth deaths? Right?
No.
So you just got to reverse it back on them, and then you see how stupid it is.
Gerald White used this guy. Mike, Magic Mike, was it something like that?
Mike, I think, yeah, it's like it's just like a plant story, isn't it? Just the guy, I think, was on the page to put some logo on his whatever he made, rocket or whatever. It was just used as another piece against Flat Earth. Someone was saying that we're responsible for that.
Yeah, because that's what he did in his paper, Gerald White. And then he's connected to this moon landing hoax website, and he made a few videos or papers about it. And then he got a position for astrophysicist at NASA, if I'm not mistaken. So it's real weird.
Yeah. Crazy stuff.
You'd be surprised how well organized YouTube producers are and how closely they're connected family-wise. Look, Mad Mike, total shill, total part of a scripted Flat Earth fiction. His niece, I imagine it's his niece, does a YouTube channel called Explore with Us. Now, she's all in Arizona in this old barn or old factory and all freaking out. Oh, I'm so scared and boo, boo, boo. She hears noises outside. She pans her camera in front. And guess what? Uncle Mike's freaking water rocket hauling truck boat is parked in front of the fucking building. All these fucking people know each other. Most of us are suckers for their goddamn theater. This shit, ladies and gentlemen, is a fucking scripted joke. Meant to fucking burn your time, and it does a real good job. Unfortunately, they can't control every aspect of it because there's actually progress being made. But it's an accidental process, not an intentional one. But if you trust some of these fucking Flat Earth websites and their so-called fucking hosts and shit, you got fucking rocks in your head bigger than the rock of fucking Gibraltar.
Jimbo, can we watch the language a little bit? Just because we've got, probably a lot of people
My
watching.
My bad.
No, you're alright.
I hear Jarrah White and I get like kind of irked, because, what a sellout, what a total scripted little jerkhoid he was, right? He does great anti-moon stuff, moon hoax stuff, and now he's astrophysics buddy with Neil deGrasse Tyson. What a little sellout, So it makes my blood pressure boil a bit, and I do apologize for the language, and I will try to control it. But I still mean what I say. People here who really think that these aren't controlled and scripted and really, really gate-kept, then you got rocks in your head.
Yeah. No, I understand your frustration. It is actually unbelievable.
There's some people so mentally retarded that they look at World Trade Center number 7. They say it's incredibly fishy. And then you ask them, what about the Twin Towers? And they say, nah, these two are legit. And you'll give them a look and you're like, bro, you just said that Building 7 is most definitely an inside job. Now you're saying that most probably the other ones are not? Are you kidding me? Do you even use what?
Yeah, it's just like it's like an emotional denial, though. It's like a grieving process. They just have to reject it in their mind in front of you, and then they'll go home and think about it, and they'll be like, "Shit, what do I actually believe here?"
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that all the time. Some people are also just scared of admitting that the government is not looking out for them. I'm not sure why. But it's a lot of that.
A lot choose the blue pill and just stick with it. New York fighter fighters are a good example. Look at their losses on 9/11. They don't really talk about it much no more. Cops on beat. It's all blue pill. I think they wrote that as part of the code for us to follow even before 9/11. Red pill, blue pill, and the Matrix shit. It's neuropsychological conditioning, whatever. Neuro-linguistic programming. Just like here. People wanting to invent and deviate and distract with new words. Water gas. Water gas. Relative density. Relative density. It's never been relative density. It's a misuse of, well, a word in front of density. Density is being misused here 99.9% of the time. But who cares? Certainly not people interested in the flat earth. Because they'd get it right. Because they claim to want to get to the truth and get it right. But yet they'll ignore it. I mean, just like measuring a circle. Any circle in circumference that you're measuring, you use 2 pi r. No! Not for Earth. No. We use exponential math for that. It only works for 2,000 miles, but it's accurate enough. And blah, blah, blah. And get drowned out. And you have to always go back to when you're looking at the horizon. Well, this much is like 67 degree or 69 miles per degree and stuff. And you wind up spitting it back out, one of them anyway, for the terrestrial radiant value. Fucking morons. I'm sorry. Bloody morons. You know? Why can't you get it right? Why the fight to keep it wrong? And all your gurus fighting to keep it wrong. And all your little elf believers like what's his name there? Arwen. Relative density, relative density, relative density. You burn that into someone's brain, you'll never get it out. Like density. It's there. You think I'll ever get any of you frickin' people to really think about it, use it properly? It ain't gonna happen. I guess because in part y'all don't want it to happen. This bullshit is more fun, more exciting, and continues and fills your daily lives like a goddamn soap opera. You're not here for science and accuracy. It's a kind of social club. Unprofessional most of the time. Too damn social. If you're here for friends and buddyism, then you're probably here for the wrong reason, because that's not going to help us.
All right, Jimbo. What we're doing to people who come in here is explaining to them that they don't live on a globe, right?
Yeah, that part of that works good, but accuracy, relative density. Why can't we get rid of that crap? Why?
Well,
why can't we get to measuring circles properly with 2 pi r? Why? There's so many things that are just wrong, and they're going to stay wrong for the next 6 years. So in a couple of years, I'll say the same speech again. I've said it before. So I'll see you in another year with this song.
Okay. Good stuff. So Vagabond, haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, you know, you see the media and you see how they portray Flat Earth and who they script in. Mark Sargent, Mad Mike, etc., etc. You know?
Yeah.
You got to ask.
We know the media misleads everyone on the flat.
Preparing a nice little story for a movie later to like screw around with the flat earthers and just, you know, make a propaganda film again with all these characters. I can see it coming. Anyway, free world.
I thought I just heard my name. Did someone say something?
Yeah, sorry, Vagabond. I was just saying what's up. Haven't seen you around in a little bit.
Who's that right there?
It's Wolfgang.
Wolfgang, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, not much. How's things? You been good?
Yeah, I've been good, man. Yeah, I've missed the server. I didn't realize how much I needed this to recharge my batteries. I was like, I've just been like soaking it up the past 4 days. Like, I've just been like digesting a lot of the debates again. Been good.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's still going strong. Loads of people getting involved, so it's been good.
Nice. Yeah, I noticed they did a different format. They have like the 3 questions now thing that they're doing, just like kind of keep people to task, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice.
That's been causing some amazing spirals. So yeah, that's been pretty nice.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, but it's definitely nice to be back. Nice to like just hear some like intelligent conversation and not like be so far lost in the like I was like, you because you got to plug back in eventually, right? And like I feel like I was doing all that. And I was like, all right, Jay, let me pull back for a little bit, get some more flat Earth content, and balance this bad boy out properly. Not too much of
Yeah, for
them and not
sure.
enough of my flat Earth content. You know what I mean? It's like,
Oh man, it's crazy town out there. Even more
yeah.
more than before.
Wait, you talking about New York? I'm in Florida now.
What? Just everywhere. Oh, you're in Florida now?
Oh yeah, you're right. It is a little crazy everywhere.
This is like the only place you can go to get out of the put your masks and gloves on mainstream madness.
Yeah. That's true. And it's like the crazy part is like now I see through just seeing these debates and like just seeing random people come in here with like the want to understand. I just look at everybody else. I'm like, they're not even looking for information, Jerry. You know what I mean? So it's like that just shows me
right.
how far disconnected people are from actual like understanding of shit around them. They're not even looking. You know what I mean? So it's like I was like, they're never gonna find.
Yeah, they're still telling us that they observe a curved and in motion Earth. It's like, right, so this is the problem. We're arguing with someone who's not actually looked outside. We need to address that first.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Oh, well, good stuff. Good to hear from you. Just quickly, I see you, Rogue 113 in the chat. You're VC verified. Are you here, Rogue One? Can you say hello? Rogue One? No, you're not there. Well, if you are there and you want to join in at any point or ask a question or whatever, just unmute your mic or post it in the live stream voice text. And we'll have a discussion. Star Wars name, though. Already a rough start. Right, I'll be back on in a little bit, boys. Stay flat.
All right, later. Stay flat.
Any global there here? I think there's a globe earther, but he isn't deafened. Anybody new here? Alright, I guess there's nobody.
I'm somebody. Yeah, I'm just listening.
Oh, it's pretty quiet in here. Not much debate about the shape of the Earth.
That's because there is no debate.
Good point.
Good point.
So does anyone want to introduce a topic?
Oh wait, I think Revkey something is new here. Revkey, can you hear me? Revkey?
Slightly off topic from Flat Earth, but what do you reckon is going to happen on January 6th when 1 million armed people march in Washington? Like, the media haven't really said much about it, but it could all get crazy.
I don't know, a lot of stuff can go on. Literally, lots of things could happen. When there's guns in play, you don't know.
It's technically like, I'm pretty sure it's the largest army in the world, American citizens.
Yeah, I heard about this. It's actually all new to me.
Well, Trump's asked everyone to go to DC on January 6th. Okay. And they were getting like thousands and thousands of people without Trump saying anything. There's going to be a ridiculous amount of people there. And they're coming armed. Like, I go on the website donald.win, where a lot of them talk and stuff. They're all coming armed.
Is that when like something's supposed to be made final? Like what's the significance of the 6th?
Supposedly, yeah, they officially count the electoral college votes.
Oh, okay.
And a lot of stuff. There's a lot of theories on what might happen, but who knows? There's one theory, and I think it'd be quite interesting if this played out, where Trump saying he's going to put on a show and whatnot. So there's a theory that he's going to pull out one of those Dominion voting machines and rig it for himself, and then there's no counter argument, because for the left to say the machine's rigged, they have to admit the whole election's rigged.
Yeah, this just seems like some more tomfoolery, kid. Like, I've unplugged from the soap opera for so long. It's like now it's like I don't even, I can't even look at it with proper eyes and proper respect. I'm like, this is all just a show. You know what I mean?
Oh, like, yeah, it's definitely all
wrapped
just
up
a
in
show.
the show. And I'm just wrapped up in it. Like, I've got no choice.
But it's a strange dynamic in America where, say, in another country, you could have like 1,000 people, but they're in a protest, or 10,000 people, but you've got like 100 police that are armed, or a few hundred, they can control it. Whereas in America, the people have all got guns. Like, it just changes everything.
Oh yeah, big time. Like, I even noticed that just in terms of like the policing in like New York versus Florida. Like in Florida, they're very like hands off. You know what I mean? Because it's like I think they're aware everyone has guns here. Like you don't really just kind of walk around with your chest puffed out, because the lethal force dynamic is equal, and they're aware of that little fact.
When I got to South Carolina, my future brother-in-law asked if I had any guns. I said no. Next day, he brought me a Smith & Wesson 22 with, 14 thing, semi-automatic. It's armed to the teeth the day after.
Nice.
It's
You
cool.
start to realize like there is value in these things. Like even if you like them or don't like them, it's like it's about a feeling state. Like I can never feel below you, and then we can have a harsh discussion, right? Because eventually you're gonna be like, shut up, I have a gun. See?
Let's face it. Anything can be a weapon. It's how you use it and your responsibility. A knife, a bat, a gun. Guns don't kill people. It takes some idiot pointing at another person to kill someone. So guns.
Yeah, but who's going to win? If you and me have a discussion, and I've got an AK and you've got a butter knife, they're both weapons, but who's going to win that discussion?
Don't bring a knife.
Something about power grip from a barrel of a gun.
Say it again.
Yeah, so I mean, look, the point Vagabond was making is a very good one. It's like they don't get to push you around anymore. Suddenly their laws have to make sense. If they've got a gun, their laws don't have to make sense. They just say, right, you're going to give us a bunch of money because of this reason. You go, oh, that doesn't make sense. They hold a gun to your head and you're paying them. If you've also got a gun, you don't have to pay them. You have to say, make this make sense before I pay you.
Exactly.
And that's why it's written in the Constitution that you're allowed to bear arms, isn't it? To stop any tyrannical government forcing this nonsense.
Where I lived, I was very happy to have these guns because if I needed the sheriff's department, it was 15 minutes till they get to the door.
Well, that's it. That's the other case in America where you could live like hundreds of miles or whatever from the nearest police officer. You kind of are out in the wilderness, a lot of people.
Yeah.
It's like I say, it's about personal responsibility and ownership. It's your law and governance should be imposed by yourself through your moral and what is right and wrong, good and bad. I don't know. All this need to be told what to do all the time. We have a moral guide, a moral compass.
But they got most of us thinking we're living on a ball.
Yeah, but remember that they're feeling the need for themselves.
In a situation that's too competitive, we should not be in a dog-eat-dog mentality. A spirit of cooperation and collaboration would be a whole lot better, if you ask me. But what do I know?
No, I agree with you. But I think what's happening is like they're validating their own existence by creating a conflict. So like if they want to like sit on their ass and they want their kids to fucking sit on their ass and do nothing and still get paid generationally, you see what I'm saying? And then still have people begging them for like, access and access and access.
What we see going on is the game of black and white. Yeah, pro-life, pro-choice. They always meet on a corner on a specific date and time. Like they scheduled the date and time together. And then the media comes in and they're there too. So it don't matter if it's, pro or anti-life or, KKK rallies. All these groups, they're sponsored, they're paid. They create a dichotomy, a black and white standoff situation for or against. And that's the basic black and white divide and conquer. No shades of gray. And they're still doing it today.
Yeah.
Every
and the reason that it works is people keep they keep falling for the lie as opposed to like saying, hey, somebody lied to me, which is causing this conflict, which is making me need them so that I feel safe. But I would have felt safe if I could just protect myself and not worry about everybody else outside of me in the first place. But like they live for that conflict, which is why they're constantly in conflict.
Well, a lot of people are pretty bored. And when you fight, I'll tell you something that happens. You get an adrenaline rush. You feel alive. All your senses come to life. When it's life and death and real, you're so alive. And it's a drug. Some people get addicted to that drug. You can feel it in different places, how powerful it is. Even if you don't bet, you go to the ponies and you watch the horses thundering down the track, you get a rush. You go to a boxing match, you get a rush. Sports, you get a rush. You get an even bigger rush from real life and death.
I agree.
Fighting.
I think that was the case with like British football hooligans in the 80s and stuff, where every Saturday they just get this massive rush from being involved in some mass violence at a football match while drinking and doing drugs.
They were thuggies and parts of gangs that ruled the streets. They just didn't come out of nowhere and form for the football. They were organized with, street little crime gangs and stuff. It wasn't a purely we're soccer hooligans.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors and theories, and one of the factors is that Margaret Thatcher made train travel free for the football matches, so large groups of people could just, if they were bored, just go to the away team's ground for a fight or whatever.
I guess around Liverpool was one of the places these thug type of football started. Just sort of.
I'm not sure. I actually live in Millwall, and they're like supposedly renowned for being the worst one, but it's not like that anymore. I think the whole concept of it is redundant. It kind of almost doesn't exist anymore.
They didn't even have to be in a stadium on a game day. Out in the street, people would be thugging, and it'd be almost riots and stuff during soccer games. These people ruled the streets basically too, with thuggism during that period anyway.
Yeah, it just works at the end of the day. Like if you guys are all drinking and smoking and there's 25 of you, it's apparent why there's the 25. Because like if you've ever just kind of walked through any new city on your own, you're like, oh fuck, I don't know anybody here. You just kind of you kind of keep to yourself a little bit. But if you're 25 other people walking down any block, you get to drop your shoulders still. You know what I mean? And it's a good feeling. So it's like I get why people would be addicted to that feeling, and they wouldn't want to just operate on their own. They're like, fuck it, I'd rather just be with my 25 knucklehead friends and be comfortable than be uncomfortable for you. You know what I mean? Especially if it's a cop or somebody else. You're like, yo, fuck you. I want to be comfortable first. So my mates are coming. Like, can't do anything about it.
Do you think Greta Thunberg's a trans kid? She's got potential.
Yeah, the whole Greta thing I find quite an interesting case, to be honest, because we know that they lied to us about all sorts of things. It made me wonder, is Greta Thunberg really a child? Because you look at that face, and she does look a little bit kind of Elephant Man-y, but it wouldn't be I'm not saying that I think this is true or anything, but it wouldn't be without outside of the realms of possibility that she's actually just like a dwarf, an adult dwarf.
That'd be amazing.
She's got those facial features though, you know?
Well, have you seen her parents? They're very strange looking. Her mum looks like a man. Really muscly. Have you seen the video of her trying to answer questions from the press without a script? And she just turns into a child again. She doesn't even understand the questions. She can't answer him.
That could be right, but to be fair, I mean, whenever they ask me to go it's not necessarily a child.
That's a good point. I ran into an Extinction Rebellion rally in London. It was outside my work, and they were giving out flyers, and they all seemed to have the same opinion about everything, and that they were giving out flyers for all sorts of stuff. And I started talking to one of them. I asked him what happened to the hole in the ozone layer, right? Because we don't hear about that anymore. And he told me that we banned aerosols and the hole went away. That was his answer. There's also loads of news reports from like the 70s or 80s saying that we're going into another ice age, and there's global cooling, and scientists have confirmed it. I mean, what happened to that? And isn't the Mauritius supposed to be underwater by now? And it's like exactly the same.
Yeah, sorry about that. I got booted out, I think, halfway through a sentence. Hello, is anyone there?
Hello.
All right, yeah. So did my? I think I got kicked out halfway through a sentence, and then I couldn't hear anyone's reply. So.
Oh, right, yeah, I'm not sure at what point you got kicked out, so...
Oh, I was just saying about Extinction Rebellion, and they're a merry band of bigots. I don't know if you've read much of their literature.
I've picked up a few leaflets from them, but I have seen them quite a lot as I live in central London, and what I always see is a really old person, like a hippie-like person, with a group of really young people, like teenagers and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, what they're doing is they're basically brainwashing the young, but the question is into what? And I think I have an answer. There's a post by a guy called Stuart Basden that you used to be able to find on medium.com. I don't know if you can find it anymore, probably, to be fair. I don't see why they've taken it down. But he basically admits that Extinction Rebellion it hasn't really got much to do with the environment and is actually about being anti-white and anti-European. And he doesn't put it in those terms, of course. He talks about the Eurocentric problem of climate change, which just means that he hates white people. And and you read it in their literature, and actually that's what it's all about. So it's interesting that isn't highlighted more often.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's funded by like billionaire globalists and whatnot. There's that guy who leads the protests at the moment, Piers. I forget his second. Piers Corbyn. Yeah, he talks about Extinction Rebellion a lot in some old interviews, and I don't think they're good guys. But yeah, they all seem to have the same point of view, like a cult about everything. Like the leaflets they were giving out when I went there was all about. It was all about trans people, gay rights, and all the same things as all the other globalist agendas, basically.
Yeah, they're all communists, and they're just applying kind of a, I mean, why would you even, like, if you care about the environment, why would you even talk about race at all? Like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Why would that be in your literature? Talking about things like Eurocentric. So what's that got to do with anything? Either you believe you live on a planet or you don't. And either you believe that planet is warming due to humans or you don't. So it's really weird.
I tried speaking to him, and I wish I had my spy glasses so I could have filmed it. And they were telling me that they don't get any media coverage, climate change. And I was like, what are you talking about? It's on the BBC every single day. They're talking about climate change. He said, oh, yeah, we don't get covered in the media. Like, what?
That's just delusional. It's just pure delusion.
It is delusional. It's just for kids. Like, there'll be a few old people and just loads of kids.
Yeah.
And you can guarantee they all have the same thoughts about everything. They're probably all pro-masks, pro-lockdown, anti-Trump, pro-climate change, pro-BLM. And I don't know, I find all these people on the far left, they seem to have the same opinion about every single thing.
Yeah, basically the left are the people that want to find protection in a group. They don't want to learn how to protect themselves by themselves with their own logic. If they're attacked, they'll always bring up their party, their group. They'll never go on by themselves and fight alone. That's more of the mentality that the right-wingers have. People in the right side don't really go on and say, yeah, you should go on and debate this guy or that guy. No, they don't put the burden of proof on somebody else. They put it on themselves. They go on and they fight for themselves. They don't have to ask anybody to prove it for them.
Yeah, that could be true. I certainly see it as an element of collectivism about the left nowadays, but I don't think collectivism is inherently a left thing, though. I think that there's like you've got different groups of people, and you can see it as a two-dimensional kind of a right-left authoritarian libertarian thing, or you can even maybe go three-dimensional and add in other factors, but certainly there are collectivist elements to the right as well. For instance, I would say most right-wingers in America are certainly pro-gun, and probably more in the UK are pro-gun than would admit it publicly, because the UK's MSM is so far left.
Oh, it's ridiculous. We've got the worst. It's so bad. We've just got so many.
There are people who accuse the BBC of being right-wing, and I just belly laugh when they say that, because there's not a single...
It's so left, and they lie all the time. It's literally propaganda at this point. And then The Guardian's terrible. It's so bad. They're all bad. I mean, The Independent's terrible. And it's just
so many... The Guardian, because The Guardian admits that it's left-wing. It's like, okay, The Guardian... Everyone knows what you're going to get when you read The Guardian. That's fine. I don't care. Those people need some kind of intellectual development as well, I guess. And The Guardian maybe is a platform for them. But pretending that the quote-unquote state broadcast of the BBC is centrist, or some even claim it objective, is just ludicrous. And I mean, it should be as objective as possible, but it just isn't.
You see, I didn't even know The Guardian declares itself as left-wing, and I know a lot of people who read The Guardian and they just think it's just a fact. Whatever they say is just a fact. And it's crazy. Like,
You know, the Guardian is one of the least read papers of the major ones in the UK.
But in terms of physical papers, but nowadays it's more like the news articles just being pushed. You get it on your phone. You get it.
Do people still read physical?
Online.
Physical art like papers?
Pre-COVID, yeah. A lot of people. I mean, I know people who work in the city. I don't personally, but I mean, Dave, you work in the city, don't you? I mean, people when they're getting the train, often you'll have like 3 or 4 free newspapers at each station. In addition, you can buy newspapers normally from whatever stores at that station as well. So, yeah, people would often buy papers and just read them on the train.
Have you ever tried to read a Financial Times? They're absolutely ridiculous. Like A3 size newspapers. Maybe even bigger than that.
No, I haven't, but I can imagine the difficulty.
Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous. But my friend, he recently bought, because he does marketing for his company, and they bought a news article in The Guardian. And now it doesn't get shown as an advertisement. So they just bought and paid for an article in The Guardian. He showed me the receipt for it, but I can't remember how much it was. It was like it's a good few grand. So
yeah,
it's just ridiculous. And that's supposed to be a non-profit organisation, The Guardian.
Yeah. See, the thing is, you can always hide non-profit in wages anyway. So you just go, oh yeah, we don't make any profit. Oh, it turns out our directors make 200 grand each. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how they scam with charities, isn't it? All the people collecting on the street. There'll be just one guy in an office who started a little charity, paying himself a nice salary.
Yeah, of course.
But it just annoys
at the end
me
of the day, profit is what you declare as well. So that's why auditors exist. And to be honest, auditors can be bought and paid for as well. So, I mean, there's no real guarantee.
You could have a non-profit organisation that's always just growing. You know, it's just buying more properties and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, it never makes any profit, but
never makes any profit. But gains an extra 3 or 4 buildings every year. But I just find it annoying that the media isn't. I don't know. The journalists aren't journalists anymore. Those activists. Why can't they just report what's actually happening? It's really annoying.
Yeah, they're always going to give you their spin, haven't they? So, oh, here's my hot take. I don't want your hot take. I want to know what's just happening. Just tell me what's happening.
Yeah, well, that's why they're called political commentators nowadays. They're not.
I don't want a commentator. Like, if I wanted a commentator, I would watch a sports game.
Yeah. They're not actual journalists anymore. They're just commentators.
And even sports commentators are kind of pointless because you can see the game happening.
Yeah.
It's like, why do I need to watch a game while someone is telling me what's happening in the game? It seems ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, good sports commentators would give you side facts, like things you can't really see in the game.
Yeah.
Tell you about the player's history, what they've done, whatever, past experiences, what happened recently, stuff like that.
Yeah, pull up some records.
I guess they just know from some sort of testing that it creates more engagement. Just like when you watch somebody watch something on YouTube or whatever.
But they're not actually looking the stuff up themselves. Like when it comes to sports, somebody's
they just read it. It's the same like in the news. They just read what is being given to them.
Yeah.
We have one guy in the UK, I think his name's like John Motson, and he's just like he just seems to know all the stats, but he's like really old school. I think his name's John Motson.
Yeah, he's quite famous, isn't he?
Yeah, and like to get his job as a commentator, he had to apply through taking all these tests on knowing like stats in football and stuff like that.
Mm.
And he was the guy who beat everybody else, and then he got the job.
Yeah, I hear they just they wear an earpiece and they just get fed it, and then they just say the stats.
It's probably cheaper to hire two people, two low-skilled people, like one person who sounds okay when he talks, and another person who's just Googling facts all the time, than it is to hire one person who knows it all off the top of his head.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It is now, but I guess pre-Google, he just needed a guy who knew it all.
But then how would you know if he was wrong?
Well, that's it. Like, you could say that about all news pre-internet. How would you know if it was wrong? Like, for the last 40 years. Yeah.
If you Google, is the Earth a ball, it'll tell you yes, and that's wrong. So it makes you wonder what else is wrong.
That's a good point.
Most news is just like plagiarism off of each other. Like the same story being spit over.
Yeah, well, it all comes from like a couple of sources, like Associated Press or Reuters, and then it just gets distributed around all the different news networks.
Yep.
Well, that was the thing. You know, you're talking about the 6th of Jan and what's going to happen. That was one of the interesting things. I remember them saying, "Oh, they're not connected to the internet." You know, that was one of the big things, is that the machines were connected to the internet and therefore accessible to hackers and whatnot. And they were like, "They're not connected to the internet." And I was like, "Well, how did you know the vote totals instantly?" Like, there isn't like a hamster in the office like totaling it and then running to the Associated Press office. You know, like, it's connected to the internet for reporting purposes. Obviously, that would be the cheapest, easiest, most effective way to transport that data.
They were definitely connected to the internet as well. Like the head of that Dominion company, he swore his testimony on oath was that they can't connect to the internet. Like he did like last week, and then literally 2 days ago, there was another Senate hearing where they connect to a Dominion machine during the hearing. And he's like, "Yeah, we're connected to it right now."
Oh, really?
And that was that Pulitzer guy, the guy with all the patents on loads of stuff.
Okay. Yeah, he's an interesting guy, actually. I watched an interview with him, but I didn't see the Senate hearing.
You get
he was basically saying, "Yeah, I can prove that everything was fake." Kind of.
Yeah, he gets up and he's like, "Yeah, we've just connected to one right now." Although they haven't got a screen on showing it or anything, but he does say it.
I've been following like the protests live quite a bit, and it's kind of interesting because people are actually like going out there and just streaming it themselves rather than relying what is on the news. I mean, yeah, there's your troublemakers and stuff like that, but like for the most part, it's actually not that bad.
Well, at this one on January 6th, Trump's told everyone to film it and wear body cams and stuff like that. Which is interesting. Did you see the one the other day where they stormed a government building?
Over in Salem, Oregon?
I'm not sure where it was. Maybe, yeah. And they stormed it, and then they got so far inside the building, and then there was just loads of armed guards, and they're trying to get them to stand down and stuff like that.
Yeah. You know what's ironic is... So, I don't know if you know like about the Proud Boys over here in the United States. So they had a rally just recently down in Salem, Oregon, which is the capital of Oregon, and police said to disperse, and they didn't, and then they got pepperballed, and these have been like big Black the Blue people, and they like after they got pepperballed, they're like fuck back the blue, and like it was kind of funny. It was funny how it was funny how fast their stance on how they felt about the police changed. Like after they
but that's natural, isn't it? Like they're saying back the blue because they believe in law and order, right? That's their message. But if the police don't have their backs, then of course they're not going to just keep that same line. I mean, it's to be honest, it's ridiculous that the police are doing whatever they're doing. Because as far as I could tell, they weren't doing anything violent. They were just
they
weren't
doing anything. They were just saying like, "Yo, you guys got to leave," and they were like, "No, we're not going to leave." And then
and they've got a right to assembly, so why should they be dispersed?
Yeah.
You know?
And
it doesn't make sense. Like, to me, the actions of the police don't make sense unless the police are bought and paid for. And I guess they are. You know, that's the only interpretation, really. Like, why is it that the police often in America and in the UK as well, they won't touch Antifa, they won't touch BLM, but they will fuck with everyone else? There's a reason for that.
Oh, they'll touch us. I've definitely gotten. Dude, I've been arrested 4 times in the last year for protesting.
Well, I haven't, but I find it interesting. And I think a lot of people are starting to wonder what the fuck is going on with the police. You know, in America and in the UK. In the UK, we've got different issues, but we have issues here too.
Yeah.
Well, I know in the UK, to become a policeman, they make you do certain tests to make sure you're the right type of person, you know, that follows orders, basically. Maybe that's got something to do with it.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously the person giving the orders, which is probably someone high up in the police, is the ringleader as such, but the police just follow orders, don't they?
Well, yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? It's like the police, in a way, they should follow orders, but the orders have to make sense. And there has to be a greater kind of perspective of actually trying to protect the people, which is fundamentally what they should be all about. But it doesn't seem to be the case anymore.
No, they're all about protecting each other.
Yeah. Like my profile picture, that's actually me in that gas mask. I had to buy it because they kept tear gassing me and pepperballing me, and so I was like, well, yeah, I'm sick of clearing my eyes out with milk of magnesia and water. So I got to buy a gas mask, and literally, like, I'm not a troublemaker. I don't go out there. I don't break nothing. I don't whatever. I don't spray paint in anything. But because I'm part of that crowd, I get punished. And it's like, dude, we're just saying like the system is fucked up. Yeah, it is what it is. Can't win them all.
You'll notice as well that the kind of acceptable discourse in saying that the system is fucked is shoehorned in a couple of different directions. You're allowed to say that certain groups of people are under the thumb, be it black people or Muslims or whatever. And then you're a mainstream media hero and what a good person, you're standing up for the minorities and all the rest. But the second you say, I don't know, Christians, I'm not even a Christian, but the second you say Christians are being persecuted in like all of these different countries, you're either completely ignored or shunned for being some bigot. And it's just like you're saying the same thing but about a different group of people. And I think that's deliberate as well.
Yeah. I feel that way too. I think everybody has the right to assembly and have a voice. But up until like just a couple days ago, it wasn't that way. With the Proud Boys, they were doing some crazy stuff. And the police would just sit there and be complacent. There was no law and order. Like the only law and order that they gave was to them at the time, up until like a couple days ago. I saw a guy get jumped by like seven of the Proud Boys guys, and They ripped his phone out of his pocket, slammed it on the ground, beat him up, and the police were standing there right in front of it and didn't do anything about it. And he wasn't even harassing them.
You have to understand the concept of mutual battle.
Yeah.
When you want to fight, what the hell is it your business to get in the middle?
Yeah. Well, no, it just blew my mind that it was like, okay, like obviously you got like literally are watching an assault happen and you're not going to do anything about it because the person that's getting beat up doesn't support you. I don't know. It was just whack, whack, whack. I mean, law and order shouldn't just apply to just one, or like people that are on your side.
So who's going to stop these people on Jan 6 when the military, it seems to me abundantly clear they're on Trump's side, and the police, it seems they're on Trump's side. So who's going to fight all the people that come on Jan 6 to Washington?
I have no idea, to be honest. I mean, there's definitely more people that aren't conservative than there is. Like
I mean, Joe Biden's the most popular president in history.
I mean,
he didn't even campaign. How's that even possible?
Yeah, well, then all of the independents as well. I mean, a lot. What is it, like something like, I think during the 2016 election, there was like 70% of our population didn't even vote. I mean, there's a ton of people out there that don't pick a side. Independents and stuff like that. Are felons, people that can't even vote. I don't know. I kind of think that's a dumb thing. I think felons should still be able to have the right to vote.
If they've done the time,
yeah,
they've paid the price for their actions, haven't they?
Yeah, I feel like they should still have a say. When did that even actually get like became a thing? Was it always like that? Felon voting. When did that happen?
Is it true in America if you're a felon, you can't go to college? Or if you've got a criminal record?
Yeah. Yeah, so 52 million Americans that are felons, they can't vote. That's 52 million people.
What's that, like 1/6 of the population or something?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
And that's 1/6 of the entire population, but how much of that population is children? So out of the voting population, that's 135 million eligible voters in the US, and there's 52 million people that can't vote because they're felons. So really that number should be like 180 million registered voters.
Yeah. No, they used to have victims. They used to have victims, and then they would lock you up, take your horse and your gun. When they released you, you got your gun back and a new horse.
Well, I guess some of it is changed. Supposedly, Colorado says that if you were a felon and you served your prison time, once you get out, that you can actually vote again. So the numbers are kind of skewed. So it just depends where you live, really.
Well, that kind of makes the voting numbers even more ludicrous if you think about it, because there were counties that had like 110, 120% voter turnout. Even the ones with 100% voter turnout are ridiculous when you consider that felons may well live in those areas.
Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, every state has their own way that they resolve it. Yeah. Voting rates are like Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan. Voting rates are restored to a convicted felon immediately upon completing a prison sentence. Some states aren't like that, though. I'm actually excited to see Joe become president, but I don't think he's really going to be able to change anything. I'm happy that we're not going to see like the Twitter storms like every single day.
The thing is, though, like I feel like they're probably both bad guys, but there's a small % chance that Trump's a good guy. Whereas with Biden, if he becomes president, he's not going to be running anything. He can't even string a sentence together.
Yeah.
He reads from a teleprompter and he struggles at that.
Yeah. Well, he's screwed too because the Senate is locked to the Republicans right now. So the only way that he can do anything is through executive orders.
So you're buying into the whole bullcrap. Do you actually say you're excited to watch Joe Biden become president? Is that what you actually said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Antifa.
Woohoo.
Antifa, I know.
Get the cheerleaders out, bro. Joe Biden. I mean, okay, fair enough. Like, Trump wasn't much better, right? Or Bush. Like Bush tried to.
I mean, we're just getting different flavors of tea. I mean, they're all going to be the
flavors
same.
of shite. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not expecting much out of it.
Do you always think the political system actually has any merit at all to the proletariat or the man in the street? Do you think it actually matters?
Hell no. It's going to be the same old bullshit. It's just going to be another year.
Yeah, same old bullshit.
Yep.
One side seems to move slower than the other, in my opinion.
Yeah. But I'm not expecting unicorns.
More us v them, red v blue.
Yeah.
Divide and conquer, and people buying into the whole bullshit about Senates and Congress and the seats and crap.
Yeah. Americans have this bad idea of that, like...
Well, you're not the only one.
That things are just going to change overnight. And apparently, like, it doesn't even change over 4 years, so...
Yeah, the more things change, the more they stay the same, and that's fucking true, sir.
It doesn't matter who it is. It's just a different. I mean,
face.
Yeah, it's just a different face, and yeah, and they just read whatever.
I think there is something interesting and exciting to come out of this. That's right.
Roboting a wee bit there, Crypto.
Yeah, give me 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry, I think I talked over Trent. My apologies.
Oh no, you're fine. I was just saying. I just think like whoever is the face is just reading whatever the speechwriter says.
Yeah, it's all bullshit. All of it, all politics, all bullshit.
Yep.
Their whole goal is to make people believe that they are vital. We can't live without them. We cannot live without government. That's the whole purpose why they're there. They do that every day.
Yeah. The way that I look at presidents is like it's just a persona. It's a character.
Well, what else has presidents other than countries? Come on, you know the answer. Corporations.
Well, yeah,
they have presidents.
Corporations.
Yeah.
So, why does a country have a president?
Because he's head of a corporation.
Because it's a corporation.
Yeah.
Now, the U.S. corporation is worth about $100 trillion.
Mm-hmm.
So, would vested interests try and make sure that they stay in power over an entity worth $100 trillion? Well, the obvious answer is yes. So, yeah, politics is a dog and pony show for the most part.
When did the United States become a corporation? Because I know at one point you were all sovereign citizens.
Well, we're all. We're a capitalist country. We rely on trade.
I think it was sometime in the 19th century. It became the Corporation of America.
Yeah, you're not a sovereign citizen. You're not actually a capitalist nation anymore. With increasing centralization of control over media, over banking, all sorts of important elements to your society, it looks more and more like a communist state every day.
Yeah, it is. It's starting to look like that. Yeah. The irony of it is, we keep falling back on this idea that we're going to bring jobs back to America. That just doesn't happen. Like, we did it in the Obama years when we bailed out GM, and GM never moved its plant back to America.
China.
Yeah.
China.
Well, then we started the trade war with China under Trump, and that didn't bring any jobs back either. Like once those jobs are gone, they ain't coming back.
They're gone, bro. They're all gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trump keeps talking about how the stock market's higher than ever and it's at all-time highs, but it's just such a load of rubbish. The top 6 companies represent the majority of the S&P 500, and then the rest of the small and medium companies are all failing. Yep. It's literally your Google, your Alphabet, they own Google, your Amazon, your Twitter, your Facebook, a couple of others that just prop up the whole of the S&P 500. And they're booming through the 2020.
Yeah, the tech companies are leading all of the economy.
Yeah, and you know where most of them are?
Right by me in Seattle.
Some places.
No, most of them are in media corporations paying them to frighten us.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
If we're scared, I don't want to go out and buy that thing, I'll buy it from Amazon.
Yep.
I mean, these guys are making billions hand over fist.
Everything else.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Everything else is working.
But I mean, this to me makes the most sense as to what happened in this whole arc of a story, right?
Yeah.
So March came along and they decided, we're going to scare them with a bunch of fake virus nonsense because we want to implement a bunch of changes, right? Whatever those changes were. And then the big companies, I don't think they were necessarily in on it at the start, but once they realized how much money they were making, they were like, the Walmart family's profits went up 80% from March to May or whatever. Amazon's profits went up 100%. A few of these other. As soon as they realised how much money they were making, they became a vested interest.
Mm-hmm.
And so what happens then? Well, these people, they have influence in media. The scaremongering will never end.
Yeah. I mean, it's super convenient. I mean, freaking, I live 15 minutes away from Amazon headquarters and a couple of their distribution centers. I can literally order groceries and have them delivered to my door within like an hour. And I've actually even bought the video card in my computer. I ordered and got the exact same day, like 3 hours later. Like I don't even have to do anything.
This is what I found scary about Amazon. I didn't realize this until I tried to sell some stuff on there myself. Is they decide who can sell things. So, for example, I've got in my hand right now, I've got a Braun Oral-B toothbrush, an electric toothbrush. And if I wanted to sell that in the UK, I think I can put it on Amazon. But if there's already 3 other people selling this same product on Amazon, they will not let you sell it. Because there's already a couple of people selling it. So they limit the amount of businesses that can go on there selling a product.
Yeah.
And it's just killer. It's great for a few businesses, but it's not if there's 100 businesses that all wanted to sell this toothbrush and only 2% of you can sell it on Amazon.
Yeah, they're pretty strict about that kind of stuff. I know somebody that was refurbishing computers and selling it on there. And so yeah, he couldn't list some of his things that he refurbished.
You think there's going to come a time where you can't buy anything unless it's online? Is that a possibility?
I think so, yeah.
So I didn't hear that. Can you say again, mate?
Do you think there will come a time where you can't buy anything unless it's online? That's right.
I mean, we're getting kind of close to that already. I mean, even my like little local pizza shop over here, it does all online orders and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, you can go in there and do pickup, but I mean, it's kind of getting to that point where you can just order just about anything. I mean, shit, you can order even car batteries offline, like on Amazon, and get it delivered the same day, or 2 days.
Wonder if you can order flat Earth maps from Amazon.
You can. I was looking yesterday. I was looking
you can. Yeah.
at the different ones. Yeah. I was looking. You can get framed ones and stuff like that. They're not too expensive. And there's actually a map store near where I live, because I live in Greenwich, and it's all about maps and time and stuff. So there's a map shop, and I asked the guy who makes the maps, would he make a Gleason map? And he just went, no, it wouldn't work. You can't explain Antarctica and stuff like that. So I didn't bother going into it with him. But I said if you made one, I'd buy it.
But isn't his job to make the map, not to enforce a worldview?
Yeah, but his worldview, his life's work is making.
I can't explain Antarctica. I didn't ask you to explain Antarctica, bruh.
Yeah.
Bro, you've got 150 orders for a Gleason map. Are you going to say no?
Well, yeah. I was literally thinking that I might just start hand drawing some, and hand painting Gleason maps, because there's
I just find that staggering. Like, you're going to turn down business on political grounds. It seems strange. It's not even political. It's just I think it's a globe.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to get into the debate with him and stuff like that. It was just the question: would you ever make one, or have you considered making one?
It didn't seem like a confrontational time.
Dude, I can barely draw a stick figure.
Well, I can't draw. What I was thinking was just tracing him. Just trace it with paper and painting it and stuff like that. And then, because I literally can't find a painting online of a Gleason map. Anything hand-drawn that isn't a print.
That sounds like a viable business. It really does.
Well, yeah, it's. I guess there's no other competitor if no one's selling any.
And you're drawing them by hand, so you can charge a little bit extra.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I mean, you could even amp it up and get a canvas and some acrylic paint. And...
Well, that's it. Yeah, I'm a bit lazy though, so I probably won't end up doing any of this. But that was just an idea.
Do it at work when it gets boring.
Yeah.
Which is probably all the time, to be honest.
Yeah, get us some fucking painting.
But it's something I'd consider buying if someone made one, a hand-painted flat Earth map, a Gleason map.
How much? I'll do it for you now. How much? I think from my first order online. 149.89.
Do it. Stick it online.
Hand painted. How big do you want
it? A1. Massive.
A1. That's not massive.
Got to get my money's worth, haven't I?
Jeez, that's tiny, man. Dream bigger.
Yeah. Is this the genesis of Amazon? The Amazon competitor we've all been waiting for.
I think the size of the wall, bro. I could do it in wallpaper. Like one.
Well, actually, I saw while I was looking for flat Earth maps and stuff, flat Earth bed sheets, flat Earth shower curtains, all that stuff. It's there.
Yeah, they got everything, dude. They literally have everything.
Can you imagine? Oh my god! You get up. There's a big fucking Gleason map on the wall. You get in the shower. There's a big fucking shower curtain of flat Earth. You've got a bath mat. It's just flat Earth.
Yeah.
It'd be great if your shower is actually, or your bath
flat Earth blanket.
If your bath was just like circular and it was just surrounded by like an ice wall, and the where the water drains, like the drain is in the center, so it's like the North Pole.
Dude. Yeah, that's madness, bro. Like,
and the water spins like clockwise in one, like south of there, and like anti-clockwise in the north.
Yeah, just turn the tap and turn us all the way.
Dude, Amazon has like literally everything. Literally everything.
Flat Earth born and bred.
It's crazy how much stuff is on there. Like, and that's why it's wiping out Walmart and all the superstores. You can find anything and everything that you ever imagined.
I don't think they're going to be wiped out. They're making too much money over COVID.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're killing it. Walmart, Target.
Yeah, I want to see what the revenue was this year for them.
Well, Amazon doubled their profits, didn't they? Amazon got double their expected profit.
Yeah, whatever they made last year, just double it.
Yep.
Yeah, the value of Amazon shares doubled at least. The value of Tesla shares tripled. Maybe even more than that.
Yeah, even my local like Amazon delivery guy, I was outside smoking one time when he came to drop off a package, and he was like, "Dude, I've been working so much. Like, can I have one of your cigarettes?" I was like, "Okay."
Yeah, those Amazon delivery guys, they actually make pretty good money as well.
Yeah.
Looked into it a while back when I was kind of between work. Wasn't really sure what to do with myself. And
he said he was
they make about, I mean, in the UK, they do 10 hours a day, 5 days a week, but they make anywhere between 700 and 900 a week, which, when you consider it's an unskilled job, that's a good wage. You know, it's
they make a lot over here. I mean, yeah, that's like I sat around and talked to the guy while he was smoking. He said he's been working like 10 to 12 hours a day, and he gets paid like roughly. I can't remember exactly, but he said around like $20 an hour.
Yeah, when you consider that that's an unskilled job, that's good. That's a good wage. You know.
Yeah.
If they ever bring into force automated cars, you know, electric cars that drive themselves and deliver stuff themselves, let me get this stat right. In America, the largest delivery drivers are represent the largest percentage of male jobs. So if delivery jobs ever get taken away by automation, that's it. Like, so many people are going to be out of work.
Drones.
Drones, yeah.
Yeah. They tried to do that with the drones. Amazon was trying to set up delivery with drones, and the FAA wouldn't allow it.
I remember
they would
Domino's
occupy
Pizza
the airspace.
trialing it.
I mean, the consequences of doing that would be, enormous.
Yeah.
I don't think it'd be a good idea.
And it would just be super easy to gank somebody's stuff. Like, if I saw a drone flying a package by my place, just pull out a shotgun, shoot the drone. There we go. I got free shit.
Yeah, but the company could probably do an equation where it works out as in a certain percentage of drones get shot down and the package gets stolen, but then they weigh that against the money they save off not employing somebody. And it just saves them money in the long run.
What if the drone you shoot down is full of paint?
Yeah. Just rain fucking paint down on me.
Fucking paint all down. Oh, for fuck's sake! I shot the wrong drone today, boys.
Yeah.
You pure red and blue and yellow everywhere. Just for fuck's sake.
Yeah, it's like breaking into an ATM and the freaking ink shoots all over you.
Yep.
Have you guys seen that there's a Tom Cruise film called Edge of Tomorrow? I don't know if you guys have seen it.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's got two different names, Edge of Tomorrow, and it's got another name. It's like, yeah.
Morgan Freeman's in it.
That only came out a few years ago.
It's the one where he lives the same day. It's like Groundhog Day, but fighting.
Right, yeah, with aliens.
Yeah. That's an old one, isn't it?
I might be thinking of a different film then. I was thinking of the film
I'm
where
thinking
there's these different areas, and there's multiple versions of him.
No, that's I watched that recently, and he fights, and the bad guys. It turns out they're the good guys at the end.
That's right, yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. I haven't seen it yet. Thank you. Spoiler alert.
Well, you don't even know
what the name of the film is yet. So you can just put yourself on deafen, and then we'll talk about it.
Well, it's fucking Tom Cruise, bro.
It's a trash Tom Cruise film, anyways. Who cares?
Is it rubbish? Yeah.
I thought it was alright.
I mean, the film's alright, but come on, it's just a Tom Cruise movie.
Yeah, true.
It's not a big deal.
I don't really do movies, so.
No, they're hard to watch now.
But what was that film called? Do you remember?
Is it Oblivion, maybe?
That's it. Yeah, that is it.
Is that it?
That's the one with Morgan Freeman. Oh, right, I've already seen the ending.
I'm getting confused. For some reason, I was thinking 12 Monkeys.
That's an old one. That's a good one. 12 Monkeys is really, really old.
Yeah.
It's got like Brad Pitt in it, is it?
Yeah, Brad Pitt and Bruce Willis.
Bruce Willis, yeah, that's it.
Hello.
That's only 2 monkeys. What are the other 10?
I don't know.
Yeah, watch 12 Angry Men. That's a really good movie.
Oh, that's a classic, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good
All you have to do, just replace delivery drivers with drones, and you can see 45 million Angry Men.
Oh, do you know what 12 Monkeys was about?
Yeah.
What was 12 Monkeys about in the end?
12 Monkeys is set in the future, and there's a virus that's taken over the world.
There we go.
And the guy travels back in time to stop it happening.
A virus.
Yep.
Destroys humanity. A virus.
It's actually
telling me
really good movie.
Are you guys telling me that the solution to the current government tyranny is inventing time travel?
Yep, that's about it.
Yeah.
Sweet.
But it turns out it's not a solution because you can't change anything. There you go, spoil it for you.
Yeah, that's what he figures out in the movie.
He figures out he can't change it. All he can do is make it happen.
And he does. Yeah, he does. In the end up. It's a great line out of it. It says maybe the cry of "Let's go shopping" is the I don't know. It's hard to say it. Maybe "Let's go shopping" is the cry of a true lunatic. Well, the guy who eventually destroys the world through the virus. He's just gonna get pissed off with the whole fucking commercial capitalization of the world, and he just goes, right, I'm gonna destroy it now. Yeah, okay. Maybe the cry, let's go shopping, is the cry of the true lunatic or something.
Yeah, the script in that movie was actually really, really good. I was surprised.
Yeah, I enjoyed
Have you seen the movie Soylent Green?
Oh yeah, that's a classic.
Yeah, it's based in 2022. The food riots, and I noticed at the start of the movie, everyone's wearing masks.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn you into crackers.
Yeah.
Okay, the particular program is fucking OTT, bro.
Do you guys know about the there's a mural at Denver Airport painted in 1994 that's got people from every nation wearing a mask of their nation. So it's got like Japanese person with, you know, the red dot on his mask, and there's like someone from Finland with the Finnish flag or whatever. That mural was painted 25 years ago, so it makes you wonder how far in advance they plan all of these things.
Yeah, it's at the airport with all the dark stuff all over it, all the satanic bullshit in it.
I don't know about that. I just know about the.
I'm sure that's Denver Airport. That's got all the crazy stuff in it, all the crazy statues and things.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if this whole mask thing is all actually just a ritual and it's got nothing to do with anything else. Like, I mean, obviously we know that masks don't do anything to fly viruses anyway. Surely everyone here knows that. But regardless, then you have to ask, what is the purpose of making everyone wear a mask?
I think the mask thing actually does work. Maybe not for COVID, but
you got a study proving that.
No. Well, I got sick 6 times last year, and I got sick 0 times this year.
Okay, so that's got nothing to do with anything. Have you got an actual study proving that that's the case?
Oh, that's just, you know.
It's got fuck all to do with actual physical reality and more to do with actual controlling people's minds.
Yeah.
Well, how about this then?
It might not be the mask part that helped me because from getting sick this year, it was maybe just me washing my hands every time I went out in public. Like after any out into public and touched anything, and then I came home, I washed my hands.
Well, there's loads of factors. You could have had a more stressful year. It could have been your job. You could have worked more last year. There's like loads of other factors involved. Like I've actually got the opposite to that as my story because my wife is from Japan, and then before COVID, she was wearing a mask every day, and she gets sick all the time. And now she's back with me in London. She doesn't wear a mask, and she's never gets sick.
Well, I work on the Microsoft campus. And so there's literally tens of thousands of people coming in and out of the doors every single day. And so I can pick up germs all the time. But ever since I started like washing and sanitizing my hands like frequently, I haven't got sick.
Yeah, so I mean that may well be the case, but regardless, you do need access to germs. Otherwise, your immune system stops functioning properly, and if your immune system stops functioning properly, you get sick very easily.
And a lot of the people
telling you to do is actually the opposite of what they should be telling you to do. I remember a show when I was younger called Eat Dirt. I don't know if anyone ever watched that, but it was basically about how the immune system works and encouraging people to not literally eat dirt, but don't worry if like your child is playing in mud, and don't worry if your 6-year-old eats a spider off of the tree, all that kind of stuff. Like, because that's all natural, and it all feeds into how the immune system works. It's not a problem.
Yeah, a lot of the people
sorry, you go first.
So a lot of the people I work around are from different countries, and they travel back to their countries to visit their families, like from India, China, Japan, Russia, the UK, and they hang around family members and stuff, and they bring it back to the office. And I think maybe the reason why I was getting so sick at first was because I wasn't used to like being exposed to that kind of stuff, and this was like my first year there, and so
yeah. But what you're talking about is, it sounds like a lot, but it's nothing compared to someone who works in a shop where they're dealing with thousands of people every day that are completely different. Like, you're in an office with just a few hundred people, and that's it. Like,
there's more.
Well, in the middle of the Microsoft campus is the Commons, and it's a big food court, and everybody goes there. Like tens of thousands of people every single day, and these people travel all the time.
That'll get you sick.
Yeah. And then you can't even get into the building unless you swipe your card and grab the door.
I don't know, it seems a bit paranoid to me. Like, if you compare it to someone who works in, I don't know, a gas station, where they've just got people driving all over the country coming in every day.
By the way, Trent, have you decided if you're going to be on the fence about Flat Earth, or are you still deciding?
No, I'm not on the fence anymore.
Okay, so where do you stand then? You still globe, or?
No, I think it's flat at this point.
Okay.
Hallelujah, praise the Lord.
I'm going to change your tags just so that people won't be calling on you.
Okay. Yeah, no, I've come around.
That's cool, Trent.
Or no, I didn't come around.
Can I say this? Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. No, I'm on board with it now. I've tried. I've kicked and screamed.
Yeah, it takes a bit of time to actually wrestle with the idea. I know there's a adjustment period for everybody. It's different though. It's not the same for everyone.
Oh yeah, it took me like maybe 2 months.
But what would like to happen is that if
that's only
you need more evidence, I'd actually I'd actually like you to see more people come in here, and for them to actually stand up to the arguments that we have here, like just for more validation for your side, because I think as you grow in this, like there will be nothing that you see that will be provided as evidence. Like every argument can be destroyed. It's airtight, man. There's nothing that they can give you as far as like convincing evidence.
Oh, you know me. We've spent a lot of time talking, and I've tried.
Yeah.
I've tried my ass off, and I can't dispute it anymore at this point.
Well, and that's what I welcome in this server. I welcome people to dispute it. Bring your best evidence, is what I say.
Yeah, I tried.
If it is a globe, and it is a globe, right? There's no disputing the truth. Is the way I see it. But if it's the truth that it's not a globe, well, then there you have that, right? I got a phone call. Be right back.
I mean, I even went outside and tried to do. I have a really nice refractor telescope. I went and set it up right on the ocean, and it was flat. God damn. I was hoping to prove you wrong, but it didn't work out.
We'll all go back to Star Trek in a nanosecond.
Yeah.
But we can't.
I mean, it was more of an experiment for myself. I was like, okay, well, I believe this, so let me go figure this out. And I lost.
Well, no, you actually won.
You actually won. I was going to say you actually won.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that you challenged yourself, you actually won.
Yep.
A lot of people don't go any farther than that. They stop right there.
Yeah, I tried. I tried so damn hard. I fought the law and the law won.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think the conversation, how it's, for lack of better words, evolved from where it started from.
Yeah, we were cussing at each other for a couple days there.
That's good though. I think that's healthy because it actually lets you vent your true feelings instead of it being something you hide and you don't ever disclose. You get it all out there, put it out. Like, this is how I feel. I'm upset. I'm angry.
Yeah.
Oh. But then again, you have to take some time off and then think about it for yourself, Like,
Yeah,
damn,
that's kind of what happened when is I realized I was like, okay, I'm just being stubborn. I realized I wasn't listening. And that's kind of where I just started to actually think about what I'm actually learning.
Yeah, there's a couple guys in here. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know. You can go ahead.
No, there's a couple of guys in here who have come in here and think that they have such a high IQ and they use that as a defense mechanism. But yet when they can't answer simple questions that we pose to them, they spiral and or quit the chat, come back on sock accounts, try to troll Flat Earth. I mean, it's too much for them. Because those who think themselves wise and intellectual really find out that they don't know anything. And that's a humbling experience, especially for those who have touted their knowledge above others, most of their lives.
Yeah.
So when they find out that there's really nothing they can tell you about what they see in the sky, and they find out that it's just a story that they have to believe. Once they find out it's a belief, boy, I tell you what, that's when the cog disc just sets in. And it's like, no, hell no, this can't be,
Yeah, I deal with that a lot with software engineering. Like, when I was doing job interviews and stuff. I don't know if you know, like the whiteboard challenges and stuff that they make you do.
I don't know too much about that. What does that entail? Like, what do you do?
They basically give you a trivia question and then basically make you write it out on a whiteboard and code. And basically what they're seeing or what they're trying to see is how you perceive things or how things should be made or how things are. And
is it a trick question when they give it to you like that, or?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
And so that's kind of what has made, like, kind of ingrained that in my personality is like, it's like maybe what I think is actually wrong. And so that's kind of where I've developed that kind of
analytical side of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see. Yeah, I mean,
because
if you've relied on that.
Obviously, I'm not right 100% of the time.
Yeah, you relied on that most of your life to kind of get you through this world, right? Like
Yeah.
But
when you're in the face of somebody that actually knows, like, what's going on,
there's a question that
you kind of have to, like, just give up and realize, like, I'm being, like, set in my ways. And
there's a question that in the Bible, Pontius Pilate asked Jesus, right? He asked him, "What is truth?" That's a very simple statement right there, and I would ask you, what is truth? Like I would say, I'll give you an example. Like, if a guy is telling you a story about something in the sky, let's say he's giving you details about what Jupiter is. I mean, the composition, every inch of what Jupiter is made of, and I tell you, I don't know.
Ooh, what is
who do you think? Who do you think is telling you the truth?
A heavy one. I've never actually even thought about that. What is truth? I guess off the top of my head, without really thinking about it too much because I don't want to fabricate anything. Truth to me is something that I can observe and see right away and feel, I guess.
There's a word. There's a word I could. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
And I think there's some truth to like some of the studies and stuff like that. I mean, I'm not exactly sure because I haven't done it myself. I want to, but I mean, yeah.
Have you ever seen those? I'm pretty sure those documentaries of they show the planets, a close up of what the atmosphere looks like and the surface level and all these things. You know, extreme amounts of detail.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen those?
Yeah, I have.
Pretty convincing.
I study astronomy like quite extensively, or at least I used to.
Right,
You know,
but
like,
when you see documentaries and videos and things put out by these people who, you know, consider themselves to be scientists in the field, right?
Mm-hmm.
When they give you like these videos, and what kind of impression does that put on you when you're watching this?
At first I thought what I was seeing was actual real imagery, and I realized that they were all computer simulations. That they basically built these models. They're not actually real images.
No.
And
so the way that they're telling you what they consider to be the truth is having you to see some kind of imagery that has been conjured up by somebody else's interpretation.
Yep. Exactly.
And when you're watching it, it seems very convincing because you've never seen what the surface of Jupiter looks like.
Yeah, or the moons.
So somebody's interpretation of what it looks like makes it sound like it's coming from a place of knowledge.
Yeah. Like supposedly like Titan is like a methane atmosphere that the conditions like rain methane, and there's methane lakes, and yeah.
And they show you, you know, video footage of what the surface looks like and all that. But it always sounds.
They never actually did it.
Nobody. No, it's. I'm telling you, it's all conjured up by the imaginations of those who are backing up this whole heliocentric nonsense.
Yep. No, I'm not disagreeing at this point.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
I'm telling you the level of like indoctrination, but also, once again, with the very simple statement is what is truth. So if a guy is standing next to you and saying he's looking up in the sky and you guys see the same thing through a telescope, and one of them's telling you a story about what he's looking at, and another guy is saying, I don't know what that is. Who's telling you the truth?
I have no idea.
Well, it's very obvious, right? Because, and I'll make it very clear for you this way. If somebody's telling you a story about something that they can't verify for themselves, then that's the lie. How is that person who's telling you a story about what he's looking at in the sky, how is that true?
Yeah.
And is it more true to say, and being intellectually honest, that a person doesn't know what he's looking at, only that it's a light that he sees?
Yeah.
So
I mean, at this point, I think the only truth is like when somebody tells you they're gonna do something and then they do it. Like, hey, I'm gonna show up at your door at whatever 5 p.m. Like, and they do it.
I use a couple of analogies, but one of the ones that I've heard crypto use in here is the one about a Ferrari in my garage, right? I can show you pictures of a Ferrari in a garage. I could have a friend testify about the Ferrari in my garage. But how will you ever know that I do have a Ferrari in my garage?
Only if I see it myself.
Well, I can show you a picture of it. You see it on the picture.
Yeah, but I need to see it in person.
There you go. You need to validate the information that I'm giving you.
Yeah.
That's when it becomes.
For all I know, you could be fabricating like how lavish your life is.
Well, and then I can have a friend to testify to it too. He could say, "Man, this guy has a Ferrari and it's yellow and it's in his garage."
Yeah.
And you're like, "Well, I guess." And some people stop at that because we've had numerous people come in here, and they will stop at that. Kind of. They won't go any farther. They'll say, "Okay, well, your friend testified. You showed me pictures. That's good enough for me. You have a Ferrari in your garage."
Yeah. Like my dumb friend that said that he went to space.
Yeah, we know. We were just playing along, but yeah, we knew he wasn't telling the truth.
Yeah, I knew he was full of crap too. Like I honestly didn't even know that. Like I've only known that kid like for like a week.
Oh, he was new on the job, or what? Like he just arrived?
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, we knew he was blowing smoke right away. And as soon as he said that, I was like, okay. It's like, I'm sorry that I even fucking invited this kid here up in here.
Yeah. We've prepared for your arrival, Jedi.
Thank you. That's much appreciated. Thank you, Mickey.
Hey, that mic sounded
we got a good laugh about it, though, so that was good.
It does sound better every day. I've just been playing around with bits and pieces and making sure it's in the right position and whatnot. So yeah, it's going really well, mate. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that was funny when what was it, yesterday when you were talking about like it was like what planes you go up into, and then it was like 10 years ago, like all that crap. It was just like, are you?
It's just the way it is, I guess.
Yeah. Well, you just like was not willing to concede at all.
Yeah, that doesn't work here in this forum, though. Go ahead, Jedi.
I'm just going to pop to check in. There's a couple of people, so I might have some victims. New people in the server for you. I'm back in a moment.
Yeah, that sounds great, man.
Freudian slipper, Jedi.
If you're watching my live stream, don't forget to hit that subscribe button.
Live stream?
Yep, live stream. Yep.
I was literally like baffled by the guys that he was trying to pull off.
Oh, your friend IE Quartz. I don't think I banned him. I think he's still here.
He tried to lie like I lost count. Like he probably lied like at least 20-30 times.
Yeah, he's a riot. So he might still be around, not unless somebody else banned him, but he was at least
Ryan?
honest at the end.
No,
right?
that was I Eat Quartz. That's who it was.
Yeah. Now the other guy who said he flew a plane was a little bit more combative. I think that guy did get banned.
Mm-mm. Yeah, he got all like pissy. Well, sure you guys I'm sure you guys are used to it by now.
Oh yeah.
You can tell when somebody's like
easy
fibbing
right away. Almost within the first sentence of what they're talking.
Yeah, you can hear it in the voice.
Yeah.
Yep. I was gonna say the tone of speech, how they're asking questions. There's so many little nuances to like how somebody's approaching us in the server.
Yep.
We understand that people do long trolls as well. They will fake to be flat earthers and then think that at the end they're gonna try to be some kind of weasel to say weasel questions every now and again.
Yeah.
Start using the N-word.
I play devil's advocate sometimes.
I know.
Digger.
That's well, it's because I'm new to the subject, so. Or not new to the subject, but new to the concept.
Yeah, stick around, man. You'll hear more conversations, and guarantee you nobody will be able to provide evidence. That's one thing I will say, because if that was the case, there wouldn't be flat earthers today.
Yeah, I wouldn't be here, bro.
At all. If there was evidence.
I wouldn't be here.
Yeah. No, I try. I've tried. I lose. Actually, no, I learn. I'm still struggling with that thought myself. I got to stop telling myself that I'm not losing. I'm learning.
It's that analytical side of you that's actually doing that, isn't it?
Yeah.
You wrestle with those ideas because it's like, no, because I thought things through. If this was a lie, I would have been able to detect that before. There's certain things that you ask yourself, I think, when you're actually processing this information.
Why am I going against the mainstream? There must be something. Am I losing? Is there something wrong with me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do that a lot.
Yeah, I do that too.
Sometimes I have to sit back and just try to understand.
Well, you put your ego on the shelf, you see, because the whole reason why I came to Flat Earth was that I went into, and I've said this before, into a forum that had a Flat Earth topic, and I rubbed my hands together, and I thought, being an atheist and agnostic and a nihilist, and with Nietzsche and Descartes and philosophy and Big Bangs, all kinds of shit going on, right? I thought I was intelligent.
Yeah.
And within about half an hour of people talking back to me on the thread, I was like, wait a minute, that's making me think. Wait a minute, what the fuck did you say? Let me go research that. And I went and researched them. Fucking hell. Do you know how big is the Earth? How is it? I didn't have a clue, bro. I was like, I know everything because I believe in the Big Bang. I believe in cosmology. I believe in the essays, whatever, all the religiosity that are, and I thought I didn't have a religion. And within half an hour, I realized I was a fucking zealot.
Yeah. That's what happened with me. I was like, I came on here and we started arguing. And they're like, oh well, go test out yourself. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna go prove these guys wrong. Like I'm gonna go set up my telescope right on the ocean and look across it, and I'm gonna see a curvature, and I'm gonna prove these guys wrong. Nope, that didn't happen. It was humbling experience, but
that's what I'm saying. It's a humbling experience. You have to put your ego on the shelf, and your ego is just getting deflated, and you go,
yeah. I had this idea in my head that I was right.
Yeah, exactly, and nothing could prove you wrong, because the axioms and the dogma of the religion that you're born into is telling you to reject everything, every fiber of your being.
Yep. I was like, this is the truth, so I'm gonna go show them it. Yeah, that didn't happen.
Couldn't do that. Tried, failed.
Couldn't pull it off.
Yeah, that pilot came in here the other day, and he was saying because he flies an airplane, he's been a pilot for over 3 years, and he says his gyroscope in his plane tells him that he's flying over a rotating Earth. That's what he said. The conclusion, because the gyroscope processes, because of the precession of the gyroscope, he understands that the Earth is spinning underneath that gyroscope, making it process.
Yeah.
And he's like, what else could it be? I was like, dude, you formed that whole statement wrong, because you're saying that because of the gyroscope precession, you understand the Earth is spinning underneath it. Well, if that is the case, then the Earth will spin underneath everything that leaves the Earth's surface. Everything. Not just your gyroscope. So anything that leaves the surface of the Earth will spin underneath it. I don't think he really understood that point, and we kept on for a good 5 to 10 minutes, maybe a little bit more than that, but getting him to realize that that is what he's saying. He's saying that because the gyroscope is precessing, the Earth is spinning underneath it. The Earth is spinning underneath it, therefore the gyroscope is precessing. That is called affirming the consequent. When it could be something else. And then I even stated it to him like that. And he said, yes, that's what's happening. Just like that. And I was like, well, that's a logical fallacy, man. You can't use it because you don't know what else it could be. He's like, well, what else could it be? He was telling me. But this is a pilot who said that because of that, he understands that the Earth is spinning.
Could be the spinning ether over the motionless Earth.
Well, lemon.
He said that it was because the Earth is spinning. So the conclusion was wrong already, because if he hadn't weeded out any other variables, it could be something else.
Right.
Not to mention. Yeah, go ahead.
Are we gonna say something is spinning or nothing spinning at all? Because you can have something spinning with space spinning without the Earth spinning.
Well, the question is, what is making that precession on his gyroscope?
Right.
So that's where the investigation begins, right? Not at the conclusion that already is made as an assumption that the Earth is already indeed spinning, because even if that was the case, right, then everything that goes from the Earth's surface upward, the Earth would then start moving underneath those things.
Man, I wish it was spinning, because then I'd be having shorter flight times.
Well, it depends on which way you're flying, right? Like,
yeah,
yeah. If you're going with the spin, then yeah, it's not going to be a shorter flight. But if you are going against it, it will be.
Yeah.
That's why I find the ether so appealing. That way space can spin over the unmoving Earth, and you can still have your gyros, your Coriolis, or whatever the heck you're talking about with something spinning.
Well, one thing that we do understand is that there's certain currents that run through the Earth. I don't know if you've ever looked into this, Trent, but have you ever heard of the underwater currents in the oceans?
Oh yeah, I've felt them before.
There's specific currents that the sea creatures take advantage of, and it's like a super highway that they get on, and it's like some type of like a water that's flowing underneath the ocean, like it's a current.
Yeah, like kind of like an airstream.
Yeah,
or something like that.
So yeah, so the underwater there's currents flowing, and there's also the jet stream above us.
Yeah,
which is
the jet stream. That's right.
So we have currents in the water and currents above us.
Yeah.
But these currents are moving at a faster rate than all the other air around it.
Yeah. Yeah. People get dragged off to sea all the time, drowned because of it.
Right.
Do you think that's air you're breathing now? Just kidding.
Just saying the Earth is a bit more complicated than a lot of people actually look at it to be. So if there's all these currents that are running, then there must be something that's making powering these currents.
Yeah. Well, isn't it the low pressure and high pressure stuff going on, or something along those lines?
Yeah. That's exactly it.
And those currents also shift. They're not the same. It's not like something that's static. They move around.
Yeah. They move around.
So if everything is in fluctuation, right, but it's still within a certain range, then we could kind of start working with those fluctuations and say, okay, I know from this range to that range, we're going to be able to see this current, in motion. It's going to be moving around, but it won't deviate from this specific path.
It's perpetual.
Yeah. Yeah, even the ocean currents do that. They move around as well.
But there has to be a driving force that's keeping those currents moving.
Yeah.
Something's powering those currents. Because there must be something that gives them energy to move in the way they do.
Is that why the So like the sun and the moon like spin around, and is that what you?
There's a lot to do. Yeah, there's a lot to do with what's powering the things that we see in nature, but there are unknowns at this point.
Yeah.
Nobody can stand upon knowledge and say, "Aha, I know exactly what it is. Here it is." Because if they did know, then a lot more would be explained by their knowledge. We'd be able to say, okay, since you understand what powers these things in nature, then we could understand nature. But that's not the case. We still haven't gotten to that point. A lot of people put their minds to it. All they can do is make observations, right? Like the ones I was telling you of viewing these currents.
Yeah.
The currents in the water and the currents, above us.
Do you think that they could have been developed over time, like through the evolution of the Earth?
They're nonstop. They're perpetual, like PMAX said, in the sense that we can't tell how they're powered. That's not. I haven't heard anybody. I mean, I know that there's been a lot of postulation with the ether being the thing that powered, but it's still not the source of the energy that it would take to move such things on Earth. These things are almost what's the word I'm looking for? We can't even comprehend like what it could be that would power the magnitude of the movement of those currents.
Esoteric.
Yeah. Those currents can be crazy too.
Right. So, I mean, think about it. You have air currents, water currents, electric currents, like just different types of currents that
Black
flow
currents,
through nature.
Raisin currents. So I was just kidding.
What'd you say?
Raisin currents, black currents, all kinds of currents.
Okay.
I like blackcurrant.
How's it going, Ember?
Yeah, good.
So did you just join us?
Yeah.
All right. So welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, man. What brings you by?
Well, I just got fascinated by the live streams and I just wanted to get involved.
Got fascinated. What do you think the shape of the Earth is, Ember?
Well, I'm on the fence, kinda. Well, I think it's a globe, but there are a lot of reasons why it could be flat Earth. So.
Did you say something, Jedi?
Yeah, all I said was this isn't one of the gentlemen that I checked in a couple of moments ago.
Okay.
Yeah, I got checked last night.
So you're saying that...
the only reason why I said that as a caveat, just in case this person doesn't turn out well. So, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we won't pin it on you, Jedi.
No problem.
All right. So you think the Earth could be a globe, though, right? Ember?
Yeah.
What would be the reasoning behind why you would think it could be a globe?
Just because of all the because of NASA and SpaceX and how they've actually sent rockets up and had photographic evidence, but there's a lot of reasons why that could be fake.
Okay. So there's usually three main claims that the globe Earth makes: that the Earth has measurable curvature, that the Earth is spinning on its axis, and that the vacuum of space is a medium that we could travel to. Right? So if we address these three positive claims and find some evidence for any of them, then we can assuredly know that the Earth is what they're telling us that it is. But if we can't find any evidence for these, there's no way that we can understand what the Earth is. Because they've told us something about the Earth that we can't verify. I'll give you an example, right? So I'm going to tell you the question that I asked right now about how can we measure the curvature of the Earth in any time in history. How is it possible? How can we do that, Ember?
Well, not sure really.
Okay. So with that, I'm just going to go ahead and say you have a belief that the measurement of the curvature of the Earth has been done somewhere, somehow. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or the second question would be axial rotation. The Earth is spinning on its axis. How have we detected in any time in history that the Earth is spinning on its axis?
Regular day cycles.
Okay. So what are we watching with these day cycles?
That when the sun faces one side of the Earth, the other side is nighttime.
Okay, we see the sun moving across our sky from east to west. This correct?
Yep.
Okay. When we see the sun moving across our sky, how do we know that the Earth is moving? Because it looks like when we look at the sun is the one that's moving. At what point do we start to know that it's the Earth moving and not the sun?
Well, I'm not sure.
Okay, so we can't establish how we know that the Earth is spinning on its axis then?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just say that you have a belief that the Earth is spinning on its axis because somebody told you that day and night cycles are the way that we can know the Earth is spinning on its axis. But we got to the point where I'm asking you a question. How do you know that it's the Earth spinning and not the sun? Because we see the sun moving.
Maybe solar eclipses.
Okay, so we're using solar eclipses now.
Yeah.
But how can watching the solar eclipse tell us that the Earth is spinning on its axis?
Because the sun is in the middle of the solar system.
Okay, that's a declaration that you've just made. How do we know that the sun is in the center of the solar system?
Satellite images.
Okay. We're getting far away from the question now. The question was...
I want to see that satellite image.
The question, Ember, the question was, how can we detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis? We need the method. We need the method in which it was detected. Do you know the method?
No.
Okay, so at this time, you don't have the method, so we'll just say that it's just a belief that you have that somebody detected the Earth to be spinning on its axis, or at least the method for it has not been yet discovered by you anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a belief that you have. We can move on to question number 3. Question number 3
Come
is
on, man. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you, Biggie. I really want to see an image of the whole solar system with the sun in the middle of it from a satellite. I want to see that. Will you admit that you don't have that?
Oh yeah, but I would assume there was one.
How far away would that satellite have to be?
Pretty far away.
Yeah, nothing's that far. So, okay. Carry on. Sorry, because that was just so ridiculous. I had to say something.
Yeah. All right, so question number 3 is...
Oh, Indio's here.
I'm going to... Next
Beat you
follow,
to it.
Indio. Actually, you can have Ember as soon as we're done with the questions. All right, so the last question is, the vacuum of space is a medium that we could travel to, and they tell us that it actually exists. How do we know that the pressure air that we breathe sits next to the vacuum of space, Ember?
It's the barrier. I can't remember the name of it, but it's a barrier.
Okay,
And
so
when
you
breathe past the barrier.
so you don't know any of the specifics to why we have the vacuum of space next to the pressure air we breathe. It sounds like you said a barrier, but you don't even know which one it is or what it's called or anything, right? So that becomes difficult if we're trying to establish a specific answer to the question.
Yeah.
Okay, so we would say that you don't know would be the most apt thing to say here in this particular instance. Because if you did know, you would tell me exactly what it is, how it works.
Well, vacuum fluctuations.
Okay, did you just
Gravity.
did you just make up that word? Because it sounded like you just did.
No, it's gravity.
Okay, all right. So gravity, right?
Yeah.
How does gravity work?
It's pulling us in to Earth, to the center of Earth.
What is the Earth?
The Earth is made up of an inner core, an outer core, a magma, and a crust.
Okay, so technically a sphere, right? Geometric shape. All right.
Yeah.
So the first question that I asked you was, how was the curvature of the Earth measured? And the answer to that was, I don't know. And it's just a belief. So how can that belief now come into question number 3? And you already said that you don't know, it's a belief, but yet you're using this belief to say that how gravity works on a belief? That doesn't make any sense. You just told me in the very first question that you just believe that the curvature has been measured. So you don't know that it's a globe or not. You don't know what the Earth is at this point, but you're telling me what the Earth is doing now in question number 3.
Have you seen the highest parachute jump?
Okay. Do you understand, Amber? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So we can't use the Earth being a globe pulling things to the center of it if we haven't established that it's a globe pulling things to the center of it, because we needed to establish the curvature of the Earth in the very first point that I gave you, the first positive claim that the globe Earth makes. But we didn't do that, so now we can't use the idea that the Earth is a globe in this very last point. So it can't be gravity because you don't know that it's a globe.
I mean, you jump and you go back into the ground.
Yeah, but you could do that. It doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is. Because you haven't established, right now you haven't established what the Earth is, so we can't use the idea that you're being pulled to the center of an idea that you have. It's just an idea. You don't know what it is.
Okay.
Okay. So what is keeping I'll get back to the third question. What is keeping the pressure gas that we're breathing, the air, next to the vacuum of space, which is said to be uncontained? There is no container. You said there is a container, which is another problem. But the globe Earth, they don't make a claim to a container. They say that it's an open system. Rockets can go to the moon. Rovers can land on Mars. Satellites can travel into space. So the vacuum of space is said to reside next to the air pressure in which you and I breathe.
Yeah, so the gravity pulls in the air, which creates air pressure.
You can't use gravity. I told you because you already conceded that you didn't know what the Earth is because measurable curvature on the very first point hasn't been established yet. So you don't know. No, it hasn't. You conceded that it was just a belief, Ember. It's just a belief that you have.
To say, sorry, would it be fair to say at this point that you believe that the vacuum of space is real because gravity's got something to do with it?
Yeah.
But that would just be a belief, right? You couldn't demonstrate that to me, could you? You couldn't demonstrate gravity stopping gas from fucking off, could you? Here on the Earth, you couldn't demonstrate it. So it would be a belief that gravity's got something to do with it, right?
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right. So that should be it. We're going to go ahead and round up the 3 points. The first one was measurable curvature.
There is measurable curvature there. Distance of the horizon.
Okay. We haven't established that because you conceded the point. You can't come back after...
Unconcede.
Yeah. Well, you can't come back after the fact. That's the problem. So you can try. I'm going to give you one more chance at the first question. You can do that. And I'll let you do that because I'm a nice guy. I want you to see if you got the evidence. All right, so the first point once again, but I'll give you just one chance. If your answer is very vague and you don't understand, I'm just going to put it in the basket of belief. Is that fair enough?
Yep.
All right, so let's see if we can go through the first point of how the Earth has been measured to have curvature in any time in history. Can you please tell me the specific method in which you can get to the answer of the curvature of the Earth?
Distance of the horizon equals V, square root of 2 times the radius of Earth times the height of your eyes.
Use the word R. Radius.
Yep.
How do we get a radius if we're trying to measure the curvature of the Earth?
You could see curvature of the Earth by being in the plane.
It's not about seeing curvature, Ember. It's about measuring it. You can see anything you'd like out of your plane. I don't care what anybody sees. I care only what can be measured. In that equation that you just told me, R is a value that's used in that equation. The radius is already presupposed to exist in that equation. We haven't even established that the Earth is a globe, and already the value of R is being used.
What's wrong with using the value of R?
You can't presuppose the Earth has a radius if you don't know it's a globe or not. We're trying to establish that it is a globe by measuring the curvature.
How are you supposed to measure the flatness?
No, I'm not talking about the flatness. I'm talking about... Go ahead, Jedi.
No, it's fine. I realise I'm lagging, Mickey, so I do apologise for interrupting you.
No,
I just want to help out a little bit here. It's fine, my friend. You can give us the calculations. Right, 8 inches from r squared, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Yeah, those are calculations. We require the measurements that those calculations are based on. Do you understand that?
Yep.
Awesome. So that's why Miggy was saying, that would be the radius bit. That would require you digging down to the centre of the Earth, wouldn't it? So you haven't done that. So the first question was direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. Not the calculations, the actual measurement that the calculations are based on. Have you got that?
Yep.
Awesome. Can we have those, please? Sorry, Miggy, carry on.
Amber, you still there?
Yep.
All right, so we can't measure the curvature of the Earth, can we?
All right. Okay. Yep.
All right, so we'll just put it in the basket of belief. So let me just finish the 3 points then, since we're at the end of it. I gave you a chance. It didn't seem like any evidence was produced. So we'll say that the Earth being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is just a belief that you have. Because as of yet, nobody has produced any evidence of the Earth being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. So you just have a belief, Ember, that the Earth is a globe. And you might defend it. You might defend it because this is all you've been taught. You think that you're a bit intelligent in knowing certain things, but not in the sense of knowing that you're standing on an Earth that you can't even describe with evidence.
Okay, well, the Earth is a globe.
That's fine. You could believe whatever you'd like. We let people believe because that's the thing. You could believe anything is true. Whether or not it is true, or that remains to be proven. So you can believe the Earth is a globe all you want, Ember. You can go on continuing tomorrow that the Earth is a globe, and you live on a fantasy globe Earth idea. That's your prerogative. You can do that. But I'm telling you, there is no evidence for it being a globe. But you can continue believing it is. That's just fine.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
You know, the Elon Musk where he sent the car to space, would you say that was fake?
Yes.
Of course.
Do you have
want to know
evidence?
why?
Yep.
Yes. So they're going to space, the vacuum of space. The third question. How do we know the vacuum of space is real? In other words, how do you have gas pressure without the thing to press on, the container? The Earth is an open system, open to the vacuum of space. Therefore, according to natural law and entropy, the gas will fill the space. So images from the vacuum of space are not real because the vacuum of space cannot be real. Do you understand this?
Yep.
Awesome. Have you got a response to this? I know you want to say it.
Yeah, there is gravity. Yeah.
Awesome. That's absolutely fine. I'm talking about gas, right? So you can pick up a rock and drop it, right? But what happens when you let go of gas? Which direction does it go?
It gets pressurized.
No, that would be in a container. I'm asking you, when you release gas from a container, which direction does the gas go?
Everywhere.
Awesome. So we understand that gravity is just a direction of downwards, but observably gas disperses in all directions. So even if I give gravity to you, gravity observably doesn't affect gas now, does it?
Oof.
Do you understand that?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So the idea that you have that gravity's pulling things down to the center of mass is not even correct in the one instance of showing how gas moves around. Gas is not affected by it. As you can very well, you stated that yourself, goes in all directions.
Yeah.
So, so that's evidence that the gravity that you're thinking about holding gas in doesn't even apply to gas. Pretty
Okay,
cool, huh?
So if you prove the Earth wasn't a globe, how do you prove it's flat?
Simple.
By direct observation and measurement of the surface of the Earth. Now, the surface of the Earth is primarily water, so by direct observation and by direct measurement of the waters of the Earth, the waters are observed and measured to be level. So being as 72% of the Earth's surface is water and that water isn't curving anywhere, the Earth cannot be a ball. You understand this?
Yep.
Awesome. There is no measurement or observed curvature of the Earth. Now, you brought up something just a moment ago about the horizons and ships going over it, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because you gave me the calculation to where the geometric horizon was, didn't you?
Yep.
Awesome stuff. So, if we know the size of the ball and our altitude or our height above that curved surface, you're correct. It's just a mathematical calculation. 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if the observer is 1 foot, square root of 1 is 1. 1 times 1.22 is 1.22. So that would mean for an observation of 1 foot, the horizon, geometric, can be no further than 1.22 miles. That's the math, isn't it? You'd agree to that?
Yep.
Awesome. Are you in live stream voice text too?
Yep.
All right, give me 2 moments. I'm going to post you an image.
Okay.
Do you see the image of the 2 oil rigs?
Yep.
Do you notice that the oil rigs have got distance markers on them? One's at 9 miles, 9.4, the other one's at 6.2. You see that?
Yep.
Can you tell me, in relation to the 2 oil rigs, where the horizon appears to be? Is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after the 2 oil rigs?
After the 2 oil rigs.
Awesome. So it's past the furthest oil rig at 9.4 miles, yeah?
Yeah.
Can we conservatively say it's at least 10 miles away to the horizon, at least?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome stuff. This observation's taken from 1 foot. If the Earth was a ball of a radius of 3,959, then every horizon distance must be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, if it's to be physical, for things to hide behind. What I'm demonstrating to you here is the horizon's apparent. It's 10 miles away. That's 10 times further than the geometric mathematical constrictions would allow. What I'm demonstrating to you is that there is no observed physical obstruction for boats to hide behind. If there was in this image, it would be at 1.225 miles away. Do you understand?
Yeah. What's proving this
Just,
image to
add
be
a
real?
little bit to this. Well, this isn't a still shot taken from a video. If you'd like, I can give you the video. In the video, you can see the cameraman put the camera on the floor, so the height is 1 foot above the surface of the water. Even if the gentleman was to stand up and he was 6 foot tall, the horizon wouldn't be any further than 3 miles away. But in this image, for a 1 foot observation height, the horizon is at least 10 miles away. If I was to go back on a different day and make this observation, the horizon might appear in front of the oil rigs, for example. On a different day with different atmospheric conditions, the horizon might appear between the oil rigs, for example. But this is just demonstrating the horizon's apparent and not physical. Because if it was physical, and you know the math, my friend, then it would be where the mathematics dictates it to be. So no ship ever went over any curvature of the Earth. Because there isn't any. Do you understand?
Yep.
Thank you.
So, you're saying if I kept going forwards, kept walking forwards, I wouldn't be where I was. If I just kept walking forwards, I would just fall off the edge of the Earth.
No, I have not said anything like that whatsoever.
But what would happen if I just kept walking?
You'd get wet.
Yeah, you'd run into water.
Probably end up get into a sea.
Okay,
I'm going to ask you this question. Quick question. How are you navigating around the Earth? Are you just randomly walking straight? Or are you using any piece of equipment to navigate?
Aeroplane.
Okay, and an aeroplane would use a compass, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Awesome stuff. So you know a compass points to a magnetic point, right?
Yep.
Awesome. So if I put a magnet on my table and I had a compass, I could walk around that table. I could go east and end up where I was, or I could go west and end up where I was, clockwise or counterclockwise. If I was to use the central point as north and walk around in a circle, then of course I'm going to end up where I started from. But my living room, where my table is, isn't a sphere, is it?
Nope.
Awesome. So if you're navigating east to west, of course you're going to come back where you started from, because you walked in a circle.
So, oh yeah, I see what you mean by that. But how come, if the Earth was flat, how come we can't see one side of the Earth to the other?
Right. So you do understand that with distance, things get too small to see, right?
Yep.
Awesome stuff. And if you're talking about 2,000, 3,000 miles, and why can't I see Everest? I'm going to tell you this. Its angular size is too small for you to resolve. If you want to use a hypothetical telescope, then you've got 2,000 to 3,000 worth of atmosphere to look through. And you understand what the atmosphere does. You experience fog, right? Doesn't help you see very far. So if you've got 3,000 worth of atmosphere to look through, you're not going to be able to peer through that because it's going to get very, very thick very, very quickly. So no, you can't see across the Earth because 1, angular size, and 2, atmosphere. Do you understand this?
Mm-hmm.
You think that's air you're breathing in?
Are there any more of your beliefs you want me to slow down?
Explain what happened to Elon Musk's car.
It didn't go to space. Space is second law of thermodynamic violation. Think about it. A car with tyres and air pockets in a vacuum. You know what happens to a balloon in a vacuum? Expands and pops.
Yep.
So that car in a vacuum wouldn't even be in a stable fucking condition. And space to vacuum doesn't exist. So he's lying to you.
What's saying that there's air inside the tyres?
Amber, one second. You're asking somebody to explain something that somebody else did. That's pretty ridiculous, isn't it?
He said he would prove it wrong.
No, I'm talking about how you want him to explain something that you don't even know how it even works. Why would you ask him a question that you yourself don't even know?
Because obviously I know what happened.
No, you don't know what happened.
The Earth is a globe.
No, Amber, that's the problem. You don't know what happened. So your idea of asking him questions about what you think you know is incorrect. Because in the first place, you don't even know what the Earth is. We've already covered that. You have a belief that you think you know what it is. But listen, we're not here to justify your beliefs to you. That's what you're us. We don't have to explain anything to you. But the fact that we are explaining it to you is demonstrating the fact that you don't have any knowledge whatsoever. You think that your belief in the globe is going to rescue you from actually thinking that it actually is? It's not going to, Ember. It is just a belief. You're just like the rest of the people who come in here who are very religious about their belief in the ball earth. That's all it is. It's a very religious belief in the heliocentric globe earth idea. And nothing you can say will rescue your belief. It's going to stay a belief. Doesn't matter how long you think of it and how much you say it. You can keep repeating the earth is a globe. The earth is a globe. That's not going to make it a globe any quicker. It's just an idea. It's a story. It's a fantasy that you think that it's a globe. Where's the evidence for it?
Where's the evidence for a flat earth?
I've already showed it to you, and so did Jedi.
Hold on, my friend.
What about
I've already given that to you. Hold on. So you spoke about Elon Musk and a car in space. Can I ask you what evidence you have for that? I might help you. Did you just get images on TV and a story?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was all over the news, right? So images were all over the news. Quick question, can images be manipulated?
Yeah.
Awesome. And you would tell if those images were manipulated or not by verifying them, wouldn't you?
Yep.
Awesome. So that would mean going to space turning around and taking a picture of the Earth, or that car that is said to be there, wouldn't it? You would have to go to space and take the image for yourself, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So, just a wild stab in the dark. You've not been to space, have you?
Nope.
Awesome. So you haven't verified these images that may or may not have been manipulated. So the standard of evidence here is shit. Third point, space is a vacuum. How do you have gas pressure without a container? I
Gravity.
dare you to say gravity again.
Gravity.
I don't. Yeah. So
Yep, so
now I'm going to ask you this question.
He's spiraling,
Sorry,
bro.
Miggy. Do you... I know, I got him. Do you have a scientific experiment that proves whichever gravity you are talking about?
What goes up must come down.
Wow.
That's words. I want a scientific experiment. And no, that's not necessarily true. Some things do go down when you drop them, but other things rise, like a helium balloon, for example. So, do you have a scientific experiment for gravity?
Helium's lighter than air, so of course it wouldn't go down.
How about water vapor?
Yeah.
Water vapor's lighter than air, of course it wouldn't go down.
Well then?
What about an anvil? Sorry, what about an anvil in mercury?
That'll go down.
No, it floats on the top, mate. So, do you have a scientific experiment that proves gravity?
No.
Or
I honestly think this is a waste of time.
Thank you. Well, that's fine. You can stick yourself on mute. I'm not just talking to this guy, but everybody else on YouTube who may or may not have heard this argument before. So think of the crowd, my friend, not just yourself. So, being as you've admitted that you don't have a scientific experiment for gravity, and you also admitted that gas disperses in all directions, so if I gave you gravity, it observably doesn't affect gas. I dare you to go to space again with images. I won't be so patient in the future. I've explained this to you as coherently as I can. There is no scientific experiment for gravity, and even when I give it to you, don't affect gas. Come on, my friend.
Honestly, I don't know how it works.
You're basically... I know, but you just believe that it does, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you believe all of that because of a story that you've been given. Not anything that you've verified for yourself personally. You just believe the story you're given, don't you?
Yeah.
Awesome. So, without insulting you, that's the very definition of being religious, my friend. I want you to think about that. You have knowledge claims based on belief, not first-hand knowledge. Right? Now, I've got first-hand knowledge. I observe and I measure the Earth to be level. I have not measured any movement to the Earth, and I've tried, but I can't stop gas from fucking off into a vacuum without containing it. You understand that? Those are the three physical claims the ball Earth makes.
Yeah.
And there is nothing that you could do to verify that.
Yeah.
And like Mickey said, mate, you can believe whatever you want to. That's fine. But it's an unjustified belief at this stage, mate, because it's not based on empirical evidence.
All right. So thank you for your time, Ember. Put yourself on mute. Maybe think about that information. We're going to get to some new people. All right. We got Delta in the chat, Jedi. Delta, are you there? You have control of your mic. Delta, are you there? I'd like to see if we can have a conversation with you, if you'd like. If you don't speak within the next couple of seconds, I'm probably going to stick you back on mute.
I don't even see him in chat. Delta?
Yeah, he's right above Ember, the very last person.
Oh.
Delta.
Yeah, he's got an exclamation point in front of his name.
So Delta, I'm going to put you back on mute. If you want to speak to us later, just get a hold of a moderator or go to VC Check-in 1 and we'll check you in so you can have a conversation with us. We also have Fred 567 that just joined us. Fred, are you there? Fred, are you there?
Fred, you got yourself muted.
Fred576, are you there? See, that's a no. All right. Just get a hold of a moderator if you want to talk. Or go to VC check-in 1. We'll check you in. It's cool that the kids come in here. Yeah, go ahead, Jedi. Go ahead.
All I was going to say, buddy, is do you know what's cool? Is this new mic, because I can literally hear the cogs turning because I know they can hear me properly. It's awesome.
Yeah, your mic sounds good.
Oh, Indio's here. All right, thank goodness. All right, well, next baller.
Ha! Thank goodness.
Every time we see you.
I'm actually working, but I'm bored to tears, so I got to listen to y'all. This is entertaining.
Ember was still spiraling, though, but we let him keep his belief in the globe.
It's like a satellite picture with the sun in the middle.
Well, it's like when we talk about like the idea that gravity can't be proven, and he's like, what's causing the gas to remain here? Gravity. He says it right after the whole, the explanation of what we gave him. So it seems like, I'm telling you, man, that the cog disc is strong with that one.
Yeah, that was kind of funny where he contradicted himself, where he was like, gas expands everywhere.
Yep.
and like,
and then it's got a downward vector at the same time. Like,
yeah,
no.
Yeah,
can't happen, man. Like, it's either gonna, and that's what we see gas do. That's the problem. We see it expand in all directions. It's omnidirectional. So how is anybody going to argue with that gravity is holding the gas that we're breathing down to Earth? Gas don't care about no gravity.
Nope.
Okay.
I'm actually, I've been thinking, man, I'm going to make a montage of the 3 points, right? So it's going to be you asking the question and then like the gazillions of different answers that you've gotten. So now I'm going to put it up on the podcast.
That'd be great. Man.
I'm going to do it. It's going to take me a while to go through them all because you've been doing it for like a month now or more.
Yeah. It
by the way,
ends up with I don't know.
By the way, there in the plethora of times that I've done it, Zanuck is in one of those. If you do go back, I think it's like episode 136 or 35, something like that. He's in there, but I got him. It was difficult. It wasn't easy, but I got him all the way through the 3rd point.
Oh, do you got a video of me going through?
Yeah, actually, yes.
God.
I don't know how far back it was. What must have been like 2 weeks, a week ago?
Yeah,
I
it was
can't
like
remember.
2 weeks ago.
You said you uploaded some 6-minute video. I couldn't find it on your channel.
What's that?
You said you uploaded some 6-minute video. I couldn't find it.
Oh, yeah. Just give me a second. I'll put it up. Actually, you know what? Have you heard it? I can play it for you real quick if you want.
I'm actually gonna go to your channel and find when I was.
Have I heard it? No, I was looking for it. You said, "Hey, I did this video. I looked for it. I couldn't find it."
Couldn't find it. All right.
I found like a 60-second one.
Not here.
It's really cool.
I actually just want to hear it again, so I'm gonna play it again.
All right, cool.
How do we summon the bot? Did I just drag it up here, or
there we go? Miggy. Ooh.
Brent, stick yourself on mute, mate, whilst you're mumbling to yourself.
Oops. I breathe into the mic, sorry.
That's alright, buddy, no worries.
I think it's dash summon. Let me see.
If you go dash P, doesn't it already play it? You have to have the bot in.
Yeah,
that's what we're trying to do at the moment.
Trying to get the bot in here. That doesn't work.
Whilst you're trying to figure that out, Miggy, I noticed that Ember's unmuted themselves. Ember, you unmuted yourself, mate. Did you have another question?
I don't think the bot sees this channel. I think it only sees the music channel.
I'd have to literally.
Oh, we had it in here the other day.
Oh, you did? Then I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, you know what?
Yeah, what the fuck, man?
I'll move it up here. It's down there. I'll move it up here. All right. Now it's here. All right. So it's... All right. I'm going to play it right now.
What's that one?
Nope. Didn't play, did it?
Nope.
Wonder why it didn't play. Try again.
Autobot command.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Sonny.
Good morning, Sonny. Oh, Miggy, I forgot to tell you what happened last night just as soon as you left the room.
I freaking knew it. I knew it.
It was
always happens.
Tell it, Jedi.
Oh, we had a young woman come in for about 2 hours. Didn't necessarily have to go through the 3 points with her because she was already of the understanding. Not that the earth was flat, but that she at least had to have an open mind and she realised that she had beliefs and so on. So it was, again, a really good 2 hour conversation, mate. You would have really enjoyed it. So sorry that you missed out on that one. But if you see Miss Electric around, she came in just after you left. And yeah, she's been invited to Ladies' Night. She seems like a flat earther in waiting. So we flat smacked the shit out of her last night, and yeah, I think it hit home. It was awesome.
If only there was 2 of you, Miggy. If only there was 2 of you.
She was listening to everything. She was, I mean, it's rare that you meet somebody that is actually open.
She was brilliant.
It was fantastic. Great job, Jedi.
Oh yeah, she took a shine to Jedi now. Shh, don't tell anybody.
Yeah, you should listen to the last podcast I uploaded. We got one of them. The dude just sat here, listened, talked to us, acted actually normal. It was amazing.
Oh, wow.
It happens. It happens from time to time.
Yeah, it was a couple days ago. It was me, Mary Mom, Crypto, Hank. Who else? There might have been someone else in there. Oh, what's her name? From the Philippines, that girl.
Yeah.
Rio?
Oh, Rio.
I love her.
She's really
She's
nice.
awesome.
If you want another timestamp for another podcast, buddy, the last stream, I'd probably say about, I don't know, 10 hours ago. So from, say, 6 until 8 o'clock in the morning, my time. So about 10 hours ago, that conversation with Miss Electric that we're talking about. It was a really good one, mate. You might want to listen to it and put it on the podcast if you think it's worthy.
Yeah, it was really
Okay. Yeah, I saw you guys posting in the chat about it. I didn't listen. I didn't have time to listen at that point. But yeah, I heard you talking about her. Well, I saw you talking about her in the chat.
Yeah.
Diamond in the rough.
Then right before that, we had another lady who appeared to me to be a teacher, possibly, but she was really rude. I mean, it was like you wouldn't invite someone like her talking like that into your home as a visitor. You wouldn't allow someone to talk to you that way in your own house. But here she was talking to us like that.
I completely forgot about her.
Yeah.
So yeah, she joined straight after Miggy left, and then the other lady joined, yeah. But that one that you're talking about, whoa, she tried my fucking patience, man. She really did.
She's a little OTT.
Was it a girl or a woman?
It was a woman.
Oh, that's even worse.
Trying to pretend. Someone said trying to pretend to be a younger woman.
Rest in peace, menopause.
Say no.
Pretty much.
Any of the commands for the Groovy bot aren't working, I don't think. Trying different commands.
Autobot command.
I summoned it to this channel, but it doesn't seem like... Well, it used to be before I was able to use it. Now I can't use it. Maybe it's broken? I don't know.
Where are you entering the commands?
In the Livestream 2 voice text.
It might not. Well, let me check to see if it can even see.
I think it works on live stream 1 for sure.
I don't even know how any of that stuff works.
You might be able to go into the music. You have to go into a channel that it can see positively, and then enter the command. So maybe if you go in the music channel and enter the command in there.
Let me try live stream 1 because I know live stream 1 lets it. Let me go to live stream 1.
So Jedi has got the golden mic. You can say golden mic.
It's a very powerful tool. I've noticed that in the last few conversations I've had. So Jedi's got a new lightsaber, buddy.
All right, it does work in live stream 1. So there's something that it can see in live stream 1 that it can't see in live stream 2.
Put this copy, paste the commands. I don't know what I'm talking about.
It doesn't matter what channel it sees it in. Whatever VC it's in, it'll play. It just as long as it sees it's whatever text channel. Text channels aren't really associated with any particular VC as far as the bot is concerned.
Is there any permissions that it needs to play on the live stream 2 voice text? Because it can do it on live stream 1.
I don't know. Let me check.
Or you could just post it in here and we'll hit the play button at the same time.
Yeah, but for future reference, it'd be kind of cool to get it.
Yeah, no, I'm just kidding.
I'm just going to give a shout out to a couple of people that have joined the chat. So I see Stacey B's in the house. Good morning to you, Stacey. Who else we got? Sarcastic Dream. Hello, Sarcastic Dream. Good to see you, mate. Rags to Riches. P Mac obviously is in the house. We've got loads of people. Jimbo, I think, has just joined us. So good morning, Jimbo. Jay Doherty, obviously. Crypto's in the house. Good morning, Mr. Crypto. Hope you're well. Flat Tarn. Brilliant to see you again, buddy. Hope that you're enjoying the Discord server. Effie Batman, Gemsy, Globus, loads of people in the chat, guys. It's just no ballers at the moment, which is a shame. What's up, my friend?
Not much. Just in that wait for Globus.
Yeah, man, I hear that. We're just waiting for Miggy to sort some technical issues out, and then he's going to play us something through the live stream. So
sounds good.
That's what we're doing at the moment.
You know, it's really cool. Yeah. Does anybody know how to play any music straight off, like on a file on their computer? Like you have to have voice meter, right, in order to...
No, I do it with some success.
Well, I mean, you could do it off a speaker into your microphone, but what I wanted to see if there's any way you could play it like this bot plays music.
Directly, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Usually it's like /p and then you give it the link and then it hops in.
Even if it's a file on your PC?
Bot's name again?
Groovy.
Groovy. Okay, sorry. Just taking.
That's groovy. Groovy name, man. That's my era.
How good are you at creating bots, Trent?
Really good. I can build a Discord bot in probably a day if I really wanted to.
Could you make one that actually plays like music files on your PC?
Ooh.
Directly in here like the Groovy bot does with links to YouTube. I want to see if there's any way that can actually be possible. Because there's not anything that's really
yeah, I don't think you can actually access people's personal files.
Okay.
Unless it's uploaded to a server, that's the only way.
You would think you would be able to put it into some kind of box and play it from that place.
Yeah, how would that work, Trent? Like you'd have to upload it to a server and then the server plays it. Is that what you're saying? But
yeah.
Okay. Would that server store it like in a cache somewhere, or can it be emptied? Like how would that?
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
You could probably set it up to where like you put it on like OpenBox or something like that, and then have it use authentication, and then be able to access your file server to play that out.
Okay, so it has permission in both the text and this voice channel. So
okay,
give it a whirl. Give it a whirl.
All right, here you go. Let's try it again.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Yeah, the only way I can think about
Okay, 3 simple questions.
like it working
How have they
is if you
measured
put
the
it on a
curvature of
file
the
server.
Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that it was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think it was?
Vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation because that is key, right? Yeah. For us to have a good discourse. Yeah, all right, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up whatever
Is that it for the global
distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on. Well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I can tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the 3 first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these 3 questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
You. What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time this ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't.
That happened.
Agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happens.
I know that. Listen,
people are capable of misspeaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually, listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, hold on, what the hell just happened?
That was.
And this is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, you're elucidating a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So, you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space. And you conceded to all 3 points, mind you. And it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
That never ever gets tiring, man. It just gets better every time I hear it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Huh?
I love those bells. Yeah. It's like the bells tolling, mate. Every time that bell rings, it's just getting closer and closer to your demise.
Ding.
But Indio didn't even hear that.
Yeah, he had to leave.
That's a shame. Oh well, we got to hear it. All good stuff. Oh, no, hold on a minute. Yeah.
I like that.
And then he's like, you really are an asshole.
You
For
really
making
are a
me
rude
concede in front of all these people. It was just too special, man.
Oh, good. D to the V's on.
D to the V.
Yeah, I was thinking about seeing if anybody has made a beat that I can use. I was gonna see if I can get a rap going. I want to see if I can get a rap going with the 3 points.
Ooh,
really?
That would be cool.
Awesome stuff.
But I wanted to I wanted to see if anybody has a good rap beat that they've made because I don't want to get all these copyright issues.
Probably MIDI or somebody could make one for you, or maybe even Devoy.
Yeah, Devoy makes them. This is why I'm asking. So if you're out there listening to me right now, if you make beats, send me a beat that you wouldn't mind me having, and I can make it into a nice little rap tune.
I mean, I play the uke and guitar and mandolin. I can
Cool.
track on it, I guess.
Yeah, just anything. I want to see if you can shoot me a nice little rap beat.
Yeah, I've actually never tried to make a rap beat, but I can accent it though.
Right on. We'll have you doing some lead mandolin in no time.
Yeah.
We need some good cowbell to follow up that.
Yeah, right? we'll do some REM or something.
Exactly. I know that tune. I know exactly what tune you're talking about.
Yeah, losing my religion.
Yeah, we tried to play that.
I think that song would be good if it's slowed down and put some bass at the end of it, like kind of make it into a rap beat. Yeah, man, it'd be interesting. I'll get creative with it, but yeah, if you guys have like a nice beat you want to send me that's not copyright that I can use, I'll turn it into a little beat.
We're gonna do some rock music. I'm gonna be working on some beats that Devoy is sending me and putting guitar parts to it. So we'll see. We've done one. It was kind of experimental. So yeah, I just have to stop. I just have to stop being lazy. Sorry about that.
Yeah. I mean, if you want me to layer on it, I'll send you something.
Do you make beats, Trent? I didn't know you did that.
I don't make beats. I play guitar and
He's a stringed instrument guy like me.
Yeah.
Good morning, Ramistan.
I had a microbrute, but it was too complicated for me. Like my issue when I get in front of like synthesizers and stuff like that, like I just want to play with the patch cables and then just freaking
nerd.
Yeah, like mess around with it.
Yeah. Good morning, Ramistan.
I'm too ADD to play like a synthesizer.
Yo, what do you hear me sing? I'm the best kept secret on the Discord.
Yeah. Yeah, you got the deepest voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that beat is awesome, Devoy. Yeah, if you could make it like 3 minutes, I'm gonna try a few things out. If you do have a couple, if not, I can kind of mess around with this one. But yeah, this is pretty awesome. If you could make it at least 3 minutes, that'd be great.
So, have you already got lyrics in mind, Miggy, or
yeah, I've got a couple of things that I want to put down, but the beat has to be kind of a tempo that I can jump in.
Wait a second, what was that?
Yeah.
Don't put my three or my three answers to the three questions.
You don't want me to put you in there?
Nah.
Okay. Yo, you won't be featured in there, but I mean, I'm gonna, if I do happen to use anything on audio, like where I'm speaking, then it's gonna be kind of like where your voice won't sound the same that it does now.
Okay.
Hey, Miggy.
Yeah.
Who in the server? I know Chocolate, but who in the server fast like Eminem?
Who raps like Eminem?
Yeah, fast.
Witsit.
Witsit.
Yeah, Witsit can do it. I've heard Elijah do it.
I'm rewriting a bunch of music, like Eminem's Asshole, right? I'm rewriting that Flat Earth, and I want to know who can spit it fast. I can't spit it fast because I haven't.
Well, the thing about, because I've been doing a little research. I've been doing a little research on this, and certainly the beats can't be anything that's been used already. It has to be original, because if it's any work that somebody's done, you could be copyrighted. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if my thing is, I want to start off from like straight original. Like this has to be something that nobody's using, and if you don't mind me having one of these beats, and I could turn it into a song, that would be great. If you can part with it, if not, that's cool. I mean, I'm looking around to see if I can find one right now.
Sure, I just.
My buddy Jason can spit really fast. Like
you could pick up, like, yeah, definitely. I think what makes a good rap beat interesting is that you have different tempos to it, and like have a person that can rap to the song to change the tempo of the way they rap.
Yeah,
that makes it interesting, right?
Yeah,
so
that is like definitely what makes somebody like a really good rapper. Like if they can
to switch up styles,
yeah, switch up their flows and their tempos.
Yep.
And then break syllables up, and then
yeah. It has to be pleasing to the ear when you're listening to it, like something that you could just get
My
with.
forte.
Like, damn, this is awesome.
My forte is writing rock songs. You know, like inspirational rock. Us in the 40s and 50s know what that is. But yeah, I can rewrite any damn thing.
I did a lot of positive hardcore posi hardcore when I was in my younger 20s.
I could rap fast.
Yeah, when I finish the lyrics, the beat, you can spin it up and remix it. But when I rewrite the lyrics, it'll be mostly like a cut mix. You know, like a big portion of this, a big portion of that remixed.
Kind of fast rapping. Are you talking about pentameter, like a like faster, more syllables in the bar type of thing?
Yes, and then drop down and remix with like for instance, I have an Owl City's Fireflies. I guess not the chorus, but it's a conglomeration. I'll have to show you what most of it is. I showed Chocolate some ideas.
You want to hear a fast rap real fast? It's kind of anomic and oxymoronic, ironic to say the least. Having to kill a couple of MCs to spread a message of peace. It's just the way the cookie crumble. Don't fumble rocking the beat. Never consider stepping to me. I find you repetitive, uncompetitive. When I'm setting it, it'll be nothing less than venomous. There's no end of it in sight. Ripping the mic, I'm tight. Better believe that I can see that. Motherfuckers want to achieve that, but they can't. It's too advanced. When the fuck you gonna see that? I be the lyricist. Out of your grasp, alter the Matheson in the path of righteousness. Might just slip through my fingers after the game. The world get through with it. Who knows how much will linger? To Hollywood, I'm giving the finger. The light bringing knowledge seeker, truth speaker, beat freaker, always communicator while the unconscious come weaker. The future never look bleaker. Switch the stress inside my life into the voice of rocket speaker. The information leaker making get a rise of stand up speak up. You know?
That was good actually.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I dig it.
That's like fast.
The ad libs and everything were on point. Like you hit them.
Yeah, it's like like instead of the 4 count, you're doing a 5, like 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4 5. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Like using a metronome.
Yeah. But you have to count it right, otherwise, it doesn't. You can fit it, but just 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4 5. That's the syllables. That's the speed. You blah, blah. And then the regular rap is like ba 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 da 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 da. But the fast rap is like da 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 da, and you got to count the syllables. And then now they do the simple. They simplified it and made it like too simple, but it's kind of cool too. You can still do fun stuff with it.
Yeah. No, there's tons of creativity in it.
Like Trent, when you were mentioning losing my religion with REM, I think I have 3 different versions of that with the Flat Earth Truth. And, it's just so easy to do. Everybody should give it a shot.
Yeah, my friend.
Point of order, gentlemen. Miggy, you still there? 2 seconds. Miggy, you still there?
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Why are you not at work? I swear you were at work today, buddy. What happened?
No, they didn't need me. I was extra.
Hey.
Yeah. Anytime awesome I could leave, man, I'm bolting out of there.
You don't even have to say goodbye because you're gone. I get you.
Yeah, that happened yesterday, so it happened again today.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, guys, but it just suddenly dawned on me. Miggy had to leave last night because you had to get up for 5 o'clock to go to work, and here he's on the Discord. Just wondered.
You had a family visit, I believe, too, right?
Yeah. Yesterday I wasn't here on chat. I missed the really good chat that happened when I was gone.
Yeah.
I guess they're listening to me online or something, and they're waiting for me to leave so they can come in.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of
happening.
Yeah, when you Jedi and Quantum are not present, there's a lot of subterfuge. Not too much, but they know.
They try to come in and do it to me, and they're in for a different story if they think that's the case. So, because I'm holding them fast to what they say, so they're not going to wiggle their way like Wiggle did. Wiggle tried to wiggle his way out. Yeah, it didn't work.
I had to come and rescue you from the weed, Jesse.
I know.
He took you down the
Actually,
weeds.
it was perfect. It was perfect because I was getting very frustrated. I'm glad you came in. So I like that checks and balances that we have here.
Jedi said, "No, buddy, I'm not going to let you do this side trail bullshit." You know, it was awesome, entertaining.
Yeah, it's definitely entertaining.
He was trying to say that physical curvature bounces around, I think, without saying physical curvature bounces around.
What? It bounces?
Oh, yeah, the horizon appears in different positions daily, but it is physical.
Jedi has mastered the art of saying the word buddy with the same tone with two different meanings. It could mean friend or fuck off. Okay, thanks, buddy. I mean,
I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you.
See, you could tell that was the nice one. You just,
yeah, with a hint of towel behind it.
with a little bit of humor,
Just a little bit,
in the background.
Guys, I have a question.
Oh, what's up?
What's your question, my friend?
Yo, what is the Cavendish experiment?
The what experiment?
What is it? I could tell you what it's not. The Cavendish experiment. So I can tell you what it's not, and that would be a scientific experiment. Whatever it is, it's not scientific.
And it's not an experiment.
All right, why?
It has no control variables.
It doesn't follow.
Yeah, it doesn't have an independent control variable.
The observed phenomena is observed within the the structure itself, so not a naturally observed phenomena. What's the cause of this effect? Let's try and formalize the hypothesis. The hypothesis for Cavendish or Reverend John Michel or whoever you want to ascribe this gravity to is mass attracts mass. You can't formulate a hypothesis where your cause and effect are exactly the same thing. That's stupid. So it falls apart on the scientific method.
Are we talking about the Newtonian? Is that?
Yep.
That. Okay. Okay. So okay.
So what will be the cause then for the Cavendish experiment?
Who knows? This is where the control variables come in. Being as there aren't any, your guess is as good as mine.
Doesn't the Cavendish experiment try to claim the Earth's density or something like
That's
that?
not an experiment.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It is to claim the Earth's density based on the presupposed volume, radius of the Earth. So you'll find out it's got a radius in those calculations. Because you're right, they're trying to figure out the density of the Earth with a known volume or whatever.
Okay, so what's the variable? What's the independent variable that caused the? I mean, so the effect is that the balls that the big balls that attract the small balls, but what's the cause for?
That's not necessarily the case. So I get what you mean by the balls attract balls. That doesn't always happen within the experiment. Sometimes the balls don't move. Sometimes they just oscillate and repel. So let's put it like this. Gravity is said to be the much weaker force. Much weaker than any electromagnetic static force. Being as we are in a magnetic static environment, it'd be very hard pushed to remove that from your experiment and just claim gravity.
Okay.
Sorry, when you said pull and push with balls, I thought of fucking pinball balls.
Not to mention pressure and temperature have an effect on everything too. So you can't eliminate those either.
Okay, but what about?
He's absolutely correct with that.
Okay,
it might as
what
well
if,
be the other kind of balls.
Benoit balls.
No, listen. What if the balls are made of lead? Lead. What if the balls are made of lead? Does that change anything?
Well, let's put it like this. We can do the experiment with Christmas balls that you hang on a tree. Those things hardly have any mass, quote unquote, or density to them. But you can put them together and they move around a bit. Everything has, even if it's small, has a static force. Even rubber. Right?
Okay, so
It's very weak.
Okay, so what causes the lead balls to go around each other? To attract each other?
Right. Again, being as we've mentioned about 5 things that should be in the control variables, you can choose whichever one of those ones you want to choose, but it's not a scientific experiment. So whatever the reason is for whatever movement, if there is any movement, then it would have to be under the things that we've already listed that weren't the control variables. So the electromagnetic static force of the Earth, heat, temperature, pressure, all of those things.
And, the OPEX, even if you were able to wrangle some kind of independent variable from something like that, the very best that you would be doing is some kind of phenomenon in the contraption. That's it. You could only identify a phenomenon in the mechanical object itself, in the mechanics or the contraption. That's it.
Lead is actually not even
Natural
magnetic,
science.
anyways.
Static. So within the Cavendish experiment, like Sonny was just elucidating to, the first thing, the effect, the phenomena you want to prove the cause of, that must happen in nature, because science is a study of the physical and natural world. So our phenomena must be observed in a physical and natural world. The phenomena is not observed in the physical and natural world. The phenomena, quote unquote, is only experienced within the setup of the experiment, quote unquote, experiment. So it's not a naturally observed phenomena. At the end of the day, your answer to this question of what caused that is man, because it's a man-made contraption. You have a phenomena within the man-made contraption. So man did that.
I mean, if you really want to test this, just go take a magnet off your refrigerator and then go to your local store and go to the fish aisle and see if you can pull any lead weights with the magnet. You won't, because lead's not magnetic.
Right. Do all elements have a static electric force in them?
Isn't the biggest problem that you're not manipulating to assume cause?
Yeah, that is the biggest problem. But you will understand that everything has a positive or negative charge, right? Even lead, even rubber. You know this, right? So no, you might not be able to pick up your rubber boots with a magnet, and you might not be able to pick up your rubber boots with a magnet, but you're still going to get a static force.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing with gold. I mean, shit, if we could suck up gold out of the ground with a magnet, we'd be banking.
Have you seen how copper slide magnets down a big piece of copper? Have you seen those?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it's not magnetic, but it actually stops the magnet. It slows it down.
Yeah, it's weird.
That's very weird.
Okay, so do you have any video where the Cavendish when people perform the Cavendish experiment, the two balls do not attract each other?
I have a video that debunks it by an engineer, if you want to see that.
Okay, Can you? Yeah, can you give it to me? Sure.
I'll drop it into live stream because everybody should have access to this one.
Yeah, sure, do it.
One moment.
Just to remind you, right? Just to remind you, Cavendish experiment, not an experiment. This is mass attracting mass. This is 106 years out of date. This is a man in a shed with balls hanging in it. Right? He's a crackpot. All three of them were. Reverend John Michel, the other guy, and Cavendish. They're just hanging balls in a shed. The assertion was mass attracting mass. Mass is just stuff. Resistance to movement. So how can you have stuff that's resisting to move other things that it's not connected to? So this magic at a distance, Einstein had to come along and come up with another idea for it because it was stupid, non-provable, non-scientific, just ridiculous crap. So this is why they moved on to something else, and that's Einstein's special general relativity and the bending and warping of concepts, space-time, and reification of abstract math.
All right, thank you very much, guys.
Sure.
All right, my man.
Yep. No F over MA. No F over MG. Love you long time.
Yeah, F equals MA is patently wrong.
Yeah, because where'd they get force? Where'd they get mass?
What the fuck is mass?
Exactly. Exactly.
It's an ambiguity.
So what would you describe being punched as?
In English, please, what?
Describe being punched as a force?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I would say so.
Hold on a sec. Your mind caused your neurons to fire. Is your mind a force now, too? That's where the punch comes from. You had to conceptualize that punch.
Well, wait a minute. You have to take into account what part of the punch are you talking about? Are you talking about the momentum of the arm and hand moving in a certain direction? Or
wouldn't that be force and mass?
The force of the punch, and I said force, I don't know if that's true, but the impact of the punch on whatever body or object, like there's a reaction there too, because something happens once the punch has made contact. So there's different parts of it.
Okay. It was just a speculation. That's why I asked.
Yeah, it's probably not pleasant. Because
I know those things hurt. So not saying my question. I'm talking about like getting punched actually is.
F equals MA is correct. Caddy, really? You want to provide us with that information? How'd they get mass?
G is not acceleration, it's not a force. If G is not an acceleration and not a force, what is it?
It's an effect of something that we don't know the cause of. So to just say this is being caused by this one word explanation, gravity. It's magic. It's a magic spell.
Oh yeah. I can limit out G. I'm saying like force and matter. Would think those are real, but who knows? I don't know.
But mass is what, the idea that things both resist movement and cause movement? Yeah, that's like two opposing ideas.
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. Like it cancels each other out.
Yeah, it's inertia which is objects resistance to movement, and then it's mass attracting mass, which it's just nonsensical. It's just an ambiguous term they use to fit into the descriptions of things.
Yeah. Yeah, they couldn't answer it, so they filled in the blanks with their own bullshit.
Well, it's like the concept of zero, 0 times anything is 0, so divide by 0 and you get infinity.
That is true. That is true.
So, Trent, how have you been doing with this thought that space doesn't exist? How you were taught?
I've been doing really well, actually.
So, have you been able to kind of like shed off some of that fantasy stuff and realize the how?
Oh, I've shed it off, tons of it.
Because usually with men or whatever, we grew up as boys loving all like aircraft and spaceships and submarines and all that stuff, rocket ships, like building models. I don't know about you, but I did it all. So like
me too. I actually have a folder next to me with kindergarten. They asked what I wanted to be, and I said an astronaut.
Wow. So like I think sometimes it's hard for us to like shed that off and realize that all of that was just hokey. There was nothing substantial.
Oh yeah, it was hocus pocus.
Yeah. And going like, so I believed this fantasy for my entire life up until that point. And I was like, wow.
Yeah.
So I think that I think a certain amount of time passes where you like, it's like a reshuffling of those things that have to be stirred up in order to get rid of the garbage, right? Because they're like back in a dusty corner in our mind somewhere.
Oh yeah.
And we need to do
and that's what happened with me and then like coming to the server is I got to a point where I was just like, you know what? Like I need to figure this stuff out.
Well, I think eventually you'll get, if you're honest with yourself, you realize like I'm up against a wall with my own beliefs and like there's no way out of it. And if these people, what they're telling me is true, then I'm literally living in a delusional state,
Yeah. When I first came here, I'm not gonna lie, I was here to troll you guys.
We know.
But then I realized, like, it's like, God damn, I'm stupid.
Probably you realize that we're the best trolls. we're better than the rest of them.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I kind of had to concede and just say I don't know. And
that's cool, man. That's really cool. Yeah. So I can't wait till you get out there and start looking at some shorelines. Like, can you see something 20 miles away across the sound?
I did it.
Across the lake?
I did it. I went out there with my, I have a refractor telescope. I went out there and set it up, and I couldn't see anything. It was flat as hell.
Were you looking over water only or over land? Is there land on the other side of the water?
Only, all I could see was water.
Right. Were you looking in the ocean?
Yeah. Yeah. Right off the Puget Sound right here.
Okay. So if you're able to like look across maybe the sound at a point of land somewhere, like I don't know how far, what direction you'd be looking, but it's good to get to somewhere where you can see a far off known distance of land somewhere that you can zoom into the shoreline.
Yeah,
Is there any place you can zoom into a shoreline, a distant shoreline, like say maybe 10 miles?
No.
20 miles? No?
Victoria Island is like pretty damn close. Like I think that's at the most like 3 or 4 miles.
You need something. You could do it there, but at 3 miles, that's only 6 feet of supposed curvature. So if you go to 5 miles, that's supposed to be 16 feet.
Yeah.
So even at 5 miles across the sound, If you could zoom in to a shoreline at 5 miles away, like let's say to Bremerton or something. Oh, that's 60 miles. No, wait a minute. How far is that? That's quite a ways across the sound, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It's like 30. It's like 20 miles or something.
You know what I could do is I could actually climb up Mount Rainier and then shoot it at Vashon Island or something like that.
See, yeah, as long as you know the elevation you're at, it would be easy to find the elevation of the other spot, and you take that into account. I'm sure there's areas you could see mountains really far away. You could probably see Mount Rainier, right?
Yeah, I can see Mount Rainier from here.
And how far is that from you?
I'm not say like 90 miles away.
Oh my God, 90 miles. Do you know how much curvature that should be? That's crazy.
Yeah, I can see it from down here.
It would be at least a half a mile of curvature. I could be wrong about that. Maybe a mile. So check this out. I lived in Silverdale, right? You know where that is, right?
Yeah, I know where Silverdale is.
Yeah, I moved there with my wife in late 80s, early 90s. And I was digging a big stump out of my yard that had fallen during the winter. It got blown down and got wedged in between two other trees, and it landed gently on my neighbor's house. Did nothing. So this was like an 80-foot tall tree. So I was digging out the stump from about it was about 6 feet deep, and I found a piece of pumice. And I was told that came from Mount Rainier, 60 miles away in Silverdale.
Yep.
So it got blown all the way over to my place.
Yeah. My parents
So
actually
keep your eye
had
out.
the same thing happen to them. They had they had like a big ass pine tree in the backyard that well, it wasn't in their backyard, but it was like outside of the fence, and it fell over and landed on their house. Luckily, it didn't go through the house, but it just
It landed on
laid
their house. I'm talking about from like probably 1,000 years ago or hundreds of years ago whenever it erupted.
Yeah.
So keep an eye on that mountain.
Or I mean, pumice. Sorry.
Yeah,
pumice.
Yeah, so it came from lava being exploded out of Mount Rainier.
Yeah, it's got all the air holes in it.
And then a neighbor of ours found a Stone Age knife or blade, and they took it to the a museum somewhere in Seattle, and they said it was 9,000 years old.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
In the Northwest.
I have a buddy that rock hounds a lot down in Eugene, Oregon, and he finds arrowheads and stuff all the time, like outside of a lake.
Yeah, there's so much we don't know about what was here before us.
Mm-hmm.
It's all been covered up and diffused. We don't really have a good idea of our history.
No, we don't.
So while y'all are talking about mountains up there, what happened to Mount St. Helens? You don't hear anything about that anymore. Is it dormant or what? Whatever.
It's dormant now.
No, it's actually growing. It has a mountain.
Yeah, it's starting to grow again.
It's gonna explode.
Dude, it blew the whole top off of it.
Mm-hmm. So if Mount Rainier goes off, the flows from Mount Rainier have been known to go all the way to the streets, like the area of Tacoma, and Seattle, and go all the way down to Puyallup, across Puyallup and then westward, all the way to the Sound, which Trent just said is about 90 miles east.
Southeast of me, because I'm in Brooklyn.
I went from Phoenix, Arizona, all the way to Tacoma. Never mind. Steve Miller Band.
Yeah, yeah, I was about to say Steve Miller Band.
Philadelphia, Atlanta, LA.
I actually used to live in Puyallup.
Yeah, I went to a Volkswagen, a big Volkswagen swap meet there. It was fun.
Yeah, I lived in the apartments right up the street from the state fairgrounds.
Yeah, so that was like 30 years ago for me, though. Long time.
Damn.
Yeah.
So Trent, are you out of friends that are willing to come in here?
Oh man, I think I am.
Okay, fair enough.
Hey, Dave Hinkle.
Let me see. Let me see if I can.
You have a
get
chance to
I
check
get
that poem out yet?
Yes, excellent.
Thanks. I have a big.
Keep working on it, man. You're on the right path. Good stuff. Posted in the live stream. People want to see that.
Yeah, I think my friends are scared of you guys now.
Are they scared
well,
of
they're
us?
not.
Or are they scared
They're
of
not my
facing reality?
friends, but like they're scared to have a debate.
It's not about us, though. It's about facing reality and what it's really presenting to you. Do they really want to accept that?
Yeah.
Some people don't want to begin the process of challenging themselves because they're afraid of what they might find, and that fear is greater than the motivation to change.
Yep. Yeah. Unfortunately, a lot of the people I'm dealing with they're young bucks.
Yeah, that'll last for a while. Doesn't last forever.
Yeah. I mean, I'm 32 going on 33. So I've had my fair
Yeah.
share of debates and stuff with people, but a
You're
lot of
like-
a lot of my online friends, they're like in their young 20s and they don't know how to handle it.
Mm-hmm. But you're like 10 years older than both of my sons in their 20s.
Mm. I don't know. Even if they come in here and act stupid, like at least they learned that you should at least try to see from another perspective, even though like they might not agree with it. But I mean, at least there's some learning there.
Yeah, actually, there is. And, like this lady that was on here last night, what's really dangerous is people believing that science is settled. She said it a couple times, I think. She's like, I've just like grown up with this knowledge or whatever, was taught these things, and that I consider to be settled science. Is that being settled is not science.
Yeah.
Being open to new ideas and new information as we come across it, and being able to challenge those ideas with testing.
Yeah.
It's not
I
supposed
almost
to be.
say I say like the worst thing that you can do is stop questioning yourself. That's literally the worst, and stop questioning things in general. Like that's the worst thing that you can do as a human.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And the people that are out there that are supporting this globe thing or defending it tooth and nail, like, oh, congratulations, you're going along with the norm. Have you looked around yourself lately? You see what's going on? So you're supporting and abetting and fighting for that. Oh,
Yeah.
congratulations. Good job. Oh, is that something that you are proud of?
Yeah.
It's really ridiculous.
And it even applies to like other aspects of your life, like hey, am I eating well? Like, am I getting enough exercise? Like, you need a question. You need to question yourself.
And I
The
think
moment that you do, that's when you fall into a hole. and then you just become whatever you want it to be.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you gotta. I mean, like I understand it with the flat Earth, but there's also the other things, like I said, like with health and am I taking
Yeah.
care of
Yeah.
myself and stuff like that.
Exactly.
You gotta stop and ask yourself, like, what am I doing? Am I doing
And
the
it all
right
boils
things?
down to like it all boils down to caring enough about ourselves and others, because let's face it, if we are angry or we have hate in our heart towards any other human for any reason, it's really a form of self-deprecation. If we
Yeah.
hate in others, we have hate inside ourselves. It's we're doing it to ourselves.
Yeah.
So it
We're
like
literally
knowing,
like shooting ourselves in the foot.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
and
no. So I think the difference is knowing where we live. That this place is really special. That we are special, and that's not in an arrogant way. That's just like we are. It's objective. That this place is the center. Then something really powerful, a creative agent, whatever you want to call it, created this, because information does not come from nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
So just like the characteristics of water, there's characteristics of information and design. It has to come from somewhere, a designer. So, if people weren't believing they were on this spinning ball out in space in a nihilistic universe, that they mean nothing, only the material exists. So the best you can do is to try to get a bunch of material things that will not satisfy you. It's not going to make you happy.
it's obvious
and
to
and it
everybody.
all
They just
fades
push it past
away.
it.
All that material stuff goes away. You'll lose it. It'll break. It'll get old. It'll get dusty. It's not worthwhile. And so if you're constantly trying to strive for more and more material things or material pleasures, like all those types of things, it's going to end up in misery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have a buddy recently that he's going through like some depressive issues because he's fighting with his girlfriend or whatever, and he's feeding into it. And so this is the way I look at like how to deal with somebody is like, we have choices, and we can choose to spend today being mad and pissed off at each other or sad or whatever, or we can choose to have fun. The answer is clear. Which one you want to do? And a lot of girls are, well, not specifically girls. I mean, guys do it too, but you have a choice to make. Like you can decide how you're gonna spend your day. We gonna spend a day pissed off at each other, or are we gonna actually go out and have fun? Choice is yours.
That's one view.
Yeah. Well, that's how I carry myself. I don't want to sit around and bicker with anybody.
My view starts with a question.
Yeah.
Weigh it.
Yeah, true.
I've had enough Pyrrhic victories in my life to know that they're not worth the spoils of war.
Yeah.
Truth's worth fighting for, though.
Yeah.
Truth is the only thing that tips the scale when I say weigh it. Truth is what I weigh, which is why I don't talk too often.
Well,
Comedy and truth.
That's what I'm saying. Like if somebody comes at you with an argument, or I'm talking about in a relationship like situation, and you give them the truth, and they refuse to believe it, then it's like at that point, it's just like, okay, well,
Well, you just
now
got
at
to
this
let what
point,
happens
like
naturally.
you can be mad, or we can go like, or you can forgive me, or whatever, like, or not. You don't even like. Well, that's the wrong word. You can
Well, you
choose to
can't
be
control.
mad, or you could choose to believe me, and
You can't
that's it.
choose to be mad. You can't choose your emotions like ice cream flavors. You choose what you do when the emotion arises,
Yeah.
responsibly or irresponsibly. But you let nature take its course. You do
Yeah.
what you do what you're supposed to do when you're angry, and if what happens naturally happens naturally. If you separate, you separate. But usually, truth never fails. So if it separates you, then it was meant to be a separation.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like once they get mad, and then you give them the truth, like at that point, like you have nothing else to offer to them, and at that point, it's their choice to be mad.
Yeah, it's true.
Yep. They have to.
I found out with my wife though that like sometimes winning an argument isn't actually winning.
Yeah. No, it's not.
We only thought we were getting the spoils of war. It wasn't even. We weren't even winning the battle.
Yeah, but we know that in that arena, in that dynamic, the fight is a necessary antecedent to the makeup sex, because most of those are all about the unspoken frustrations that lead to the makeup sex, because we each have problems expressing ourselves at sometimes, and the real issue is the makeup sex. For those of us that are inclined to know that.
I was just gonna say, I found that apologizing first is really what, like, quote unquote, makes you win.
Well, there's a lot of women that have different views, but in my experience, the women have been attracted to me for strength and vice versa. So there was a lot of butting of heads, and that was a good thing in our department.
Mm. Yeah. One thing that I've learned is if you do something wrong, they'll hold, or no matter who you do it to, they will hold on to that forever.
Shit, you think Google keeps memories?
Yeah. There is like, there's forgiveness and being kind, but that stuff adds up. They add it up.
She's got the search history, believe that.
Yeah.
You know what my wife said when I told her the earth was flat?
What's up?
Who gives a shit? Where are you going back to work?
We should write a book. We should collaborate and write a book. Flat Earth and its practical application to daily life.
That's a good one. Exactly.
Kind of like, make a record, make an album, put up like 15 tracks on it about why would they lie, but then, write a book. Everybody collaborate and come together. Flat Earth and its practical applications for everyday life. For the missus.
I'm not versed enough at that, but I could try.
Well, you could be.
Sure, you have your little pearls of wisdom in there, Trent.
Yeah.
I mean, I could provide photos
of the coffee incident. That would have been good.
Oh yeah. My ex throwing coffee on me. That was great.
Sorry to bring that up, but it was funny when you first came in. That was, on top of what was going on, and yeah, it was. Thanks for sharing all that.
Oh yeah, dude, that coffee incident was awesome.
You could place a boob next to the horizon and then show obstruction with the boob and then equivocate that to the horizon and reify it into a physical obstruction.
That's a man after my own heart, but we've got to center the nipple, though. That must be a priority.
I thought that was assumed. I'm sorry. I thought that was assumed. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're correct.
What even is this conversation?
We don't know. Well,
What,
we
the
do.
coffee incident?
We do, but we don't want to say.
The coffee incident was awesome.
Yeah, she needs to be arrested for that because I have an affinity for coffee like no other thing on earth besides.
Why waste
fruit.
all that coffee? Yeah, that's valuable stuff.
Oh yeah. It's even better is I had to get out of the bed fucking burning hot on coffee, fucking pick up a shirt and wipe it all off me.
She needs to enter a 12 brew program. I could suggest one.
For real. Jesus Christ. She actually wanted to come spend New Year's with me, and I was like, no, no, I'm not letting you in my door after that. Fuck that.
What's wrong? You don't like her nightmare anymore?
Yeah.
I remember that conversation. It led to my little excerpt about my Kathy Bates ex-wife that I had for about a month, maybe more.
We all have those stories, don't we?
Amen.
Bad coffee is grounds for divorce.
Hey, Jimbo, you got it, bro.
Physical assault is not cool.
Jimbo.
Or not domestic violence isn't cool. Fuck that.
Jimbo, I'm still waiting for that citation that proves Canada is real, brother.
Yeah, just look for any poetry that has like EH with an exclamation at the end of, every stanza.
Eh?
Eh?
What's he talking about,
Welcome to Canada, eh? The true north strong and free, eh?
Hey, Jimbo, do you have black cherries growing around? Do you have Bing cherry trees growing in your area?
Well, we call them wild cherries, or in Quebec they're cerises à gratte, but they're great, but you have to add salt and bake them to other stuff, or they're just so sour. They're just
no. I was in Vancouver. I was in Vancouver years ago in the 70s. Me and a friend were traveling, and we met these people at the laundromat in Vancouver, and they're like, come over to our house, and like, of course we're drinking beer or whatever, and get on this roof of this big huge house with a cherry tree. It was a giant tree, and get bowlfuls of these, and they were the most delicious cherries right off the tree.
Every alleyway, everywhere you go, there are plum trees, apple trees, everything hanging over the alley, and all summer long, and you can go, they're ripe everywhere. People are sick of them. They don't even pick them up. They're trees no more. And you just got fruit growing out there that you can pick fresh pretty well anywhere.
That's where I want to be, someplace like that.
It's like in the South, finding figs and other stuff that just, grow over a fence, and there's just tons of them. People, you wind up with so much. Like, I've never grown a garden that I've had so much food. I can't eat it all. I have to give some away.
What are you talking about, eh?
Well, when you plant stuff, you get more than you need. And it don't matter what, you can only eat so much zucchini, and you got 300 in a little patch you grew. What the hell are you going to do with that?
Yeah.
You get more than you need, so you do your best. You preserve, freeze, do whatever all you can, and the rest you give away. Once some stuff is too ripe on the vine, it's unusable anymore. So down south, farmers open their fields after the first and second big harvest, where people go through, get whatever, tomatoes, bell peppers, it don't matter. There's still mega tons of vegetables and peanuts and everything in the ground. And the farmers open it up to locals and stuff, and you get to go in and get like bushels and bushels of green bell peppers or whatever you want, whatever is in the field.
Yeah. I mean, if they're good people. A lot of
Most of them
them will do crazy stuff. Like during the recent trade wars with China, a lot of the guys in Traverse City, the cherry capital, they couldn't sell their cherries, and so this is what they did. I posted a picture. They literally threw all the cherries on the ground.
Here,
I was
they're
like, why would you
$7
do
a
that?
pound.
That is ridiculous.
I love them,
Like
but I
you pay
can't buy
like
them.
$8 for that.
Yeah,
You know,
here
that-
they're $7 a pound today.
Yeah.
That's one thing I loved about Washington State. Also, like,
why would you waste all that food when there's people starving?
I would go out in the late summer up in Washington and pick literally 5-gallon buckets of blackberries, and freeze most of it, and have blackberries every day in my cereal every day. And then
That's what I do here.
Yeah, I made these 2 beds in my yard that were 4 by 6 feet approximately, and about 2 feet deep. And my tomato trees, they were 5 foot tall. Both of these beds, 5 foot tall, full of tomatoes, like more tomatoes than we could eat. Like made homemade spaghetti sauce, like everything for salads. Like had tomatoes the whole time. And then the other year I made strawberries, and I had 2 full beds of strawberries.
Yeah. It's disgraceful how much food we actually waste. Like, dude, everybody could have a full stomach if we actually, just shared with each other.
Exactly.
Sonny, you could have had strawberry fields forever.
Hey, we need information from Mars and drones on Mars, people. Without it, how could we grow stuff on Earth to feed everybody? Some people are going to have to suffer, starve, and die so that we know how to feed them from what we learn from drones on Mars.
Yeah, the fake Canada Mars. Don't they have a Mars station in Canada also? Or is that in Greenland?
Devon Island, I guess it would be here.
Devon Island, yeah, there you go. Mars station,
We have
Devon
lots
Island.
of places with red rock and stuff and formations that could be used. You just have to hunt around,
In Canada,
Yeah.
allegedly.
Hell yeah.
I actually made a tradition that every Thanksgiving when I make myself, like a big feast, that I go give a plate to a homeless person. That's
Something that was completely awesome and right out of life experience. I was homeless for different periods of time, and this particular time I was in Denver, Colorado, and I was in a rich suburb, because I was drunk and I was stumbling through it, and I fell asleep in this little neighborhood playground on a little bench, and then it was dry, it was warm, so I said, "Damn, I can come back here the next day." So I did. I repeated that for 3 days. And on the 4th day, when I came to sit down and sleep, there was a prepared meal there. Tupperware bowl and all, come from a nice home. And I said to myself, holy crap. I mean, we had steak, French fries, mashed potatoes, and gravy with a drink.
Yeah.
Prepared for me. And that, opened me up in such a way because I was never receiving any love back during my life. And when I seen that, I thanked God and I said, thank you, God, because this, was not only needed, it was the heart that I needed. I mean, girding of my heart, because I was homeless without a job in Colorado. And that gave me spiritual fuel for years.
yeah. Seeing love from a stranger is mind blowing. So the first time I did this, I made a big ass pot of beef stew, and I had the little plastic Tupperware dishes, and I cooked too much for myself, so I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna go find somebody and give this to. And I walked up to this guy, and I was like, hey, man. I was like, are you feeling hungry? Like, I didn't show him it at first. Like, I had it in my pocket. He was like, yeah, dude. And I was like, okay, I was like, I made too much beef stew. I'm gonna give you this, and here's a plastic fork and a knife, and I hope you have a good day. And like, he just like instantly, like, I could like literally, I was standing in front of him, and his whole demeanor changed, where he just like, I could see his sadness like all start coming out. And he was
Yeah, you
like,
can.
and he
Mhm.
was like, I haven't had a home cooked meal in 3 years. And I was like, dude, I'm sorry. And he was like, can I give you a hug? I was like, yeah, like, give me a hug. And he hugged me, and then he popped the container off, and then he took a bite, and he's like, oh my god, this is so great. And I was like, I literally like almost was about to start crying myself. Was like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, you don't realize how hurt some of these people are. It blew me away. It blew me away. And that's something that I would have just let spoiled in my fridge and then threw it away. It's crazy. It's crazy how something so simple only only cost me like $10 to make too. Sorry, I'm getting on a rant.
You know, I come from, I know I'm not alone, but I mean, I come from a system of faith that tells me that everything I have isn't mine anyway. It's all a gift that I have been entrusted to be a good steward of. And anything I have is freely to be given forward.
Yeah.
Whether it be money or time or love or attention. Except for those things which, you know, I marry, you know, a wife, a child. But I don't have any adherence to anything material, you know, a selfish level whatsoever, which frees up a whole bunch of, you know, that self-ego a lot of people have.
I'm the same way. I tell everybody, like, my front door is open. You want to come stay? Come stay. You know, I've helped my friend David and Tom, whatever, get back on their feet, by letting them stay here. But I always try to keep that mindset where it's like, if you need help, I'm gonna help you, dude. And if I need help, like, I hope you return the favor. Uh, my buddy David that came here, he was going through some abuse with his parents and stuff like that, and didn't know what to do with his life. And so I said, dude, just come out here, start a new life. You know, sleep on my couch. I'll feed you, and you know, you can get going again. And that's what he did.
Yeah, all that.
You just got to know in those situations when you're helping somebody versus like if you're just enabling somebody.
Yeah, that's true.
You need to watch for that because, You know, like it can get to a point where someone takes advantage of you, but who set the ball rolling? So yeah, you have to be careful of that.
Yeah. I did had to crack down on him a little bit. He was getting a little bit lazy. I was like, dude, you need to start pushing out more job applications. And then he started doing that, and then luckily he got a job. But yeah, there was a week there where all he was doing was sitting around smoking weed. I was like, this ain't cool, dude. Like
Build
I'm giving you an opportunity.
or fix something. Yeah, like fix something, clean shit all the time. Like if you're like participating, you know,
Yeah.
then that's different. You know, like if somebody can do something that is helping the situation, adding something to it instead of just taking away, then that's different. You know.
Yeah.
You just set down the argument.
I had to draw a line.
You just set down the argument between capitalism and communism.
Yeah, that's a production brought to you by the United States government, brought to you by the central bank, when the true human reality should be, an objective helping of humanity without any, camps, our governments and their, central bank enablers have created that paradigm which separates the world in regard. We all should live as one,
Well, that's the thing, though. That's the thing, though. Like, if you don't want to do anything, and most of us, if we had the option not to work, probably wouldn't work, then it's, I guess it's about incentive to do something. I don't know if I'm getting that right.
Well, I mean, work could be teaching the children well and how to be a good husband. It depends on what the economy has as bartering. You could just be a materialistic government that, puts money and materialism as the focus of wealth.
Yeah,
and then
crushes people's dreams.
Yeah. When
the incentive thing is very real. I struggle with that myself. Honestly, like when I'm at my peak of like being successful and like doing a lot of the stuff, it's because I love somebody. But when I don't, that kind of just goes away.
Well, yeah, society is kind of a construct of gender. Like men strive to provide, and if you ain't got somebody to provide for, you kind of lose motivation.
Yeah, I struggle that when I'm single and stuff like that. Like I have no motivation. Like I don't need much. Like I don't care about myself, to be honest. Like I'm doing everything for them.
That's exactly how I feel about my family. That's exactly how I feel about my family.
In that regard, Trent, like I'm kind of like a boiling pot with a lid when I'm single, and then when I'm with a female, a woman, the lid comes off, and I pour myself into her.
Yeah,
there's a connection, and I'm inspired to do so.
Yeah,
until I'm with a woman, it's just boiling to get out. But as far as like children, friends, and neighbors, my work, quote unquote, sharing truth, being compassionate and understanding, just planting that seed. Now, if I can water it a little, cool, and I see the growth, awesome, then I'll stay focused. But if it's only a matter of planting a seed and walking away, that's my focus, because at least then they have a little light from me from a different source, of course, but they have the ability to have that seed planted. And that's my work, you know. Whether somebody gives me a paycheck for it or not is irrelevant. My payment comes in a spiritual piece of doing the right thing. Because to be honest, you know, you can get your needs met if you're married or imprisoned or homeless. You know, you're going to eat, you're going to sleep, you're going to have shelter, unless you actually choose to go live in the woods. But in my worldview, the true work is to help people.
Yeah, but the problem with that is most people don't want or think they need help.
Well, of course. I mean, you can't save the world. You just the tree, you know, where you're planted at, you know, at wherever you're planted at, you do what you do, and you don't get overwhelmed by the hugeness of the project. You know, like when you eat dinner. You know, some people stuff it with 65,000 things on their plate, and they're like, "Oh, I've got to eat all this." Well, if you take it one bite at a time and make sure your plate has enough that you don't, you know, gorge yourself. It's all about, you know, being practical and realistic.
So in the end, it's all about taking care of yourself first.
Sure.
Yeah. Well,
you have to, you know.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you gotta be taking care of yourself, but
Yeah, because imagine, right? You're at a table of like 10 other people, and you're all eating, right? But you're too busy focused on what the other people are eating, or how they're eating, or you know, in what order they're eating, or whatever. You're losing focus of what you're really supposed to be doing, which is just eating.
yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Well,
I don't know what that means.
Well, and that's just like at the base of it, you know, because a lot of people do concern themselves with others a lot. You know, like Trent said that he doesn't even feel like he is productive, and he doesn't even care about himself. You know, he's at his peak when he's in love, so he requires some kind of codependency. So there's like this. Trent has this mindset of attempting to focus on the other instead of what he's doing. He in his own eyes don't matter, and that shouldn't be how it is. You're the only focus.
Right. I understand that.
I admit I have that flaw.
Well, I could say, you know, I can't speak for you, Trent, but I can say from my own experience, like, because I do have that exact same yearning for the female companionship, but it's not the same experience because I get my sustenance from above. It's just the female companionship on the human level. When it presents itself, it's boom, you know, I'm all in it and I'm inspired for it. But the yearning and desire, yeah.
Dude, when I'm like, so to give you like guys a basic analogy, when I'm by myself, I'll eat just like a can of SpaghettiOs and call it a night. If I'm with a girl, I'll cook her ribeye, corn on the cob, mac and cheese, you know, go all out. But will I do that for myself? No.
Why not?
I don't know. That's just the way I am.
Why would you not treat yourself?
I don't know why.
Well, you should love yourself in that regard, you know, because what you're doing in a process, like in a relationship, is going to be lacking because she's going to receive your love and attention, but it's for her from a source that you're creating. It's not a continuous source because it's in you. It's something you're producing for her. You know what I mean? That's why, you know, you should love yourself. It should come from what you've already practiced while doing it for yourself.
Yeah, see, think about it this way. So if someone sees that you treat yourself, they will want some of that. They will also want to be treated as you treat yourself.
Mm-hmm. I mean, when I'm with somebody, I treat the hell out of them.
Yeah, but you don't do the same for yourself. See, there's the issue.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta think about that.
Because yeah, you're like a vehicle pretty much. If you're not taking care of yourself, you're going to break down eventually and not be able to do anything for anyone ever. You'll just be dead. So,
and both men and women, make good use of that tool. Here's somebody who will do for me. I can get this from this person.
Exactly.
Unless they already see from you that you respect yourself and love yourself enough that you're not going to allow someone to come in and just take. You will want that mutual exclusive, appreciation between the both of you. There's a lot of predators out there with different ideas of prey.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are all really great points.
On a flat Earth.
Yeah. I only chuckled because I'm kind of embarrassed that I opened myself up that much.
But I love you, Trent. I always have. I always will. From the bottom of my heart. Deep in the heart of Scotland.
That was as good as tall as pure Irish.
Yeah, we got
Well, it's
pretty
Scots
damn
Irish,
deep
I believe.
there.
Is that Jimbo from that damn alleged Canada thing again?
Okay, the new way. As I surely as me Jim away. Well, I'll tell you what. I suppose sheep are heavier when they're wet.
I could crush you like a worm.
You sound like you're from Snatch or something.
Snatch?
What the hell is...
What's Snatch?
What
Yeah.
heck is that?
We're not talking
That's
about
like that.
We're not talking about your girlfriend now.
It's like that Second Life thing. Somebody said Second Life. I'm like, what is Second Life? And they told me.
You haven't watched Snatch the movie with the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, with Brad Pitt. Like you kind of sound like Brad Pitt.
Oh.
Who does? Ramistan?
Yeah, pretty close.
I can pretty much sound whatever you want me to sound like.
Yeah.
Really now.
They just dogs.
Let's have it. Let's have it. Let's have it, love.
Like dags.
Let's have it, love.
They dogs.
Hey, love.
Can't get enough of your love, babe.
Yeah, right. That's my era. Wait till you get my age and you see everybody around you getting old and dying off.
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah.
We got to get together and do Kodachrome at least one damn time.
Oh my God, that's those Simon and Garfunkel songs are really they're interesting. I'll tell you that, but some of them are a little challenging just because of the tempo and the speed. But yeah, that could be done. I could do it. I could put a little capo on my acoustic.
Man, every time I hear that song, I have to enjoy it completely.
See, that has like a horn section that is really memorable. So like if you're playing the song and you don't hear that wah wah, that horn in the background.
Just make it up.
I have my acoustic right here. With the capo.
Right on, man.
We could get Mick again on the kazoo.
Okay, I would have to go to voice activate, and that's a little sketchy sometimes, but I could try it. What key are you playing in?
I'm standard.
Yeah, what chords are you playing right now? A minor.
I was playing a C minor and an E minor.
Okay, C minor. Oh, that's interesting.
Or I mean, a C. I was playing a C and then an A minor.
C, A minor, and E minor.
Yep.
No, Sonny, when you go to voice activity, is it because it cuts out, right? It doesn't pick you up?
Yeah, because see, there's this really fine line apparently where it activates,
Yeah. Okay. So here's the fix. So in your settings, where it says voice activity, and then below that it says automatically determine input sensitivity.
Yeah.
Turn that off, and then turn your sensitivity all the way to the left.
Oh yeah.
And it'll keep it open.
Left. You mean the delay part, that little slider at the bottom? Put that all the way to the left?
I think so. So you're on a PC, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it says voice activity, push to talk, right? Those are the selections you can make.
Right.
And then automatically determine input sensitivity, right?
Go to voice and then automatically detect sensitivity.
Yeah, turn it to where you can move the slider all the way to the left, and it'll keep it open so that way it'll pick up the guitar. It'll just stay open.
Oh, okay, gotcha. That's probably the problem. Let me.
Because it's voice active. So when the guitar is only playing, it's not really going to pick it up. That's why it cuts out.
Unless it's on all the time, right?
Correct.
And then
that's what I have to do with mine.
Then I can adjust my distance from the guitar to the mic to make sure it doesn't.
You're correct.
All right, so hold on a second.
So we got 3 guitars here now. Aaron, Trent, and Sonny. Let's go, bro.
I like to make myself believe that planet Earth slowly.
Ow!
Oh, yeah, I'm a little bit out of tune.
That's a little bit.
Oh, I hit the wrong note. Okay. That's fun.
Wait, you weren't hitting all the wrong notes on purpose?
Oh, yeah.
Nah, man, I'm just messing with you.
I'm the man in the box.
Was that Alison and James? Alison and James. Is that what that was?
Jeremy is spoken.
Jeremy's, yeah, he's speaking all right on a flat Earth, brother. Man, I wish the 90s would come back.
You what? You want to go back in time?
Want to go back in time?
So we're doing what?
I would only want to do that so that I can tell people what's going to happen and be like, look, told
A
you.
minor, C to E minor. So like.
Been through the desert on a horse with no name.
Oh, we gotta get the strokes done. Okay, let me listen to your tempo.
blue skies for pain. It's a green field. From the coast to your rail.
Hold on a second. Let me. Okay, I couldn't hear you. Try it now.
You couldn't hear me?
Yeah, I couldn't hear you. Try it now. I got my speaker on.
Okay. So I'm gonna set the rhythm, and then you can flow to it. I'm gonna play just the exact same thing over and over and over again.
Okay, just whatever. Yeah, sounds good. I think you might be like a half a step. I don't know. Are you tuned to standard tuning?
Yeah. I'm up on. I got my capo on the third.
Oh, that's where you're killing me. Okay, I get it. But I could do it. I could do it in open. That's fine.
We can drop it down or higher if you want. I can do open as well.
Wild horses.
want to do that one? Get another copyright for Helio?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sure that's not the wisest thing to do? There's 2 live streams up, right? Why don't you just jam? You know, you got your own styles. Make something up.
Yeah, we got it.
Someone pick a topic, someone pick a mood, and then they can kind of go on the feelings based
So
on that
how about
topic.
something in A minor, Trent? Just like this. Listen. A minor.
Oranges. I got oranges.
How about nostalgia about the simple times?
I got apples. I got apples all the way.
What's that?
Fruit. I got bananas. They're coming out my ears. I got strawberries. Strawberries crying tears.
Maybe it's better now. That sounds.
Grapes.
Oh, you're in the D minor thing.
Mango. Come on. Can you come on? Can you give me a mango?
I don't know. Is that kind of like what?
Oh, I fucked up.
Litties. Peaches. I got pears. I got lots and lots of pears. I got potatoes. They're growing out my ears. It's a shot. It's a shot. Electricity flowing through.
Don't tell me it's a glow.
'Cause I just ain't find the shit. Tell me it's a glow. 'Cause I'll make you look at it. Well, have you ever seen water? How up ahead? Wave a pound wave. Wave a pound still.
We got these flat glober. I fucked it up. We got these glovers up in here.
Coming in day by day.
Got the glow one. Yeah, it goes from E minor to C. Like it sounds like a dark Pink Floyd song. We could do a flat song.
And you know, and you know just what to say. Solar eclipse, Lunar eclipse, it blows my mind. But they just curvature they just can't find.
We can't find the curve.
Oh no.
We can't find the curve. Yeah, I like that. There we go. I'm gonna switch to my U.
You gotta both just make some apple pie.
Yeehaw.
I might have to turn to your uke. Sounds like it's okay. Give me any known string. What key is it?
E.
E. Yeah.
I wish it was clear. See truth without fear. Debunk the globe. Can you tell a straight lie? Can you tell time?
Hang on. Someone is playing country music here.
That's me in the corner.
Don't break my heart, my achy breaky heart.
I just don't think you'd understand.
My achy breaky heart.
And if you break my heart, my achy breaky heart,
it just
I might blow up and kill this man. Should have been me standing there with you. Okay, Billy Ray. Flat.
I forgot his name.
You got a free question.
It couldn't be plainer. To have gas pressure, you need a container.
Past brilliant, sir. It couldn't be.
Excuse us while we get tuned up.
That's brilliant there. It couldn't be plainer. You need gas pressure to have a container.
T-Mac, how's the apple pie?
It's like very fruity.
Sweet apple pie, bam, bam, bam. You all know it is so damn good.
So good.
I've been inclined to eat apple pie if I could. You know why.
Oh yeah, something like that.
The wheel in the sky keeps on turning.
The apple pie is round and flat.
That's something.
Sun and the moon keeps on turning. Oh, I don't know where it be tomorrow. Moon in the wheel. 15 degrees, 15 degrees, 15 degrees.
If you'd come in the server acting cog this.
What's that?
Oh, I was just spitballing a rap that I'm trying to create. With Cod Dance being the focal point.
She was so beautiful to me. Can't you see?
Hell yeah.
Oh, really? A Beatles song? Okay.
Hey, now I can do Joe Cocker if you want him.
I got one. Hold on.
We're going to end up making macaroni pictures waiting on Earth curvature.
Hell yeah. And eating some crayons.
Wow, this capo's weird. This guitar is really old.
Let's see.
The one you want.
Which one?
Is that a soundboard or a voice changer or what?
No, it's a Yamaha acoustic guitar. It's an old one. She's starting to rattle. I have a like a mic inside, a pickup inside of it. So something inside is kind of making buzzing, but it makes it interesting.
Christmas. We're happy.
Wait a minute, can you hear it?
What would you do if I sang out of tune?
Hold on, this is Norwegian Wood. Do you know the words to that one?
Girl, Norwegian Wood sounds about gay.
Sir McCartney, sir.
All the leaves are brown and the sky is gray. And it ain't no globe.
Okay, we'll have to pick a song that I can go learn, and then you could put your own words into it. So you want that one? I just need to make up my mind what song, and then we can like do a parody of it or something. So suggestions? All the leaves are, what's that name? California Dreamin'? Is that the name of that one?
California Dreaming. Yeah, that's pretty wide known. We could all ad-lib parody lyrics easily. Plus some
As I
melodies.
walk the street, I see no curvature, nowhere inside.
Nowhere inside.
Yeah, probably copyright for sure on music. Oh well, whatever.
Well, I've been lucky enough, like the parody videos I make, they don't get struck.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, let me mute for a moment while I listen to this.
Like I used to clown on Owen Benjamin a few times, and I wrote some parody songs with the original music, but with my lyrics. They never copyright hit it. Just because he was so easy to have fun with.
I heard Brenda in a debate a few minutes ago.
Lucky you.
If this says anything, she was being the more reasonable one of the five. It's the flat earther.
Oh, we stopped the music.
Is there a leak so I can hear it?
Crazy debate. Brenda's the reasonable one?
Yeah, the other four were screaming at the top of their lungs, and she's the only one that wasn't.
I'm always up for the comedy that is Brenda.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Yeah.
He is, isn't he?
It always makes
Not
me
really.
think of that the ambiguously gay duo cartoon, which was always funny.
Well, she was a phenomenon.
Something like.
She does a lot of language tricks that the Globers find, it's kind of their last place to go is, play little language games.
Ooh, okay, here we go. Go with it, Sonny. Hit it, Sonny. Yeah, you're cutting out a little bit.
Back and check it. Check.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I wonder why it's cutting off. Still didn't change anything. Still sounds okay.
Yeah, I
maybe-
could hear those drums.
Maybe I have to play louder to pick it up. Let me see. I'll move a little closer. If I can do this right.
Yeah, it's cutting out. Still cutting out.
Go to your settings and open up your mic completely.
It makes it too loud, but let me go check. Let me mute myself. Okay, I turned it up a little. Let's see how that goes. Still cutting out.
No.
Really? Because my light goes off and it's. Un momento.
Are you playing like a Tackman or something like that? Sounds like it. Or like a Taylor.
No, it's an old Yamaha.
Oh, it's an old Yamaha.
It's a FG.
Those are nice.
It's about 40 years old or older. It might even be like 45. It's from the 70s.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's really well worn in, but it's unusual because it's got a unique sound, but it's getting old. It's been dragged around with me for a long time.
Yeah. It's got a higher pitch.
Well, I have a capo on the fourth fret.
Oh, okay, that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're still busting up a little bit. You have to go to your user settings and like turn it all.
All right, so I'm gonna do words to that. I don't know. Is it working? I thought someone was going to do California Dreaming. You're going to do the Flat Smack Dreaming. Oh, now you're all being shy. No fair.
I was about to sing, but I can't get the rhythm.
Okay, so just ba 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 ba. I walk down the street. Look at so the sun moving above me. I got that tonight. California dreaming. I don't know. Kind of. Hold on, I have to adjust my strings for the gravity difference between Seattle and here. It must be a different mass ratio that I have to calculate for my tuning. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
Now, what about for the rotation? How do I adjust?
Yeah.
This? How do I adjust this instrument for rotation, please? Someone show me that.
You could like do a parody of "Hey There Delilah," like being like, "Hey there Glover, what it's like to be spinning."
Hey there, you liar. I could write that song in 25 minutes and it would be perfect.
If we had gravity, it'd be all good. I wish it was.
I love the. I'm really working on a very good rendition of Firefly's Owl City because the chorus is already there for me. You know?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'd like to make myself believe that planet Earth turns slowly.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like that.
I rewrote Guns N' Roses' Patience. It's called Mental Patience. I geared it toward Owen Benjamin, but I love the dude now, but I used to clown on him.
Yeah.
But it's a pretty damn good song that I wrote. All we need is just more mental patience. Said it. Yeah, it's pretty racy, you know, got some topics he'd like to talk about in it. I could send you a link if you want to listen to or actually read the lyrics to the music.
Yeah, I'm totally down. I love music.
Yeah, I rewrote Sweet Caroline in the area of Owen Benjamin. Free Palestine.
Oh, he knows it. He knows the song.
Let me send you a link to that video.
Hey there, global earther, what it's like to be so shitty. You're confused and
deny shit, and
I'd
you
like
come
to
on the
suck your
Discord
titty.
and talk a bunch of shit. I wish you would.
No, it's got to be, hey, you little liar, what's it like to be a denier of the flat earth?
Yeah.
Something like that. I don't know. I
Yeah.
could write, if I was actually write the lyrics, and I could really put something in there.
Yeah, you could actually pull it off if you really wanted to.
What's it like to be so shitty?
Hey there, Delilah. Yo, Delilah.
Can I suck your titty?
Oh.
The female Glober.
Yeah.
Hey there, NASA, how'd you like to be a liar?
That would be pretty easy to do a parody on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So we ought to
absolutely.
think of a few of these songs and then try to actually write up some for them. I think that'd be a great project.
Oh, it would be fun. It would be totally
Hey
fun.
there, Delilah, what's it look to see so shitty? I would like to. Can I suck your titty?
Yeah.
No need to get crass, like.
Yeah, I always felt that the less crass you can be, the better.
What
The
it's
songs are
like
more.
to imagine
Hey there,
gravity
Delilah, what's it
is
like
real.
to be a Glober? I just like to get to know your.
We'll never know.
Hey there, NASA, how does it feel to deceive the whole world and tell nothing true?
Sorry, I messed
That the earth is flat, Union.
You know it's true. I wish you do.
Hey there, Delilah, what's it like to be a Glober? The world ain't spinning and you're getting older.
I'm gonna write a couple of the verses of that song today, a little later. If anybody else wants to pitch in, we should collaborate. I'll just post it on here.
Do that, and then
Yeah, we'll fuck around with it.
I can make a track of acoustic guitar, and then we could add.
How about Man on the Moon, but a remake?
Wait a minute, it's which song?
Lying people on the internet. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah. That would be a good one.
Monogamy. Yeah. If you believe.
They put a man on
Totally.
a spoon. Man on a spoon.
I rewrote it and called it Jews on the Moon.
You can't
No,
call
it's-
it that.
That's funny.
You can't call it.
Yeah, it's pretty racy. I wouldn't broadcast it, but I would DM people with it.
Men with white hats on the moon.
So yeah, don't do that song. So what's the name of that song? If you believe in Man on the Moon, right?
Yeah.
If you believe.
You mean the actual title of it? Man on the Moon. REM. That's REM's song. I'm trying to find that video for Trent in my library.
Oh, okay. Bumping all my instruments up.
They probably don't like us playing all their songs. What do you think? Oh, dude, you gotta really tune that mandolin up, like serious.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's pretty bad.
You gotta really
I'm sending you a link.
do a very precise job on tuning it, and it'll make a world of difference.
Yeah, it's. Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to play it because it's way out of tune. Oop. Sorry, drop my mic. Yeah. I don't think it's a good idea. I try to play this.
Okay, this is a video with lyrics, Trent. I'm sending it to you now.
Yeah, it's way out of tune. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, you're right. You are. There's no tune in that right now. All right. I think I got your message.
Did that link work?
Oh yeah, Man on the Moon lyrics.
No, it should be mental patience.
Mental. Where's this down? Mental patience.
You're right there.
Man on
the okay, there we go. Right, this isn't a video. It says it's a video, but it's a photo. Oh, wait, here. Sorry, I'm stupid.
Yo. Yo. Stop. Trent. Yo. Trent.
Sorry, I didn't mean to trigger him.
Can somebody mute that?
I did.
I didn't mean to, did I trigger someone? Like, maybe we should stop this.
No, but playing copyrighted songs on the live stream is a no-go.
Yeah, no go. So that's what we try not to do.
Sorry, Trent, but
maybe that was a mistake. You know, maybe he may not have known he had his thing open.
Trent's still going. He's in the second verse already.
If you believe they put a man on the moon,
I could play that.
Man on the moon. If you believe there's nothing up their sleeve, and nothing is cool. Yeah, I can love that.
Test.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, enjoy those lyrics, Trent. I love to create them.
Yeah, you'll get him muted. It was probably a mistake, but yeah, we can't do that on the live stream. I think we can mess around, but we can't play copyrighted music.
Yeah, you're not actually playing copyrighted music when it keeps going in and out like that, right? So we're okay.
I wish it was clear. Seeing truth without fear. No globe in sight.
Took my K9 in the other day. Try to look over the ocean.
Sing us a song, you're the flat earth man. Sing us a song tonight. Sing all about the globe and how liars elope through the beliefs they have in their mind.
What song is that?
Piano Man.
Sing us a song, Piano Man. 9
Sing us.
o'clock on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Regular crowd shuffles in. There's an old man
Sing us
sitting
the
next to
song.
me, making love to his tonic and gin.
Let me rewrite that with some Flat Earth lyrics.
It's 9 o'clock on the Flat Earth.
There you go.
The regular crowd shuffles in. There's an old man sitting next to me. He's peanut hunter zooming in. I said, son, can you find me a fucking ship? I'm not really sure how it floats, but it's out there. It's sweet. I can see it complete if I just wore my P90 clothes. And they sit at the bar, put drinks in my jar, saying, man, what are you doing here?
It's a weird tune, isn't it?
Has to be my top 5, definitely. Redemption song, Wish You Were Here. Redemption Piano. Redemption song, Wish You Were Here, Piano. Definitely top 3.
I thoroughly hated that song.
Anybody like Learning to Fly? That's a damn good Pink Floyd song.
Never play the guitar again.
Okay.
What'd you say?
I think he said never play the guitar again.
Okay, thanks, man. Thanks for the tip. I'll keep that in mind.
Sorry? No, stop. Shut the fuck up!
Hey, Trent, is that to
who's playing that?
The same music?
Amber, could you do me a favor, Amber? Can I ask you for a favor? Oh, he's gone. Okay.
Yeah, he's gone.
Okay, I was gonna tell him.
Jumped in, shouted, then went off.
Oh, there we go. I was making a Billy Joel reference.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh, for the longest time. You know.
I think we could do better on our own.
For the shortest time.
Yeah.
We could do better on our own.
Or how about whoa, the concept of time?
No.
Yeah, something along that lines.
Okay.
But that song's like mainly a cappella.
You guys are
What's the matter with the clothes on the wheel? We could tell that they're out of style. Maybe I should be a girl by my baby if you give me that little lie.
Hey, you're gonna have to give me song names, titles.
Oh, what is
Because I don't know.
Oh, Big Shot. You could turn that one into one too as well.
Which one?
Billy Joel, Big Shot.
But you had to be a big shot, DJ. You had to open up your mouth.
You had to come on the Discord and spew all your shit out loud.
Hey, Sonny, what was that? What was that Willie Nelson song about? Oh man, it was the. Damn it! Something about Gypsy.
Who did you say? What Nelson?
Willie Nelson.
Willie Nelson.
Yeah.
Not my particular genre that I like delve into, but I'm willing to like check out anything. So, which Willie Nelson song?
Let me grab the link and post it from a YouTube video.
You know, like some Tom Petty or any of that.
Oh, don't even get started on Tom Petty. Top of the world, baby. Top of the world.
'Cause I'm free balling.
Free balling.
Yeah, top of the world. Have you heard Willie? Have you heard Top of the World by Tom Petty?
Had one actually. That would kind of.
That's what I always say when I hear that song. I'm like, I'm free ball. People look at me crazy.
The ball is.
It's the only balls I know now.
She's a good girl. Loves her character.
Yeah.
Love Jesus and Donald Trump too. She's a good girl. She's crazy about Elvis. Got horses and a ball too.
Love it.
Living on the ball.
Dude, we could actually write like an album.
I'm free falling, yeah.
Free accelerating.
I'm free balling. Hold the globe turns, walking through the valley. Hold the flat turns down the boulevard.
Went to the ocean and never seen no curve.
The spaceship.
Take us all away.
To nothing in a free fall. That smash on the ground. They think they are kidding. CGI and the green screen too.
Free balling.
Tell you what the satellites would do. They'd be free falling.
And come to the Discord too, and they be ballers, and they don't know what they're talking about.
Will Nadrici. Welcome to Flat Earth, Trent.
Neighborhood.
Dude, we could have so much fun with that shit.
Really great. More coffee for the revolution. Okay.
It's Seven Spanish Angels was the name of the song, Sonny.
Yeah. Yeah, and thank you for welcoming me.
The ASS is free falling, right?
Yeah, no problem. It's good to have you.
Welcome.
Welcome to the Flat Earth. I am Vlad from Transylvania. I will be taking your blood this evening.
Yeah. Yeah, we're having fun right now, but I totally get everything. And I've come around.
Yeah, it beats getting our blood pressure up yelling at trolls, doesn't it?
Yeah. Can't learn anything if you don't see things from other perspectives.
Part of the aspect of the what you were saying earlier about choosing fun over stress.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Sonny, you're actually really good at guitar. I'm surprised.
You should hear his son play piano. I mean, I'm thinking this. I remember on the Ballbusters episode where he played that.
Did he cut up?
Yeah, he cut out. He was talking about your son was playing something.
Piano.
Oh, yeah, playing.
Easiest chord. Okay,
What's that? CDAM.
So there were 7 Spanish angels.
All right, no, that starts with the G. Yeah, that's a G.
That's one I was listening to. That's weird. He probably does have one G, but in that video he's playing it in.
That's why.
Yeah. I know.
He said, you know what's sick is the tribute that they did for Prince when they all played.
Was that like a ritual? I bet it was.
Yeah.
You've never seen the Prince
Funeral thing?
Yeah.
Plenty of a dream from to go around.
Oh, that's a Michael Jackson. He was apparently he was at his own.
Or no, it was Prince while my guitar gently weeps.
Yeah, that's a good one actually. Do you think George will mind?
Yeah.
Everybody.
Dude, they shredded it on that.
Prince actually had a shitload of fucking hits, bro. Not a lot of people know that.
Yeah. This video that I just posted, like, there's like, was it 6 guitar players, like a full band? It's crazy.
You all, and I don't see any spinning.
Yeah.
That'd be a good one to do a parody on. Excellent, actually.
Oh, dude, you're hitting the notes perfect.
Well, that was great.
Not really. This is my acoustic, so
It's literally layering with what I'm listening to.
Oh, he tripped.
You heard that one?
I'm at the top.
Oh yeah.
Probably have.
I love
that song right. That song right there is just in a class all by itself.
Yeah, I was really sad when Tom Petty died. It's crazy somebody tried to kill him too.
That's a good tune, hey.
They burnt down his house.
Really?
Yeah, Tom Petty was sleeping one day and freaking they came to Florida and threw a Molotov on his house and tried to burn him alive.
Fucking star waggers.
Yeah. They just I don't know. They just didn't like him.
You heard that song, Sonny?
Tonight, I got a room at the top of the world tonight.
Yeah.
Down.
I got a room at the top of the world tonight, and
I got a
I
room on the ISS satellite.
coming.
Yeah, the son in that video, or and the guitar gently weeps. The guy with the black hair, he's actually the son of George.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's this kid playing it.
Down. Coming down.
Where's your capo?
Food. Gotta not forget to take care of myself. I'll be sitting here so long.
You like Neil Diamond, Sonny?
Really not actually my favorite. I was more like along classic rock mostly. But I have played a lot of those tunes because I grew up with them, you know?
Yep.
And I love you so. I got a room at the top of the world tonight. That's probably his best tune. I can see everything tonight.
I got room at the top of the world tonight. I got a room at the top of the world. And the guy says, ain't coming down unless it's a parachute.
Well, that was a good session there for a second there.
Pretty fun. Pretty fun
Yeah.
stuff. Then take a little break, get some coffee, refresh, eat my apple, have some breakfast.
Yeah.
At 11 o'clock. Just having breakfast.
Yeah. It was fun playing with you, man.
Yeah, likewise.
I like collaborating with people. Whatever. You're definitely better at guitar than I am.
Yeah, it's okay.
I come from more like the emo screamo background, so I'm not as technical. I'm used to more power chords.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, we heard that earlier. Holy shit.
What's that?
We heard that earlier. Somebody mute that her. We had a Michi.
Yeah.
You were gone, bro. You were like, whatever.
I was?
Yeah.
What? When?
Do you not notice?
Was it when I showed my buddy Nathan playing guitar?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
He was actually playing something from his computer and he didn't know his mic was, I think.
Oh, yeah.
That time. Well, my friend's coming down to go and take me to the off license so I can get some more drink. So I'll also be back after a short reprieve. You'll be glad to hear. They drunk, even drunker than I am now.
What's the battered Mars roll?
Battered Mars bar.
Yeah, what does that mean?
It means like I get really drunk, talk a lot of shit, mumble crap, and then I'm like a battered Mars bar. Well, the Scottish have a thing about a Mars bar. You ever heard of you might know as a galaxy or like a. I think it was a galaxy in America. I can't remember what it's called. Yeah, it's like the toffee one with the lots of chocolate around it, just like a toffee thing.
It's called the Milky Way.
Ah, yeah.
Milky Way. Milky Way.
You're talking about the Milky Way, yeah, bro.
Okay. Well, the Scottish have been known to put that in a deep fat fryer with batter.
We do that here too. That's good. That's some good eating. That's some good eating.
I'm running away from that. Fuck that nougat.
If you deep fry nougat, it is absolutely delicious. It is.
I'm running away from that.
It's really bad. It's really bad for you, but
so, you know what? So is fried ice cream, but it's delicious.
There you go.
I do love French fried ice cream.
Yep. You go to the Mexican restaurants here to get your fried ice cream.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a place that I used to live at. They made habanero French fried ice cream, and that was like.
That sounds good.
Oh my god, it was so good.
Is it pistachios in it?
Yeah.
Pistachios. No pistachios. What are you, a woman?
Pistachios, man.
No, they did it like that. They what they did is they fried the waffle and then they fried the ice cream and then set the ice cream in it and then they crushed up like pistachios and then like sprinkled it on top of it. It was, oh my god.
Mexicans, man, they're good at making something unhealthy delicious.
Yeah. Dude, it was literally like crack.
Like in the South, we got sweet tea. And when the Mexicans came here, they took sweet tea and made it sweet tea. Super sweet.
Yeah, it was amazing. Amazingly good.
They don't have sweet tea over in England.
No, you guys are pretty big on the fuck. Hold on. Lipton iced tea. You guys like iced tea, right?
I like sweet tea.
Alright, I like iced tea, right? Do you know how much a bottle of iced tea here costs? It's not like $1 for a little bottle of iced tea. It's crazy. There's only one supermarket.
Here's my question: who is buying bottled tea? If you buy bottled tea here, people look at you funny. Like, what are you drinking that crap for? Go home and make some tea. It's like you got your gallon container that you only use to make tea. You use 4 of the family-sized tea bags, cup and a half of sugar.
You just got to do the twisted tea. No,
Can you DM me the recipe, please, bro? Please.
All right, here's how you do it. You take 4 family-sized tea bags, you boil it. Just bring it to boil. Let it rest for about 8 minutes. After it right when it boils, you turn it off. Let it rest for about 8 minutes. Then you pour it into your gallon container. You add a cup and a half of sugar. Cup and a half.
That's a lot of sugar.
That's a lot of sugar. Cup and a half of sugar, and then you fill the rest of that up with water. That's sweet.
Put a couple of lemons in there.
Oh yeah. That's you do slice up 2 lemons, squeeze them, drop them in. Don't take the rinds out. Like, drop them in there and leave them in there.
Yeah, I got it.
Then you get a cup of ice. You pour that over it. Man, don't drink too much though. You'll vomit. It's the sweetest tasting vomit though.
I know, but I love iced tea, man.
Oh yeah.
It's even better than Coca-Cola.
If you say iced tea here in the U.S., people are going to think you just mean regular tea. You usually got to say sweet tea. At least where I live, because I live in the South.
Ah, okay.
I live in the South, where we put sugar in everything.
Is that why a lot of people are overweight and toothless?
That's only the poor people down here. Literally, it's the statistical thing. Poor people here who are on government assistance are all overweight and unhealthy.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. The food that they're allowed to buy is just pure garbage.
Yeah. The government assistance food is the worst of the worst. Like, I talk about drinking sweet tea and stuff, but I mean, I make that maybe 5 times a year. Everything in moderation. So, but a lot of the poor people here, the poor whites and the poor blacks here, just make up the vast majority of overweight people. I don't have overweight people in my circle. Like, in my circle of friends, because I don't really hang out with, like, I don't want to say poor, just that mentality of people usually aren't friends with me. So people say there's an overweight problem here, and I'm like, well, not the people I know.
Yeah, but there definitely is an overweight problem.
Yeah, there is. There is. It's because we have a very high amount of people on welfare down here. It's very high. But I mean, like I said, that's who's overweight down here. Is all the people who can only afford the government assistance food.
But can I add something kind of off topic?
Sure.
Have you guys seen how Kamala Harris got her new jab?
Who did she blow?
No, but it's just about the way she got it. It's really fishy. You guys know?
She just got sworn in as senator again now. If you're about to be president, why would you get sworn in as a senator again? If you're about to be vice president. It's a little unusual.
I don't know. Let's ask them. The strange thing is that video, if you share it anyway on any platform, you basically get banned in like 5 minutes tops.
Which video is that?
It's really so. It's somebody's giving her the jab, and after the jab gets out of her body, the syringe basically it's.
Oh, I thought you were talking about job.
Oh no, I'm just not using the word because the live stream to be targeted. So you have the chamber, and then you have the pin. I don't know how it's called. Like the very so there's the chamber, and then there's the metal part. I don't know how it's called. Anyway, the part that gets into your veins, basically. And what happens is that part literally flicks to 180 degrees. It just goes back. It literally looks like it's made out of two things that are parallel. Like the chamber is not, it doesn't have on its top added the metal part. It's really strange. Like it's so hard to explain because nobody's ever seen this before. I think it's just ridiculous. If you want, I can give a link to somebody that shared it because I don't even know how to find it on one of my friends showed it to me. That's the only reason why I know about it, because otherwise I didn't find it anywhere on the internet.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, I guess
someone American want to explain it to me?
So practically when I don't know if
it's hard. It's hard for everybody. It's like you've never just go on his channel and watch the last one.
So when she goes to get the shot,
the jab,
the when they pull it out, the lady, the doctor pulls. It's like some weird. The syringe like it's like folded, but it's not a folded syringe. It could be one of those things that clips over the syringe, but I'm not sure. But it's
a sheath. The sheath.
Yeah, it's really hard to. You have to see for yourself. Like it's. Honestly, I've never seen such a thing before in my life. It looks so strange.
It's stuff I don't even care about though. Like that's the mundane.
I just think it's funny. That's why I said about it.
Yeah, it is funny. It's like looking at fake ISS stuff for me at this point. Like it's just not something I'm interested in.
Yeah, who cares what the grabblers are doing?
Yeah, basically. They're gonna do what they do.
Yep.
I am worried exactly 0% about it. Because everything that's going to happen has to happen. Well, I'm going to put on some Lovecraft and keep cleaning up. Talk to y'all later.
No, it doesn't seem to be a safety cap because you cannot see the top of the syringe anymore. If it's a safety cap, you should also see the metallic part that gets into the veins.
Does it even matter? I mean, even if it was real, they could have just used a salt solution. Doesn't even
Yeah,
matter.
well, that's the other part, right?
I mean, it's speculation. And it doesn't even matter. It's divide and conquer always. Maybe they done it this way to invoke people getting mad, right? Creating two sides.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
You did hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I just seen if my mic worked.
Mic check.
No, we're just having jam sesh. Flat Earther.
I tuned in earlier and heard y'all playing while I was driving down the road. Who was doing that?
It was me and Sonny.
Huh. Well, philosophers and musicians usually hang out, so.
Yeah, we had a great time. That was a fun session.
Are you new to Flat Earth?
Yeah, I am.
Just as a bit of advice to look into is logical fallacies. You know, like affirming the consequent and begging the question. Because them really give you a handle on any claims made, you know?
Yeah, and that's where I'm getting to. I've actually caught on pretty fast. It's only taken 2 weeks.
Shit, I argued on the other side of this for almost 2.5 years. I was locked on to space, man.
I was too.
Like I still, you know, like want to calculate out to zero, you know, or
Yeah.
-17 tour. Like I can calculate it though, you know.
Yeah.
Doesn't make it real.
Yeah. The first couple days that I joined the server, we were all debating and shit, and coming from the Glober's perspective, I got pissed, and I was like, okay. I was like, I'm gonna shut these guys up. I'm gonna go take my telescope and I'm gonna go set it on the beach, and I'm gonna go look across the ocean and see the curvature. Well, god damn it, I was wrong.
Well, the interesting thing about that is when you look with your eye or a telescope or a P900, whatever you look with, the horizon will be in a different apparent position.
Yeah.
Because that horizon exists in your eye. It's not an objective position, you know, of a sphere.
Yeah.
It's, that's what they're. If there's any geometry to it, it's the eyeball itself.
Yeah. Cones and rods.
I think that was Wiggles' hypothesis at one point in time.
Yeah, I wanted so bad to just come back and just beat you guys up with that shit, and yeah, I couldn't do it.
Well, the black swan changed my mind, you know. Like if it's a sphere, it's got to be measurable, you know.
Yeah.
That's geometry means shape, you know. And if it ain't got no geometry, it ain't got no shape.
Yeah. Well, Miggy told me he was like, go try this out, and I was like, okay, I'll go try it out, and I'll show you wrong. Turns out that wasn't the case.
Which, like, it's really a philosophical thing after the horizon, though, because then what are them lights in the sky? You know, what is this place that we exist within?
Yeah, it's hard to detangle because it's part belief, and then it's also ego as well.
Oh, there's
And what's that?
yeah. I said there's into this. You know, because when in heliocentrism, you were the judge. You know, you were the arbiter of your reality.
Yeah, yeah. My ego was really big at first, and I learned. I was like, I'm actually fucking wrong if I really actually think about these things.
Yeah, but like the horizon is interesting because you know we live in a physical and natural world where we can with tangible things around us. But here's this thing called the horizon that's intangible, but everyone sees it. You know, it's almost like a collective delusion, but it's not a delusion. It's a thing that exists, but it doesn't have physicality to it. You know.
Yeah, yeah. Like I can see the horizon, but it's flat.
Well, it's not a thing, like the whole heliocentric idea is as you raise an altitude, it'll slowly start bending until it becomes the shape of a ball,
Yeah.
But that's not what it is. It has nothing to do with shape, unless you're talking about the shape of your own eye.
Yeah.
And then, like it's this thing that exists that we all see that's not physical. So,
Oh yeah. I mean,
so like the whole.
Sorry, I'm not interrupting.
Oh no, I thought you were gonna add to it.
I don't know. Like your eyes can see all types of shit. Like, take LSD.
Yeah, yeah. I had that phase when I was younger.
Take some LSD or take some shrooms or something. You can see all types of shit that ain't true.
Right. But that's why I said it's like an objective delusion.
Yeah.
Everyone can see it, but it's not really there as far as objectively.
Yeah.
It's a subjective experience of the horizon, but it's not an objective thing. It has no tangibility to it. It breaks the whole paradigm of materialism.
Yeah.
And that's atheists can't understand this as a matter of faith, because if they did, they wouldn't be atheists no more.
I'm atheist.
Don't think about it too much, then.
I'm back, motherfuckers. I don't know what to make like one fucking Jesus Christ.
Hey D.
Who the fuck's D?
D to the V.
Oh, hi D.
Anyways, I'm gonna go have a smoke. I'll join you back in like 5 minutes.
I guess 6.
Well, it's good to see somebody taking to the arguments. How many people has actually understood the arguments since y'all started the 3 points?
I haven't a clue, sir. I do, I'm just kidding.
Is my microphone working?
It is a
I can hear you now. I couldn't hear us a second ago.
How you doing, Braveheart?
I love you. Always have.
Always will.
I could crush you like a worm.
Still don't remember the rocks.
I'd like to see you try. It's my country. God told me so.
Wasn't that the Irish guy?
Yeah, he was definitely the Irish guy up there.
That's my island.
God told me it's mad enough to get a fucking blade through your bodyguards. I hear ya. Mad, he's mental, he's mad. Mad enough to get a fucking blade through your bodyguards. Hey.
Yeah, it's a great movie. Great movie.
The part played by the guy, the Irishman. I must figure that out, because in Waterworld, you know the Irish guy that Kevin Costner met. Have you ever seen paper? Paper, can you taste it? Can you smell it? It's an American actor. You know what I'm talking about? No? Okay.
You know the character Rick Grimes on The Walking Dead? It always surprised me that it wasn't in English when I heard him speak in his native tongue.
Oh, he's an Englishman.
Well, the thing is the English language is really close to the Southern dialect, or the way people in England speak is really close to Southern dialect. It's just you got to slow it down and lean on your vowels a little bit more, or your consonants a little bit more. You can talk like a Southerner.
G yet? You want to? All right. Hey, Wilbur. Yeah. Roll on over and kick your sister out of bed and get down here and mow the lawn for me.
Well done.
That's brilliant.
All right.
Holy hell, that's spot on.
But if you want me to, I'll take you fishing. If you teach him how to fish, he'll eat
Not the
forever.
Irishman. Can you do whales?
I'd have to hear it first and do the little distinction between the two.
Fair enough.
Kick your sister out of bed down here and mow the grass, motherfucker.
Oh yes, how do you circumcise a gentleman from Kentucky?
You kick his sister in the mouth.
Tell him what he's won, a brand new car.
Why was that unironically one of the funniest jokes I've heard all week?
Hey, did you hear that the librarian?
Spoil it.
Did you hear that the?
Sorry, Brogan. How do you circumcise a Kentuckian? You kick your sister in the mouth.
It's the best accent.
Well, did y'all hear that the library in Louisville, Kentucky burnt down, man? Like, they're having a big job. Anybody need a job, like, you know, get up there and they'll hire you. It's a damn shame, man. That some bitch burned up. It burned up both books. And one of them hadn't even been colored in.
Boo. Yeah, I had a good old time in Marine Corps boot camp. When we got off the bus. The drill instructor, the senior drill instructor, walked into the squad bay there, and he said, "Get on line now." Walked on down, came to me. "Where you from, boy?" Sir, this recruit's from Kentucky, sir. Get on my quarterdeck. It was over with for 2 weeks.
Yeah, it sucks to get questioned on your first day. I had one of a drill sergeant. I was from the Army, but I had a drill sergeant that He singled me out that first fucking day, man. Made my life hell.
Luckily, we had this dude named Harvey from New York that was both a little slow and really country, and he made himself, known to be the private pile. So the spotlight was taken off me and my Kentucky, and to him and his old Gomer Pyle-esque nature.
Well, that's the thing, though. Like, Drill Sergeant Elshot, I still remember that motherfucker's name. I would do everything perfect all day until that motherfucker looked at me, and then I would fuck something up, without a doubt. I don't know if it was some kind of voodoo magic or something he had, but I stayed in the front line and rest when he was around.
Shit, that was like me and my grandpa. I mean, I could build a deer stand, whatever, not miss a lick. But let him be watching me? Shit, I can't do nothing right.
The pressure. The pressurizing individual.
Yeah, as a child, that was really big. I grew out of it like after, 18 and Marine Corps boot camp, but my grandfather was like the abusive kind of, I'll teach you to mind me, boy.
Shit, my granddad just hated to look at me because he hated my dad. So that motherfucker, every time he seen me, he'd crack me in the back of the head with a cane. I learned to reach of that cane, though, so I kept like a 4-foot perimeter around his ass at all times.
A teacher did that to me once. She used to, every time she walked past me, she just hit me in the knuckles. Like I wasn't doing anything, I was just sitting reading the book. And she just hit me in the knuckles, bang, for no reason. And I'm like, bitch, I hate you. She just didn't like me. So one day she said, class, it's such a beautiful sunny day, we're all going to go and sit outside. And I thought, great. So we all came and sat outside, and somebody brought a chair out for the teacher, and I had just happened to stand next to it. And I just seen that big fat ass going down that chair, and I just whacked that chair clean away. And she just fell clean to her ass, boom, bang, woof, doof, out, like spread. I got the principal had to phone my mother to say, this is what he did. Can we give him corporal punishment? And she went, go ahead. My arse was bleeding. Okay, it's not a military story, but I bet you.
Hell, I remember when corporal punishment was still in school. But it, it's not a thing anymore. But
there's nothing wrong with
God.
it. It's perfectly acceptable in my eyes. I think it should still be around. That's the reason why society is such a fucking sorry state that it is. You can't touch me. It's just snowflakes running everywhere. It's the times that you look at somebody stupid who's twice your age, they'll just slap you, and you go crying back to your daddy. Well, did you say something? Well, I might have. Well, your dad will hit you.
Yeah, that's so racist.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with all the practices of corporal punishment, but I definitely believe that some kids just need their asses whipped.
Yeah, but
I raised my two sons on the whole. This is what I would do. Like, here's an example. My 8-year-old son would say, "Fuck you, mom," and I'm like, "Whoa, yeah." It was a thing, It was done once. So I said, "Okay." I grabbed him, took him outside, grabbed a shovel, made him dig about a 3-foot hole. Then I made him fill it. Then I made him come back in and write down why he had to dig it, why he had to fill it, and what he had to do to not repeat that process. Took about 8 hours total.
Do you know what I thought you were going to say? I made him dig a hole, lie in it, say, see if you ever talk to your mother like it again. I'm going to fucking bury you, bastard. I'm going to bury you. I'm going to cover you up in this hole.
I was pretty lucky in grade school. I had a principal that didn't believe in punishment, but he believed in the threat of punishment. So, like, if you were going to get a paddling, he'd leave you in his office for like 3 friggin' hours to sit and think about it.
Which is worse than the paddling, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Oh,
a
hell yeah.
genius.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a great principal. I was at that man's funeral when he passed.
That's what I loved about detention during the early parts of high school and late middle school, is we had a teacher that she just didn't give a damn. For the whole day, she'd just take off, and we would party our asses off in there, like, want to get detention.
Yeah, I had a teacher who used to let us smoke in the back room. 14, 15 years of age, we could smoke away. She didn't give a shit.
Being from Kentucky, I graduated from Grant County High School, and we have agriculture class and whatnot. It was, I guess, other states would look at that and go, what the hell's going on here? But we were smoking in the hallway, smoking in the bathroom, smoking in class.
Maybe it wasn't the best thing.
Yeah.
I mean, you got a pretty deep voice now, so you can be thankful for that. Very good voice.
Well, the teacher called me, the headmaster called me to his office one day. Came over the announcement, Paul McAllister, please go and see that. What's that? Just give me the away. PMAC, go to the principal's office. I walked in and he says, what did you call me? Because I called him a little Hitler to the teacher in front of the... And she went and told him, what did you call me? I called you a little Hitler. Why you call me that? I said, well, look at you. The way you're going on. You're just like a little Hitler. He did not like that. I got another six of the best. Bloody Irish. Little bit of a rebel.
Yeah, I was the type. I always got straight A's, but I never cared, and I was always in trouble because of the nature to rebel against like authority that didn't make any sense to me was always a part of me. But I always, did the work and played along, got good grades. But I'd get expelled from some schools. I just didn't agree with that kind of ignorant. It's an ignorant authority. Sit down in this one place and read this and write that.
Regurgitate this and regurgitate that. It was so boring.
Well, it's a very clever way of establishing a priesthood, because only the people that are willing to do the absurd to get those points awarded are the ones that progress. So you can build a priesthood on obedience.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then I joined the army. Fuck, did we get our arses lifted? We used to walk 15 kilometers, and almost about 7 miles with a full backpack and a rifle, and dig holes and out in the bush, out in the middle of nowhere, living on MREs or the military rations, and Jesus, we did that for fucking months. I was like, what the hell, man? Just crawling through bushes and having to sharpshoot, and the corporal behind you kicking you in the ass because you didn't fucking hit the target. And oh my god. But it was an eye opener. It was a good thing. Everybody had to go through it.
Marine Corps boot camp is a special kind of monster. I loved it. I wish I could go back and redo it, just like every 3 years.
Yeah,
that's what everybody says after they went through it. You ask them while they're in it, and they're like,
just want to get out.
I just want it to be over.
How the fuck did I get out? Yeah.
There was one time in boot camp where I really wanted out, and that was the slide for life. When I first did it, I was, dude, and I don't give a damn unless you like love heights or whatever. I mean, if you're the kind of person who likes to be grounded, but anyway, you climb up an increasingly narrowing ladder to a rope that's at such a degree angled down that you're like, how the hell am I supposed to stay on this? And you lay prone across it, which is actually almost straight down, and you hand pull and slide all the way across it. You're about probably 200 feet up in the air.
Which is if you fall,
Sounds like a good time.
If you fall, you're dead. You're gonna break a couple of limbs at least.
Well, there's a lake underneath you, but it doesn't matter. It's still, it'd make you piss your pants if you ain't ready for it.
Yeah, I did that, bro.
I got a story about. Did y'all have the Victory Tower in boot camp?
We did.
Yep.
All right, check this out. The majority of the platoon had already went through, and it was just the can't get rights, trying to get through it. And old boy gets down to the bottom of the Victory Tower, and he's trying to get the rope out of his carabiner. Maybe it is carabiner. But anyway, he's trying to get the rope loose from it, right? And he's just fucking taking forever because he's got his gloves on. Well, the drill sergeant walks over there, and while he's trying to help the kid get the rope out of it, the other guy gets in the L position at the top, right? The drill sergeant gets frustrated, and he's like, because it's two hands trying to do like a one pair of hands job. And he's like, let go of that effing rope to the guy at the bottom, so he could get it out. Well, the guy at the top let go.
Oh.
Fell the whole fucking way, man. The whole fucking way.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I'll tell you another true story. What we used to do, I ended up in the fire service, and what we used to do is we used to put these, we used to put the breathing apparatus on top of us, and dive into a 7-8 meter pool, and we used to fight to see who could pull the mask off the other person or close his air. And so you both went down, and you're not getting up. But the first boy to come up was the guy that lost, and then you could take off your breathing apparatus and then swim to the top. We used to do that for fun. That was fun. See who could drown the other guy before the guy who came to the top first is the guy that lost. So you're the winner. And that was fun to us. We were trying to kill each other. Oh, that was good times.
Bugle Sticks was a fun week of boot camp where we got to take giant toothpicks. Giant cotton swab. Kind of like ear. What the hell are those called? And beat the hell out of each other with them.
Cotton buds.
Those Q-tips. They're like giant Q-tips.
Yeah, Q-tips, yeah.
And just beat the hell out of each other. Strategically, of course.
Strategically. That's awesome.
It's fun. Beat the shit out of each other, try to turn each other's oxygen off, just for fun. You can't fucking breathe, bro.
Yeah, they had this weird, almost quasi Aikido called blind training, where it's like a judo Aikido precursor class where you're just using their momentum against them with trips and waist movements and shoulder placement. Hand-to-hand combat called line training. That was fun as hell. A lot of heads hitting the ground and going, ah!
Yeah, most of
Hey, cut out there, bro. Most of something.
Hey, they told us this in basic. I don't know if they told you, but is the M4 saw by the Geneva Convention not allowed to be used on personnel, but only on equipment?
Well, I heard it had to be mounted.
Yeah, like the way they was explaining it to us is like you couldn't aim for personnel, but like you could aim for their tool belt or their weapon, you know? Like it was a roundabout way of using it on personnel, you know?
Okay, that's hardcore.
I know there's a lot of changes to the United States military. It's more of a cyber thing now. They don't really want the soldier. They want you to be able to think more, non-physical.
I was in when they started phasing out the old men, the old warriors, and that was some bullshit, you know. They was letting kids that couldn't even run 2 miles get in, and they were making the old men run like, you know, 10-minute fucking miles, something like that, you know. Like these guys is, you know, the backbone of the military, and you just fucking getting rid of them.
Yeah. Yeah, you see a lot of strange things in the military. Like I've pulled people out of cars. I've found guys on motorbikes that were lying in fields and shit, like stone dead. Yeah, it's kind of a thing. Yeah, you just get on with it. Like I pulled people out of cars. I cut them out with the jaws of life. Poor guy's lying there blue. He's blue as you like, you know. And he's, you know, he pulled this guy out, dead bodies and shit. Yeah, we did a lot of that.
What bothered me most was later on when I figured out that 9/11 was, you know, physically impossible to happen the way they said it did. Like, I started thinking about the stuff that I'd done, you know, like stuff that I can't take back.
Where were you? Yeah, well,
I didn't hear you.
where were you?
When I was there, it had a number designation, but they called it the Alamo after I left. It's Afghanistan.
It's, Helmand province or something? That's really bad. It's funny, I was thinking about the other day. A lot of guys come back, like veterans. There was like 3 veterans per day was killing themselves. Like just a couple of years ago. It was like,
You remember when old Billy Clinton was getting treated under the desk by Monica Lewinsky, and we were bombing Baghdad?
yeah.
That was us. That was VMFA 323 Death Rattlers from the United States Marine Corps 3rd Mall Mag 11 fixed wing F-18 squadron, dropping shit all over the universe. Nice diversion from a blowjob, I might add.
Yeah, people come back damaged because of what you've seen and what you had to go through and what you may have done. It would damage you.
Realizing the paradigm of the lie that you've been tricked into a service that you thought was patriotic when it was all for a sinister cause, but yet you have to deal with that in your heart and go, damn.
Well, it's drugs, right? It's like drugs and oil pipes. That was it.
Exploiting our human nature for a sinister goal.
There was a documentary on British TV not too long ago. Well, let's say about 6-7 years ago. They followed a group of, British soldiers about in the form, and they followed them, right? Never seen one bit of action, and the only dead body they found was some poor wee girl, maybe 50 years of age, lying in a poppy field dead. And you kind of, as you watch the documentary, you realize they're not there to do anything really. They're just there to protect the poppy fields, or like they pretend that they're trying to stop the drugs and all that, but the drugs are flowing even more freely.
Oh yeah, it's those 3-letter agencies. That one in particular, that third letter of the alphabet, is what it begins with. That whole that white substance that's not sugar. That's been the source of a lot of wars that I don't need to speak on anymore.
Yeah, that's tons of money. I mean, that's you're talking millions upon millions of dollars per month just from that one thing. And again, the British, of course, they fought the opium wars in China. The Chinese says we're not sending opium to the. Now, I'm not putting down the British. I don't mind the British. English people are nice people. I love everybody, right? But this is a fact of history. Is that they said to the Chinese said to the British, we're not sending opium to our people anymore. And the British went, oh yeah? Couple of gunboats, up a river, up the Yangtze, bang, 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 bang. Okay, okay, sorry, we're sorry, we didn't mean that. We'll settle it again. The opium wars, the royal family got fucking. That's probably where they made most of their money. Never mind fucking Kimberley and South African gold mines and diamonds. Fucking drugs, sir.
Yeah, it's why I laugh when these Globers come in here and we take them through the points. And their final question, is why would they lie? I'm like, dude, the world is no different than your home or your street corner. See that drug dealer out there? Well, there's your United States government. You know what I mean? Your cheating wife that you got or your cheating husband? Well, there's your space program. The lie isn't some mysterious thing that you can't understand just because it's big. It's no mystery, people.
Yeah, they like to pretend. That's what the world is doing to us now. It puts you in a mindset that they like you to think that everything's progressed and everything's getting better. But it's the same fucking world, bro. Money talks, money walks, and that's it. Drugs, whatever it is, that is it.
Yeah, George Carlin, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and sometimes I did both. It's a big fucking club, and you ain't in it. American dream is real. You got to be asleep to believe it.
Yeah.
I mean, even down to the point where sometimes I don't even wipe my hands, wipe my ass or wash my hands, only when I need to. He was so truthful and comedic. You didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
What was it? Nobody seems to notice. Nobody seems to care.
Like I was saying earlier, about 3 hours ago, it's like all of us need to get together and compile a book. It says Flat Earth and its practical applications for your everyday life. Because people will be, well, what does it matter? I have to get up and go to work in the morning. Flat Earth doesn't matter to me. Oh yeah, it does.
That sounds good. It's like like the little red book that Mao made it. Huh?
So I tip my hat both, with my voice and with my ears when I hear everybody from Miggy to Jedi to QE to everybody who puts their hat in the ring and stands for something that's true and real, no matter what comes at them. Humiliation, being ostracized by a group, it doesn't matter. Taking that, we take that stance. That's all there is.
Well, even QE has said it. I know QE is a very, very intelligent man, but he hasn't got the patience. He definitely doesn't have the patience to sing, and he's actually spoken a few times about Jedi, about Miggy, about people on here all the time. How do you have the patience you have? And they do, and it is admirable. It is admirable the way these people go on.
Yeah, I look at it like, ice cream. It's all ice cream with different flavors. I enjoy QE's method completely because it's no bullshit, no quarter offered, no quarter given, no quarter taken. You want to come with a bullshit, he's going to call it out. And if you act stupid, you're going to get embarrassed. And I enjoy Jedi. Jedi is the calmest dude on the block. He'll walk you through verbatim with a calm, smooth demeanor. And then when Miggy hits it, Miggy's the most merciful dude I've ever met when it comes to guiding somebody through Flat Earth. It's all different flavors.
Even if you're trolling, bro, I just gotta get these 3 questions to you. Like, I know you might find this funny, you might think it's hilarious or whatever it is, but I just gotta ask this one question. Can you prove curvature? Can you prove motion? Well, if you can't prove curvature, you can't prove motion, you got no R. What are you talking about? It's it doesn't matter if they make a joke out of it. It's just that Mickey just has to get that out, and that's fair enough because there are people listening to that.
Yeah, the worm is turning, that's for damn sure.
Oh yeah, man. Hey, fuck. Finally. I don't know how much.
10 years ago.
Go ahead.
10 years ago, we would be the ultimate, punching bag from every aspect, but not anymore. I mean, you still got your idiots that come in here and don't understand how to have a conversation, but you got big ass people that know what we're saying. Neil deGrasse Tyson, all these people, but they will not get in the ring, and they know.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, dude, I came out about 5 or 6 years ago to my friends. Like, I mean, they all know what I am. They ask me questions or whatever. I'm kind of done with that now. Either you're gonna accept what I say, and well, Paul, what's your one proof? I said, water, bro. Water is my one proof. That's what's one of the. Well, that's my go-to guy is water. Okay. Next thing is seeing too far. The other thing is fucking. Lots of other things. Well, I don't know. It was kind of like I didn't care what people thought. I knew in my own mind what it's not. And if you want to believe it's that other thing, that's fair enough. Go ahead. Go ahead, bro. I don't. It's your bag. That's your bag. My bag is this, and that's the way. That's the way it is. And they're still my friends, so I do, we're all right.
Everybody knows the fight was fixed.
You're making me think of Krista Berg.
Well, that would be Lady in Red is dancing with me. She. Nobody here, just you and me. I was doing my Leonard Cohen. Everybody knows that you love me, baby.
Well, I was walking in Memphis.
Krista Berg's best song was "Don't Pay the Ferryman."
Oh yeah. Don't even fix the price.
I'll even go as far as to say Christopher Cross Sailing was a damn good song.
Yeah, it's a good melody for sure.
Take me away where we're going.
One of my all-time favorite songs, is Sade.
Smooth Operator?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Roll on.
By Your Side. By Your Side.
Sweetest Taboo.
Sweetest Taboo, I like that one.
Yeah, that's a dangerous topic for us boys in Kentucky.
Kick your sister out of bed. cut the grass.
Have y'all tried to talk to Lost in Time? He's VC verified. He's sitting there on mute.
Dave,
Lost
how the
in
hell are
time.
you? How you doing, Dave?
Doing good, P-Mac. I'd rather be lost in time than lost in space.
Yeah.
Hell
There
yeah.
ain't, there ain't no space, plenty of time, but there's no fucking space, bro.
1.21 gigawatts.
What about Lost in Space Time?
There you go.
Oh, that's
I heard that guy Indio's lost in space time.
Right. I'm all bent around, man. Too much gravity.
And gravitational refraction will get you every time, man. I guess Lost in Time has got nothing to say, so y'all continue whatever bullshit you were discussing.
Thanks, Dave. Sorry, I'm just trying to. I'm trying to wrap my head around Lost in Space Time. That's a hard one.
Oh, I'm going to write a Flat Earth song in tribute to Jim Croce's Time in a Bottle.
If I could say time in the bottle, the one
Yeah,
thing I'd like
that-
to do is to spend all the time in the memories I ever do.
I love to write parody songs with Flat Earth truths in them.
You should. You definitely should. You've got a talent.
I got a hell of a lot of videos that I got them in my my library. I might unlock them for certain people, but I can't. Some of them are way too graphic.
Are you naked?
Like
That's way too graphic.
Guns N' Roses, Patience, Mental Patience, Sweet Caroline is Free Palestine. There's just a whole list of parody songs.
She's got a smile that seems to me reminds me of flat Earth fantasy.
Yeah.
Where everything was as flat as a clear blue sky. Now and then, when I see her face, it takes me right to that global place where I just break down and cry. Oh, flat Earth of mine.
Then I've been working on that rap, that old school. I want to be a baller, shot caller, living on a globe with Michelle Thaler, holler, get paid tonight, dying for a nest about stars and lights.
Look out, laying down some bars, record it.
I'm working on one that's hard, but it's not difficult. It's Asshole by Eminem. I've got a lot of it put together, but, to keep informed with the way he structures.
What's going on? I just wanted to get the correct tag. I don't know why.
Which tag were you looking for?
On the. Oh wait.
Which tag was it
Oops,
like?
wrong chat. My bad.
I think we'd have to make a weight tag.
Wife? What kind of tag?
Weight tag? WAIT? Or perhaps can't hear me. Breaking up. Wait.
Who was it talking anyway?
Lil Jewy's Vert, maybe?
Did he leave? Oh, well.
All I wanna do is have some fun, proving the flat earth. Prove it to everyone. You know that song from the early 90s called Damn It Feels Good to Be a Gangster?
No. Go ahead.
Damn, it feels good to be you gangster.
That one deserves attention. And rewrite it.
I had a golf joke. Anybody want to hear a golf joke?
Absolutely, let me hear it. Tee it up for me.
Oh,
I'll give you
so there's two guys in the 18th tee, and they're putting, and a funeral procession goes by. The one guy stops. He's about to take his putt. He stops. He takes his cap off and he holds to his chest. He stands at attention. Another guy says, "Man, I really respect you for doing that, man. Man, that's you're showing respect for the dude." He says, "Yeah, I had to think. We've been married 36 years tomorrow."
Hey, did you know that 10 times 2 and 11 times 2 equals the same amount?
I'll buy it. How's that?
What's 10 times 2?
20 and 22. I got it.
Oh, dad jokes.
We seem to have a distinct lack of heliocentric enthusiasts anymore. What's going on?
I think they know the war is over. They step into
swords back in their sheaths and they whimpered off the battlefield.
Yeah. The war is over.
You know why life is like a toilet paper?
Why is it?
Because sometimes you're on a roll and sometimes you're taking shit.
Yes, sadly, most of the jokes in my arsenal are not YouTube friendly.
You guys heard the one about the hot blonde married woman and the pizza guy? Pizza guy knocks on her door. She answers the door. See-through negligee on. Throws the pizza on the coffee table, throws him on the couch, works him over. He gets up to leave. She hands him $1. He's like, "Lady, that's what we just did. Why are you giving me $1? I said, I asked my husband, what's that tip the pizza guy? He said, I fucked the pizza guy. Give me $1.
Is there any darn UK people in here?
I do have kind of a risque joke. It's like, right, the 6 Jews in the middle of the Sahara Desert, in the middle of World War II, and they come across a tank, and it's empty.
Is that a yes or no to any UK people in here?
He makes a UK person, but he's in the middle of a joke. Hang on.
Oh, God, screw the joke. I said that first.
So the 6 Jews, they go, you know what? If we push this tank over the hill and over the next hill and over the next hill, we'll make loads of money to get it to Cairo for fucking scrap. So they get to the top of the first hill, and two of the Jews, they just pass out dead. So the other 4 Jews look at each other, go, fuck hell. 2 more hills to go, get it down, split the profits, four. Yeah. So they get to the top of the next hill. All 2 Jews die. Bang, max. Exhaustion with no water. Bang, done. So only 2 Jews left. 1 hill to go. So they're pushing this tank over, and they get almost see Carol, right? And they just get to the top of the hill, and they boom, 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 dead, exhaustion. Can't push no more. It's silent, and you hear this the tank top pops open. Guy pops out, looks around. Yeah, we voice from down below. Fritz, was se mata? Se Phil Hans. It looks like we've run out of juice.
Okay, go ahead, fraud now.
That was a bad one. It looks like we've run out of juice. Never mind.
Here's a quick and simple one. Not too long. Why did the Jews wander the desert for 40 years? Somebody dropped a penny. Who was it that wanted to know if they was from the UK?
Yeah, where the hell is Tomorrowland at?
It's just over the hill, next hill.
Like, where in the UK is Tomorrowland?
What? Tomorrowland's in the UK? When the fuck
Where
is
is
that?
Isn't that a movie? Is it not in the UK? Where is it?
London.
It's in your mind, Captain. In your mind.
No, it's a big freaking damn trance rave party, like with all the DJs. So where is it? Though? I'm curious.
Oh, yes. I've got you. Sorry, buddy.
I thought you were talking about a location.
Yeah. Not Tomorrowland, the fucking rave. Yeah, I got you. So, I can't remember the location for that, buddy, but at least I know what the fuck you're talking about now.
Well, yeah, I'm sure it's not
Some
going
random
now,
field.
I just, like, on my TV, I saw the I guess it was like a year ago where they had this big gathering. I was like, wow, I never knew. I mean, it's a serious thing. I didn't realize it was that serious.
That's massive, mate. Well, it was.
Exactly, it was.
You know, they're vampires in it.
You can't have a big ass rave while the lockdown's going on, can you?
It's in Belgium.
There it is.
Yo, Jedi.
Yo.
Tell him about the Ring Road raves from the 90s.
Oh my god. Oh my goodness me. That's going back some time. So we could even start talking about, I mean, I didn't go to the ring roads, but I was aircraft hangars, random buildings in woods somewhere. No one's around for like 5 miles.
Sounds like a party.
Yep.
Mate, you don't get bass heads like you do in the UK anywhere else in the world.
No, you don't.
Sounds decadent.
But they had to organize it like clandestine
That's the
operations because the police were after them at every turn.
So it was like a Benny Hill show with more sex.
More drugs, more music, yeah. Right, let's scroll through this list, see if I can find anybody to unmute before we start reminiscing about Benny Hill. So, Tunzi AH. I'm going to give you permission to speak, buddy. I've probably pronounced your name wrong, but you can tell me how to pronounce it in a minute. So, Tunzi, I'm going to unmute you. Welcome to the server, my friend. You've got control of your microphone. So, Tunzi, if you want to speak and get involved in conversation, you can do so. If I don't get a sound check from you in the next 10 seconds, I'm just going to stick you on mute, just in case you're here to troll and you start shouting obscenities into the live stream. So, Tunzi AH, if you're not there, buddy, like I said, I'll put you back on mute. If you want to speak in the future, you can ping a moderator from any of the chat rooms, or you can go to voice check-in number 1. So, Mr. Tunzi, I'll put you away. Do, 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 do.
Put you in the corner.
Right, who else can I scroll up to? I don't think there's anybody else. Oh, that was exciting. So one person.
Yeah, I tried Lost in Time about 10 minutes ago. Didn't get any response. You talk to them.
Wait, is he lost in the fabric
Time's
of
got
time?
voice verified, so. Oh, I like that one. Yeah, maybe. We'll find out soon. He's new to Discord as well. Or she is new to Discord, so welcome to Discord Lost in Time.
Mate, an anomaly in the fabric? Poke through into Discord?
Rob Doug 91. I'm going to give you permission to speak as well, just for shits and giggles. So Rob, my God, Rob Doug 91. You got control of your microphone. Welcome to the server, my friend. Like I said to the other person, if you don't give me a sound check in 10 seconds, I'm just going to mute you again. If you want to speak in the future, you can go to voice check in number 1, speak to a moderator. You have control of your mic now. Not a problem if you don't want to speak though, buddy. You just want to listen, that's absolutely fine. I am going to stick you back on mute though. Like I said, at modping a moderator from any text stream, go to voice check in number 1 if you want to speak in the future. Yeah, I think that's it. We have a Globe Skeptic in the house. Parabellum. Hi, Parabellum. You've got voice verified and you're a Globe Skeptic. Welcome back to the server, buddy. Fucking chatful lot tonight, aren't you?
Chatty.
Very chatty, mate, yeah. So going to give random shouts out to people then. So Sonny and Roger, you're in the house. Brilliant to see you, my friends. Telex will be flat. Awesome. Great to see you as well. Not going to talk. Tunzi, PMac. Great to see you, buddy. Pat Floyd, Nazfa. My goodness. Marth off the white. All right, PMac. How you doing, mate? Marth off the white. Brilliant to see you, mate. Glad you're up and better and doing well, my friend. So Maris of Lyra. Great to see you as well. Made in 2012. La Luca's hasn't changed the name since yesterday. La Luca, you're fucking stuck in, mate. So change your name within the next minute, otherwise I'm going to ban you. And everybody else. Yeah. Well, she changes her name all of the time, so she hasn't done it since yesterday. Standards are slacking.
Wait, you're a mod, right? You could change your name for her.
Oh,
I'll leave that to your imagination.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Savvy. I appreciate that. Always a team player. I like you.
Yeah, just make sure she knows it's from me.
Lost in Time says isn't here.
Hello, Lost in Time. Hey.
Make sure I know. Sorry, make sure that she knows it's from you. Yeah, I can do that, buddy. No problem.
Yeah, because that'll be even funnier.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around being lost in space-time.
It'll bend the mass right out of you.
It's
space time.
I turn into a black hole. Back on lockdown now, is it? Cut the shit. Tier 5 you're going to? Like nobody have a
Mate,
clue
they just make new tiers every day. It's just
it's just a new
stupid
like,
joke.
Yeah, tier 4 now. Suddenly it's tier 4. What the fuck is tier 5? Oh, it's like lock yourself in a room and don't talk to anybody. Fuck off.
Yeah, I've got 2 words for them. Fuck you.
Fuck off. Fuck you.
Wait, just wait till some crazy guy in his shed creates his own teleporting device.
Yeah, like a morally correct.
Just freely distributes it. Everyone's gonna be like, ha, see ya.
Like a morally correct Ted Kaczynski.
Maybe. I'd have to know who Kaczynski is. I've heard his name, but I can't put.
The Unabomber who was crazy.
Oh, for flip's sake. Maybe not.
Well, like I said, a morally correct Ted Kaczynski. Just,
right. On the flip sake, you're such an idiot, Jedi. Mate, what have you done?
Knows it's from you, buddy.
That's not what I meant.
You're married, mate. That's what I've done. You need to be more specific in the future, then.
You poor bastard.
You double trolling, backstabbing, cheeseface.
I think they changed my name to that, actually. That's pretty cool.
Never trust a man that uses the word buddy.
All right, Bar.
That's right, buddy.
Oh, shit.
Don't trust him.
Awesome stuff, buddy.
He's an infiltrator. He only pretends to be a flat earth.
Jedi be like, awesome stuff, buddy. Has your mother had any children that actually lived?
Parabellum was talking away there just not fucking 3 hours ago. That's a pity you drugged your heads out. Give him a tag, no my gang.
There's some people in other live stream, but one of them's a Glober, I think.
That's just Octane Weasel.
Sorry.
Sees him.
Get in the pit and try the 1v1.
Oh, yeah. Back in the pit 1v1. Yes, we did that. That was brilliant, sir. Try and kill each other. Cut off the oxygen. Fun.
So I haven't been keeping up with the hourly changes with the tier system in the UK. Can anybody tell me what's going on? Did we get put into lockdown? I have no idea. I've been in tier 4 for the last 2 weeks, so it doesn't seem to make a difference to me.
Don't know, don't care.
Yeah,
The chippy's open, so that's all that matters.
Y'all get
The world
locked down,
might be
but
ending,
get
but
up
the fucking
again.
chippy's open.
You get locked down, but you get up again. You never ever get locked down.
Mate, I think the police are just bored, right?
I got locked down, but I go up again. Ain't never gonna keep me down. I get locked down, but I go up again. Ain't never gonna keep me down.
Yeah. Chumbawamba. Gotta rewrite that.
There you go. Inspirational.
Okay, Layla One has just informed me that yes, the UK is in another national lockdown. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. I will go out for my governmentally sanctioned exercise tomorrow.
What does lockdown even mean?
I don't know. Fuck off, I think. You're too close to me, go away. That kind of shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna go hug a policeman then.
Don't stand so.
Oh,
don't stand so.
That reminds me. Cut the Shit sent me something today.
Yeah,
it was regarding up with the Coddle Police, yeah? Coddle Squad.
Something about getting arrested for hugging in 2021.
Yeah.
Yo, by the way, you misspelled savvy.
How many V's do you want in it? Do you want an extra one?
2 A's, 1 B.
No, it'll just make it worse, but, wasn't me.
Well, I don't want to spell your name incorrectly in there.
You misspelled savvy. Savvy?
Just do AFK in it, Mrs. AFK.
No, it's going to stay there now. It's going to stay there because I've spelled it wrong and it pisses you off. So,
Right, plausible deniability now. Misspelling means it wasn't me.
That's right.
You can call me.
Man, they used to do that at school as well, right? In primary school, they'd write your name if you ain't going to break because you were naughty or whatever. I'll be like, that's not my name. I'm off to break. See ya. Because they couldn't spell.
Even as a kid. Oh, yeah, right. Even as a kid, you were trying to wiggle around the system, eh?
Of course.
Good lad. I like that.
Don't stand. Don't stand.
Did y'all just say people got arrested for hugging? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds legit.
But isn't that normal?
That all checks out, don't it?
Mother, should I trust the
I
government?
don't know. Mate, the way the world's going today, that you can't put anything past anybody, right? People getting arrested for physically touching each other. We're literally turning into demolition, man, right? That's what's going to happen. Have little swear boxes every time you use a profanity.
You got to try
And just redirect all the fines to my local, my local councillor.
You all seen that YouTube video where the guy's playing the song "Got No Fucks to Give"?
Oh, it rings a bell, mate. So probably.
Sounds like something our friend Martin would say. Martin Litka. Flat Earth British. A cool guy.
Yeah, he is pretty cool, actually. I've met him once. Like,
yeah?
maybe 2.5, 3 years ago. Yeah. Just very, very briefly.
That's cool.
But yeah, he's a cool guy.
Yeah, I like regular people like that, just normal, natural people. With not a fuck to give.
Human beings, yeah?
Yeah,
they're a rare breed these days.
I know, fresh out of fucks, yeah. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, hear ye hear. People, modern day human beings in 2021 still believe they're on a spinning space monkey ball in a vacuum next to gas pressure without a container.
I'm sorry, did you say container?
Container. Yep.
I don't think I could even, play the Glober role right anymore.
You just have to do it as comedy, and
I can.
Makes it easier. You just try to be as stupid as you possibly can.
Yeah, it's not hard.
Space. Come on, man. You've seen the pictures, haven't you, from space? How is the Earth been measured? Well, the ISS.
Yeah. Get in the plane. Yeah, all right. Yeah.
I wonder if these people have ever measured anything. Have they ever taken a ruler or a tape measure and measured anything in their lives? I kind of question that. I'm questioning that.
All you need to be a glober is NASA, gravity, and refraction. There you go.
Absolutely right. So just say gravity every so often.
Yep.
Say refraction. When you backed into a corner, just say refraction and you'll be fine. Just say gravity again. We spoke about gravity earlier, but you have to chuck it in some more. And why would they lie?
That only works if QE's not here, because I can sit back with it if QE's not here, but if I say gravity or refraction and he hears it.
He'll show
Holy
up.
shit. Yeah. It's like when you interrupted Sonny's 3 points the other day. I said, buddy, I'm not going to let you drive off in the weeds with this bullshit. QE hears me say refraction or gravity, and it's...
I was about to blow my top, actually, and I'm like, just keep it cool. Keep it cool, and Jedi came in perfect timing, saved me.
Yeah, I appreciate that, buddy. It's always hard when somebody's going through the 3 points, want to let you do it. But at the same time, it was fucking Wiggles, and all he was going to do was take you off into the weeds. Even the best of us, my friend, right? He'd have done that to me. Give him half a minute.
Same thing with a lot of them. Kingsby is another one. Yeah.
When I was doing my 3 points with the guy during like 3 o'clock in the morning, I think Roger and Sonny were there. The guy, he would concede each point, but there was like this verbal diarrhea coming out of his mouth at 95 million miles per hour, where you had to hold him accountable to his concession because he wanted to like branch off into 3 different topics. I'm like, no. Understand the concession. It's belief. Yeah, but what about?
Yeah, they think the concession. They think the concession is just a nonchalant thing that is just their free pass into the gates into Funhouse. They're like, okay, I'll just go ahead. They don't realize what they're doing, what they've done, and they're shocked. If they're dishonest, then they're shocked that they've been
Bruh.
called.
Jedi, that one you went through yesterday or last night with that guy who just wouldn't want to answer the questions, and he was like quoting philosophers at you and stuff.
Yeah. My goodness me.
I was like,
he was fucking frustrated.
I was like, how is Jedi? No wonder he's not saying anything. He must be screaming in the background.
Yeah. My patience is waning really thin, but it's okay, right? So it's just me, so I've just gotten used to it. Let them talk, at least try and keep them on track. But fuck me, that guy was frustrating. And I knew why he was doing what he was doing, because he didn't want to say, I just believe it. He didn't want to say that. Even though the last question about the vacuum of space, right? And that's quite obvious. I'll even help you through it. I've not been there, my friend, so I doubt you have either. And I just believed it to be true. I didn't verify it, so I'm pretty sure you just believed it to be true as well. I even tried to help him. I don't want to say belief. Because you know what it means to your fucking religion as soon as you do, though. Everything comes crumbling down when you realise your knowledge base is all bollocks.
And that asshole.
Sorry,
well, I've been to space. Mickey's like, oh yeah? How'd you get there? 10, 9, 8, 7.
I know, that's just
Ignition sequence start.
I was just thinking that as well, yeah. Mickey's counting down for his rocket.
Fucking third point. Mickey's like, the vacuum of space. How can you prove it's a medium that we can travel to? Some bitches. Yeah, I've been to space. Mickey, I know Mickey. He wanted. Oh, okay, we're gonna just blow this dude off the plane here. I've been to space. Hey, it may be annoying, like when it goes on for hours, but I do miss the Brenda episodes.
Well, she's comedy gold, isn't she? So you're pretty much guaranteed she's going to say something really, really stupid any second now. And we'll soundbite it and we'll talk about it for a couple of months because it's so fucking ridiculous. So yeah, I get it because she's comedy gold.
we have like the best of Brenda recordings. You know, we can pull those out of the archives.
Oh hell yes.
Clockwork Dog Bone, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's just
And
phenomenal.
Professional, amateur, degenerate.
I mean, she literally went through the scientific method with a shoe, and oh my god, my independent variable, all of the shit for shoe.
What's your hypothesis? It's a shoe. Fuck. It's fucking hell. You can't write this.
What was that shit about space time in her coffee table? What was that in her coffee table? I forget.
A donut. The middle of a donut is space time.
Yep, she had one where it was shoe science.
Spending too much time on the Brenda topic causes brain damage. This has been a public service announcement by the Flat Earth Discord 24/7 live.
Yeah, Brenda's the gift that keeps on giving.
Sorry, guys, I do apologise, but could you please all be upstanding for the wig snatcher general? Miggy's back in the house. Good afternoon, Miggy.
Mixer, the mixer.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Yo.
Yeah, what up, buddy?
Not much.
We were just reminiscing about your Bendis Space guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Which guy was that?
The guy you took to the 3 points, and when you got to the third, you said, okay, the third vacuum of space, can you prove it's a medium that we can travel to? And he says, yeah, I've been to space. And you count down.
Yeah. That was one of Trent's friends, actually.
Yeah, that was when we opened up, maybe, well, I say opened up, we unmuted about 3-4 people at a time, didn't we? I think that's what we did. That was fun.
It, yeah.
That was so much fun.
I gotta tell you, man, I'm having a blast lately. Coming in the Discord and just taking these people to the 3 point. Nobody has ever said anything that was even remotely close to evidence.
Yeah.
Scary, huh?
Of course not. It's kind of stacked. It's kind of stacked in our favor, mate. There's no evidence for this shit.
And that is, the longer it goes on, our side is just piling up upon, experience piled upon experience, observations, all of these things. So it's mounting.
Yeah. I love it when they're so not aware of themselves, they actually ask the question, have you heard of the Cavendish experiment? Oh, no, none of us have ever heard that. Please explain to us what the hell that's all about. Please.
But you could ask a person like that what the radius is, and they don't know.
There's one guy earlier that Miggy was talking to, and he was asking for like the direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, and he was pretty cool, right? He kind of got the math, and he even spouted out the equation: 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So I put a massive pin in that one. Miggy carried on and done the 3 points, and then we went straight back to the Black Swan. And being as he already understood that the geometry was there, and I just shoved his geometry straight up his ass. The interesting thing was after we completely ruined him, a couple of minutes later, it was, I still believe in the globe.
Yeah.
He was lots of fun.
Oh my God.
Do you believe in at the globe?
It's kind of weird that they don't hear themselves saying that, right? When they're saying that once we tell them that gravity doesn't exist, that we have debunked it within the argument, they're like, well, so what do you think is, the reason why the gas pressure doesn't go into the vacuum of space? Gravity. They'll repeat it right afterwards, even though you debunked it.
Yeah. So let me get this straight. You don't have a radius. You don't have a curvature measurement. You don't have a detection of rotation. And you can't prove that in any practical way that gas pressure can exist like that. And yet,
it's gravity.
After all 3 of those, you're going to claim something that can't exist on the Earth we actually live on.
It's hard because once they get to the 3rd point, their goose is cooked, man. They can't use the idea that it's gravity because they didn't state that the Earth was a globe in the first place with measurable curvature. So it's not going to the center of mass, and like the way they claim gravity is working. Because when they explain it to you on the 3rd point, they're like, well, gravity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't we just go over the first point where you said that you couldn't find out where the curvature is measured? And now you want to go on the 3rd point and you want to talk about gravity? What it's doing on a supposed sphere that you think you live on?
Yeah.
I thought that was a belief in point 1. Like, that's what I pointed out to that guy. He didn't understand. That's a point where their cognition is like super high. They don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Well,
Just have to remind them that if they're spouting mass attracts mass, the wrong pseudoscience, but even if we give that one to them, that's got an R in it.
Yep.
So the radius of the Earth, the mass of the Earth. Yeah, you lost that at point 1.
Yeah, you lost it at point 1, and it's dead all the way around. I mean, it's that argument's DOA, right? Because they can't have gravity that's pulling down gases with a vector of down because gases move omnidirectional. On top of that, they can't provide evidence that the Earth is a globe with measurable curvature. They're dead every which way. That argument is like kaput.
Isn't that amazing? You gotta wonder what's going on in these people's minds. It's like a little kid. I'm gonna fight for the globe against these idiot flat earthers. Yeah, let's do that.
It's part of what they were taught, you know, in the school systems, you know, they're indoctrinated, so they're confident in their indoctrination, and they're wondering why that we don't understand that we're not part of the program. But when we break off and we're able to critically think linear, you know, in a linear fashion, instead of this circular reasoning shit, they're still caught in that loop, and you know, like Maggie was talking about, they went through the first point thoroughly, and they're like, yeah, it's your belief. You get to the third, and gravity. Buddy, back up 20 seconds. That was the first point.
Yeah.
Do you hear that? Do you hear that guy this morning? This morning was like, "Don't ever play the guitar again." He started spiraling because he was playing music, and he just like freaked out, man. He just went all boo, boo, boo.
You got one mad at you or what, Sonny?
Did you guys
we were having a free for all, and he was just playing the role of the hater and said, "Don't ever play the guitar again. You suck." He just kept spiraling in the chat or in the, you know, over the fact that we were free for alling music.
I do love a good spiral. It is fun. Person that Miggy was speaking to earlier today, he was like kind of calm and collected, but you could notice in the way that he was starting to speak, the language he was starting to use, that the spiral had begun. It was awesome. I love sitting back and watching these people spiral.
Yeah, because they've got nothing to say. They're like, and then they're trying to grasp for straws, and you can get a sensation. You get a feeling of like what's actually going on.
No, he said a weird term. Was it? Didn't he, Jedi? He said something like vector of gravity, or he said something crazy. I gotta rewind the stream, but I gotta listen to what he said. But it was a weird name. I haven't even heard. It was like a made up word that he used. Now I'm actually interested to know what it was.
I can't remember what it was either. But he did just start saying words like it was going to save him, like a drowning man, just throwing out words like some kind of life preserver. Gravity, NASA. Oh no!
I'm gonna go back in the live stream and see what it was. I'll come right back.
All right, buddy. Cool.
Vectorosity.
Your guess is as good as mine, mate. But that sounds pretty much like maybe a word that he used.
I like when these idiots who are, you know, astute, respected PhDs and whatever the hell it is, use ignoramus claims like, you have to respect the body of science and what they have put together over the years as a body of work. How can you distrust what scientists have well proven? I'm like, dude, can you read?
Well, like the smart-ass lady that was on here that I suspect being some kind of like ruthless teacher, bludgeoning kids, you know, in class all day. She was like, I know we were taught these things, and she would mix being nice with being really sarcastic and condescending. But it's like, she's like, you know, I was always taught these things, and I tend to think that some of those things are settled science. Could you think of anything more dangerous than the statement settled science? How unscientific can you get? I mean, that's about as bad as you could get.
Yeah, I mean, there's settled scientific issues, but they throw that broad general label. Like, you know, to be able to boil water, it's settled. You know, it boils at this, you know, it's a settled science. but they throw, oh, it's settled science that we have, gravity. Oh, is it? Are you familiar with Einstein and Newton and the difference between the two and yada yada yada?
Yeah.
Oh, that's just settled science.
Yeah, so anything coming from astrology, cosmology, astronomy, and a whole bunch of others, but those three, for one, they're not science.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah. No hypothesis, no natural observation, no.
Yo, so if the body of science is a whore, then what is settled science? Like the madam?
I know, right? That's like the madam. Yeah, good analogy. Let's call the house mom and see what she has to say.
I think it's funny though how, it's been not dead, but few and far between that you get a staunch Glober that comes in with pride. But it's funny that when one does appear, everybody smells the blood in the water, and it's like a rumpus fest for 2 minutes until somebody's like, hold on, hold on, hold on.
There's someone named Sisyphus that, what do they have? Only has a too many rolls complainer tag. How did they get that? Someone named Sean TV, VC verified. Rob Doug 91 with no rolls. And that's it. Oh, Mrs. Oh, that's Luca, Mrs. Savvy. That's funny. Oh my God. All the rolls she got. Got lots of people in here, but nobody's speaking up.
Cotton
We have some
candy,
people
sweet
that
as
I've
gold.
never heard speak up. 3.69K subs. Like, who is that? Has anyone talked to that person? Andrew, we've talked to. Ramasan, we got you, bro. BG, Bit Dave. Bitto is new from yesterday, BC verified. There's California Nightmare in the house. Dave Hinkle, of course. Denmark. Dr. Elect Crypto MD. Crypto. Cheers, Crypto. Alberiqua. Elisha Savvy just disappeared right when I got to him. Effie Batman. Fraud. Temsy. Hayden. Who's Hayden? Silver Effie. On the fence. Jay Laller won. I always wonder why people are on the fence. There's Martoth the White. Miggy's busy. Mode for Truth, another on the fence. Just don't get it. It's got to be holding on to that belief, like really hanging on with your fingernails to that belief to the last shreds. Your fingers are bloody stumps. And you're still holding on to the ragged shreds of the non-globe.
Help me hold on to what we had. I thought it was a globe.
Pat Floyd is a flat earther. Pigeons is a flat earther. We got PMAC. Riggs. And once again, Rob Doug 91. Roger's in the house, I think, or maybe he went to dinner.
What's up?
Hey, Roger. Sean is VC verified. Sean TV, Sisyphus, Too Many Roles Complainer.
I've been going to like baby truther channels and plugging the link in the comments and
What do you mean?
trying
What do you
to
mean by baby truther? Like they're like the
well like there's a channel that I've been focusing on called Marfugal that I try to there's a couple I have pulled over to get in here, but he has like 250,000 subscribers all day.
Wow.
And I use that pool of people who understand about certain things, but aren't quite. They're not normies, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And it's a good place where I've been trying to find people I can bring over. And I look for, I call that baby truther, because there's still he does a lot of this outer space. Here comes the comets. What the hell are they doing up there, kind of thing.
Right. So they're kind of diet woke, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
3 of his mods are straight flat earthers.
Well, I found that it seems like we're everywhere now. We're like all over on the comments on almost every channel. Like, they're not going to stop the flat earth culture, bro. Try as you might. So yeah, we have solar department. Spiral of Love is deafened and muted. That's one of the moderators. Sunny, who is that? I'll have to ask someone. Find out who Sunny is.
But no, I don't trust him. Not.
Don't know. Still trying to figure it out.
Don't trust.
I'm sorry.
That guy.
Definitely a
He's
troll.
sus.
Don't trust him.
Sorry, I'm just taking a piss out of you, Sonny. That's all.
I like it. Like that. That's good because I can take it. That's the whole thing. It's good when you can take almost any barrage and just like it just rolls right off and go, okay, tip your hat. On with your merry day.
Are you taking a piss?
Alex, we'll be flat. We'll be flat.
Good stuff. I know you can, man.
Elijah for Truth, where you at, bro?
Are you thick?
Are you thick as a brick?
Yeah. He's coming along with that accent for sure.
Who is? I am.
I understand. No, not you.
Not me.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
just sound like I sound like someone, an American, trying to speak British. Huh?
What would you say if I told you that I like this?
Do I really sound like that? I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, I have to have a good listening tool to be able to mock it quite well. If I haven't heard it for a long time, I won't be able to speak it,
Pretty soon, I'll be mocking every single dialect.
Which dialect do you believe that to be?
I don't know. You got a couple in just a couple of square blocks, apparently. Over there, over air.
If I stay true to my old Kentucky roots, would be fixing to eat. Y'all hungry? Eat yet? You want to? All right.
Cheat yet? Cheat.
Here it's eat. Oh, fixing to. All right. Yonder. Mm-hmm.
Right. There's somebody in the chat called Sisyphus who's got the role, too many roles complainer. That's the only role that you've got. And you're server muted. So Sisyphus, I'm going to unmute you just for fun. So Sisyphus, are you there? Did you try this one earlier, Sonny?
I just spoke up. I went down the whole list of everybody. So yeah, I did a couple times mention Sisyphus.
No worries, buddy.
And his only role for Too Many Roles Complainer, which is near and dear to my heart, but curious nonetheless.
So it is. You've also got the wanker as well. Congratulations, my friend. Well done.
I know. I'm honored. Try to wear it well.
I prefer the secret wanker role.
I was hoping for actually honorary wanker because it's good to be an honorary something or other, especially a wanker.
I can knight you. I can knight you, Sir Wanker, if you want.
Knight
Not a problem.
Wanker, wanker.
Perhaps bloody twat.
That sounds like.
Hey, well done.
Yo, Jedi, did you catch this track from Last Ladies Night?
No. Who's this?
I posted the link, right? They played it. I can't remember who the guy is, but you can see his stuff there, right? It was a tune. I think you'll appreciate.
Tune, yeah.
Yeah. If you haven't listened to it, I think you'll appreciate it big time.
Cool. All right, cheers, buddy. I'll go and listen to that. Give me a moment. I'll be back.
Sisyphus, hello.
Jedi will return after these messages.
Mickey's 24/7 Flat Earth live stream 3.5 Club. Get in the pit and try to 1v1.
See, I want to play that really cool guitar part I have after the announcement. I want to play part of this jam I did. Where is it? I could find shit.
I couldn't find a Jedi. It was in there somewhere. I must have skipped it.
Where is it?
Oh.
I better turn this down off for a second.
Got a couple of new people in the chat. We got Rob Doug 91.
No answering.
Huh? What's that, Sonny? Sonny, you there?
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, we went down the whole list of everybody a couple times back and forth and called people out, but go ahead and do it again. Those new people, we got Sisyphus, Rob Doug, 91.
Okay.
They didn't speak up, but I don't know if they're able to.
All right. Rob Doug, are you there? You have control of your mic. Rob Doug 91. You just muted yourself. You might have, I don't know, check to see if you have push to talk open. Let me give you VC verified just in case. What you can do is probably jump out and jump back in. Might be a connection issue. That sometimes happens. But we are dealing with Discord here. Rob Doug 91, are you there? Guess no Rob Doug 91. Oh, you lit up.
Are you there?
Yep. Oh, you got it. Yeah, you got it now.
Oh, okay. How you going?
Pretty good, man. How's it going?
Yeah.
Oh, we lost you, Doug.
You got me again?
Yeah. Are you on push to talk? Maybe that's the.
Yeah, I'm using my phone and I'm just trying to get my head around this app. But yeah, been listening to you guys for ages and decided to try and get online and have a chat to you.
Yeah, awesome. And like, so what brings you here? Like, are you of the thinking the Earth is flat, or are you globe earther? Like, what?
Yeah, no, I've been a flat earther for a couple of years, so just listening to lots of different stuff, and just looking around the world and seeing it as it really is, and it's a bit of an eye opener.
Awesome, man. I'm glad you joined us. Have you been listening to this Discord, or like was it just Flat Earth in general, like other chats?
Yeah. So I've been listening to this Discord probably for a couple of months, but like I say, I've only got my phone, so I tried to join and found the app, and now I'm just an old fart, not very nerdy, so I just been trying to get my head around how to use it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you got it though. That's a good thing. The main thing is you got it. So.
Yep.
So have you been listening to the 3 points that we've been giving people as they come in here and we take them through them? And
Yep. I've listened to those, and there's been some very interesting responses from some people. But
yeah, no doubt. I mean, they spiral when you're going to have one of two things, right? They're either going to concede and be like, "Yeah, I don't really know," right? Like,
yeah,
they don't have a dog in the fight, but some of them are they're dug in.
Yeah,
like the way Quantum Eraser puts it, right? Like an Alabama tick. They're so dug into that idea that they think they have it all down pat. And what happens is because of that, they think they're themselves wise and intellect. That when it's like pride comes before the fall, right? Like they come crashing down. They can't have an answer, no evidence. It's like everything they thought was true is now just a belief. Boy, I tell you, like when they hit that cog dissonance, like that level is just they go bonkers.
Yeah. And when you're face to face, it's you realise you're talking the most polarizing subject in the world, because they can get a little hostile.
I mean, it's sometimes hard to deal with because you don't want to bring them in that way, but you'd rather have it to where they're maybe give them some information, they can go think about it, come back and continue but it's like you're ripping it off like a Band-Aid all at once, and it's just
yeah.
For some people, it's like a shell shock,
Yeah.
It's traumatizing, dude. Like I think honestly, like if I was coming from that side over here and somebody was giving me the 3 points, I think I'd be kind of shocked into it, like too. It's not something that you're just gonna be like, oh yeah, okay, Earth is flat now. Like it's really like, whoa, what the hell, like.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a bit psychological, so.
I can actually speak to that. I just became a flat earther like almost a year ago, I guess, and it was when the Black Swan came out. I was listening to it live, and just the realization of the horizon not being geometric flattened me. Like I had to sit down.
Broken, were you in a conversation with somebody? Like, was Quantum taking you through the Black Swan, or are you just listening to the information, like, on YouTube or?
I was just listening to the information, but I understood, the concept of R and things bending around at the rate of R. I got that. But the horizon can't move, That's what the whole argument was built on, is that the horizon's a physical position that you can measure. And it was hard.
Did you try to wrestle with the idea for a while, or I don't think, or did you just come to it like it just can't happen? Like there's no way. Like there's a solid argument here. Like
there was a couple days, I guess, where I was trying to find loopholes. I went to general relativity, and there's an R in there. There's just all sorts of different ways that my mind went before I just kind of stepped back and was like, what the hell have I been doing?
Right on. So Rob Doug, how long you been? You said you've been for years, or 4 years you've been a flat earther?
Yeah,
is that right?
Well, late 2018, a YouTuber I was watching just said at the end of one of his videos, the Earth's flat, by the way, you should check it out. And I just went into a full shock. I was just like, oh no, I really respect this guy.
Yeah.
And,
You're like, bullshit, it's flat.
so I didn't watch any YouTubes on his channel for a couple of weeks, and then I had the realization, hang on, you really respected what this guy was saying. You owe it to him to look into it. Well, then I sat down and watched Eric Dubé's 6-hour YouTube of 200 proofs, and I was just then I just had to go through the whole process of of depression and anger and of course an appetite to learn as much as I possibly could about it. That's what I've been doing for the last 2 years.
Yeah, man, it is a journey. Like once you start, some people are like, nah, what difference does it make? Flat or round? I'm like, man, if you've ever been at that point where you realize that the earth isn't what they told you, it literally is like an unveiling, like there's something just washes over you. Like this.
Yeah.
I can't describe it, but you know what I'm saying. And so does Broken. Like we all hit that moment where it's just everything changed. Like some people were like, well, what's really going to change? I think they haven't really understood the ramifications of the information, right? Of the depth of it. Like they haven't really.
Yeah, what's interesting? I'm really glad. Oh, I wanted to tell Rob Doug, I put my Flat Earth channel in the voice text, so check it out. I have a lot of great channels that I sub to, and over 150 videos on there. So
Sweet.
Check out my channel. But
thank you.
Say, I'm really glad I didn't have to fight with this. Like for whatever reason, like when I was at this place where I finally decided I'll sit down and look at one of these videos. Finally, after about 2 years of completely ignoring it. It's like throwing it off the shelf. Every time that card came up, I would just knock it back off the shelf. I wouldn't look at it. For 2 years, I didn't look at it. And then in 2017, the first time I watched all of 200 proofs, I went out looking the next day at water. And after about the next week or 2 weeks, I figured it out. It just came upon me. Like I'm riding my bicycle around and I'm like, it's a flat earth. It's stationary. I would know it. And then I started going to, why don't I feel any of that motion? All those different rabbit holes that we go to, But I'm glad I didn't have to come here and fight with it, because I don't know, honestly, like emotionally, that would have been more traumatizing to me, I think. So the people that are sitting here like fighting tooth and nail to like hold on to this belief they have, it must be excruciating. I'm glad I didn't have to experience that. Like I went through my own, it's like a cataclysm inside, right?
Yeah.
Well, I thought I had a correct, like I thought I had knowledge, like I thought it'd been measured. I thought there was an R value, and I thought flat earthers were crazy for questioning a measurement. Like I understood that.
Yeah.
And when that's taken away, there's no argument left.
And I was literally a nutcase when I first found out, because I thought everybody needs to know this. And I went out and actually tried to do that. I blew people away because I didn't know how to talk about the subject like we do here. So I was all over the place with every single conspiracy that I had studied for the last 20 years, and people thought I was absolutely a batshit crazy. So I blew a bunch of people out, and needless to say, those people still got flat smacked. Don't get me wrong, but it's just not the right way to do it. So, yeah, I learned.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put my channel in there too. That way, in case you want to sub to it, we're always live streaming 24/7 on the YouTube.
Beautiful.
Yeah, when I first, like the repercussions of me finding out is I went to work and talked about it a little bit too much and lost my job at the Oak Ridge Nuclear Facility.
Dang.
Oh man,
I heard that. I heard you say that before.
That's the first time I heard that. I haven't heard you actually say that. Well, it's their loss, man. I mean, you sound like you're very intelligent, so it's.
But now,
Well,
if we
I
look
was at,
back on all that stuff, if you had jobs before 2020, or you still have a job now, you got the people out there got to be questioning. Look at all the people who just all of a sudden lost their job at the drop of a hat. Like you no longer are needed, so you're out of a job. You're losing your business. Pretty much like we don't care what happens to you. You're just like they're just like I don't know. Don't want to get into that too much. But
well,
yeah,
I could believe that it was because of COVID if I hadn't have been a one-man layoff, you know?
I'm concerned for my children. I really am. But they're adults, you know, and they have the same creator I do, so I just have to have faith.
All right, Rob, Doug, real quick, since you're a part of the server, I want to see if I can put you maybe real quick to if you got any 3 of your best proofs that the Earth is flat. And I give you the flat Earth tag.
Things I've witnessed myself, or things that I've researched.
I guess in general, in all that you've encountered from your time being a flat earther, like from what you've encountered, like why you know the Earth is flat.
Okay, I got a P1000 for Christmas, and went out and took a point and shoot photo of the moon that's supposed to be 235,000 miles away or something. And I thought, well, there's no way I can do that handheld with a point and shoot camera. And took a pretty good few images, and I thought, that shouldn't be possible. And I drive for a living, so I'm always, you know, in positions where I can see further than I should. And where I am here in Melbourne, driving around Port Phillip Bay, I'm always looking out over the water, and some days it's just like a pond, and other days it's as rough as anything. But the horizon still is level and horizontal. When I see
I think we lost you, Rob, Doug.
You got me again?
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I've got to hold my bloody finger on the phone to make it talk. So maybe I need to get a better headset or something. But seeing the sun, hot spotting clouds, being local. You know, I'm always looking up in the sky more. Like I say, I work for myself, and I'm a delivery driver, so I spend all day outside just looking around. And you know, some of the things I've looked at, like Jay Tolan Media One, his long distance infrared photography is absolutely incredible. You know, and all that long range stuff. So I'm hoping to get out with the P1000 and do a bit of long range photography myself, and yeah,
seeing things that are impossible on the globe, huh?
Yeah, well, yeah. When you hit that zoom, and things that weren't there at your eye level suddenly start appearing in the viewer, it's it makes you realize, wow, perspective's a thing. And the funny thing is, you know, when I was at school, I didn't like school very much, and I always had this feeling that there was something afoot at school that I didn't know about because I was just a kid. But one of the subjects I did well at was technical drawing, and of course we learn about the laws of perspective during that, and that's probably the only subject at school I did any well at, and all that came back to me. I thought, yeah, perspective. I remember learning about that, yeah, and so yeah, it's like I say, looking at the world through fresh eyes, and I've spent my whole life as an atheist, and what I love the most is Mark Sargent's idea of things that were in a building, you know, and buildings have builders, and that's the biggest thing that happened to me with Flat Earth, is realizing, oh shit, that this isn't by accident.
It's created.
Yeah. So that calmed me down quite a bit, actually. And you know, you get through okay, I can't really speak to people about this, and that's why I've been hanging out to get on this server so I can talk to some like-minded people, because it's a polarizing subject, and you're really unsure really how to broach it. Like, you know, at the Christmas table, I was with my partner's family, and she's not a flat earther, and there was no way I could bring that subject up safely, you know, without causing a complete and utter meltdown. So, you know, I think I just need to listen how you guys talk to people, and just let it sort of soak in, you know, how do you approach this with different people. And I think that's why I like listening to this server, is I'm probably absorbing those techniques without even realizing it. And, you know, one day I'm just going to open my mouth and it'll come out. That's what I'm hoping anyway.
My in-laws are atheist engineers.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Welcome, Rob Doug. It's nice to have you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, welcome to the server, mate. I appreciate that. Sorry, guys, just a little bit of moderation. The Adam Meekins in the house. Adam Meekin, good to see you, buddy. Hope you next your microphone. You better say hello.
Adam Meekin.
Hello. I was right.
Gotcha.
Evening,
Thank you.
Evening, Jedi.
Yeah.
Good
evening, Adam.
Evening, my friend.
An evening to the nice gent that sounds like he's well on his way. Sound like you could probably already tackle a conversation, mate.
Yeah, I like listening to you on Nathan Oakley as well. So yeah, I catch a bit of those debates as well, which are very, very informative.
Thank you.
The Adam Meek.
So Rob Doug, was it a relief?
Getting shouted out the other day and quite relates to the show.
I just run up with somebody.
That's all right, buddy. I'll rubbish you a lot. You finish your point. I can talk to Mickey anytime.
I was just asking if it was relief to come to the realization he wasn't standing upside down on the bottom of a ball and the land down under.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's what I find the hardest to absorb is. So if I'm driving from Victoria up to Queensland, you know, I'm driving to the inner part of the plane, you know, and that all the other stuff I've been able to let go, but you know, I this thinking I'm driving up to Queensland. No, you're not. You're just driving into where the sun's a bit warmer, and
man,
so,
that's a mind job.
Yeah,
that's a mind job, man. Like what it does to you. Like in your mind, you don't see it, but you actually perceive yourself actually going over a globe. In your mind,
yeah.
Not that it's happening. It's just that's how they make you believe strongly that it's.
Yeah, that's it. And I really just can't shake that. I got to sort of slap myself mentally each time I'm thinking like that and go, no, that's not how it is. It's a plane.
Well, you know, what's interesting is if you ask somebody where they live, they'll always point towards the horizon. They never point down at the ground or in any other direction. You know, it's towards the horizon.
True. Yeah, true.
You're absolutely right. In my local children's playground, they've got little arrows on the floor, so distances to Sydney and Tokyo and Rio de Janeiro. But they're all pointing to the horizon, right? If they wanted to be truly accurate, that would be a signpost with arrows pointing through the floor, wouldn't it? But it's not.
Yeah.
And this is in the children's playground. Australia's over there. You know, there's Sydney, there's Tokyo.
Yeah.
Turn around, there's Rio de Janeiro.
So every location on Earth is lateral to us.
Right.
Then we realized they laughed in every one of our faces with Alice in Wonderland, and we didn't get the joke.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I rewatched like the entire Disney collection just to like get the fucking joke, you know, so I could be pissed again. Like I literally took my time, and like there's some gems in them shits. Gems.
My biggest one was the Truman Show, when, you know, I just had to wipe all the urine from my face. I'm like, wow, they just drank a gallon of water and just let it loose right on my face with that movie, The Truman Show.
Yeah,
You're not wrong.
I watched that one too. I watched it over. I had to. But it's like it's like you break through like a veil that most people haven't broken. You know what I mean? And it's like it was created this way. Imagine like it was created this way so like we would have more influence the other people around us, right? Because like obviously, if we know the shit and we know we're right, but we know we can't tell you. You know, I keep thinking back to all those fucking Hollywood like celebrities and like their fingers over their mouth, like don't tell them. And I'm like, is this what they're talking about? Don't tell them, because they're not gonna hear me anyways. You know what I mean? So it makes me scratch my head for sure. What do you guys think?
I always go over the 3 points because of the method that I was telling people about it. It's a non-confrontational way, sort of, because it's not telling them, that the Earth is flat.
So
it's having them look at the information that they know about the globe. So instead of saying the Earth is flat, you're saying, how is the Earth a globe? And so you're telling them, tell me how the Earth is a globe with the 3 positive claims that the globe Earth is making. So you're having them tell you about the globe instead of you feeding them information.
Of course, yeah, I understand.
So that's non-confrontational in the sense that you're kind of staying out of it. Like it's not up to you what they tell you; it's up to them what they know. And then
it's perfect because an intellectually honest person is given the chance to go through their own knowledge base, whatever that may be, and put forward what they believe to be true based upon their own knowledge. And if they're honest, it'll wake them up. And if they're not, well, we have fun.
Yeah,
you could say that.
Well, Wiggles, I noticed about him, he kept on wanting to insert physical obstruction on the horizon as proof the Earth wasn't flat, even though he can't validate that. Just kept asserting it. Like he wouldn't answer any question. He just kept asserting that.
He never moves off the first point. That's from what last time me and Wiggles and Jedi, and it was a couple other people that were in here. But he has his what does he bring up? Those images, Jedi, remember those? He shoots in it's like one image, and inside that image has got like these little images that he's taken. I don't know if the horizon or something. You can barely see them, like when he puts them up there. I think I saved one. But anyways, he's trying to say that the horizon is a physical location, but that it moves. So he wants to have his cake and eat it when it comes to the horizon. He wants to say that it's both physical and it moves. And he wants to kind of stay that way. He doesn't want to move his position for it either being physical or just optical.
Yeah, but like even in that scenario, how in the hell are you going to measure something that's in constant flux? It's ridiculous.
Yeah. He'll just tell you that it can be. That would be his answer. It just can be.
Well, I can assume a radius and apply a value to it, so it has to be true.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's that subjective truth. It's true for me. It's my truth. You believe in your truth. Okay.
But then he'll say it's still true. You see, that's how his workaround is. That's how they got these people, man. I mean, they truly believe that a subjective way of looking at it is the way that it is.
Yeah, they like to obfuscate. I mean, deep down, they know, but they're building this cognitive wall. Concrete.
The bullshit has always been laid on pretty thick, okay? But now they're laying it on even thicker because of the last 6 years of Flat Earth and the noise it's made in the community and outside. It really is a target, and part of that exercise against, the Flat Earth concepts and all is simply more bullshit spread thicker. That's all the state's doing. We're look, in England they want a level 5 lockdown now, which is basically house arrest for everybody. We're on planet lockdown right now.
Boy, are you serious?
We're supposed to be on the pre-Flat Earth.
When did they start that, Jimbo? Today?
They set this new level 5 for England, and if they have to, they'll enforce it to prevent the spread of the C virus, whatever. And it's basically house arrest for everybody.
There's already somebody in Colorado, man, that has it.
Hey, Jimbo, would you mind if I ask you a question? It's a random.
I wish it was involving chemistry, but Adam's here too. We both speak that code.
No, it's not chemistry. It's not chemistry. Have you ever been interviewed on like a popular TV show? Your voice sounds like someone I've heard before, It's really unique.
When I was, late teens and early 20s, I worked in the fake news business and acting and all that shit. Then I went like behind the scenes repairing stuff and making things. So you may have seen me even on TV in a few TV shows.
Okay.
But that was then and on way old newsreels and shit, But,
okay.
And
Cool.
I've been on frickin' FE for 6 frickin' years now on shows and panels, so you probably heard my voice somewhere.
Cool.
That's interesting. I didn't even know that, but I've always known that your voice is very, very unique. Definitely.
Well, they teach you to vary it a bit and use tone and other stuff and just try to create new accents, almost new characters, just with how fast you speak, your pitch, all these things. It's
So
part of acting.
Were you doing things back in the 70s in that kind of field?
It would have been early 80s, late 70s, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Just curious. I don't know.
Did some MacGyver in the day and the Wise Guys TV show and a bunch of shit like that back in the day.
Did you come out on MacGyver?
Pardon me?
Did you come out on MacGyver?
Well, I'm in a few episodes, but you'd have to watch them to figure out which ones I'm in.
Are you the guy with the hair?
No, I got in that with cattle calls, they call them. You go there to be part of the crowds and, bars, arenas, whatever the case may be.
Oh, just an extra.
Yeah, an extra.
Are you Dana Delaney?
I lived in LA back then.
You're guy number 3 then, in the corner.
Yeah, but sometimes if you look kind of tough or whatever, they like your jaw, your features, they ask you to do extra stuff, sometimes.
You kind of interact with the main character or something, like as he breezes by, you like pump his gas or something.
When I started working in Vancouver, there was one of the companies that I could go and apply for, so I did. It was Ebony Extras. So I walked in the office there and, went through the routine and, the eyes were pancake sized and well, they thought it was pretty funny, but they took it and I got work from it. So because I had a good sense of humor about it and stuff. White guy going into a basically all black casting agency. It was brilliant, but what can you do? The best place for most people, if you have the looks, features, and drive, and it's legit there, it's Faces International. They're still out there. You prepare a portfolio for them, your profile information. And you stick it with them. If there's genuine commercials, other stuff that they want you in, you'll get a call and you'll be paid well. Some days, like just to shoot a commercial, you can get $4,000 or $5,000, sometimes more, just for your day. So, and it's not every day.
All right, Jimbo. Apologies for interrupting you, Jimbo. I was waiting for a break in what you were saying. Finish your point, mate, and then I'll do the moderation after.
It's good. It's just that like some of it is like bullshit for, the fakery, and some of it's genuine work. People want to earn a living in that shit. So how dare you?
Okay, guys, we've got a new person called B who's just jumped into the voice chat. Just going to give you a quick heads up. B was in the lobby, so I'm not expecting too much from one of the lobby trolls. But B, being as you did join the live stream after I asked you, I've unmuted you. So B, welcome to the server. You can unmute your microphone. I would suggest you do so, buddy. So B, you said you would join the live stream, which you have. Well done, you. I've unmuted you. What you need to do is unmute yourself and talk. Thank you for wasting my time, B. I really appreciate that. What I'm going to do is stick you back on mute. If you do want to speak again in the future, maybe speak to another moderator and not me. All right, hold on. He's just given me a message saying it won't let him. So give me a second. I'll see if I can figure that out for you, B. Might be a roles issue, so give me 5 seconds. Sometimes if I unmute you, that's... Yep. So, B, try that again. You are unmuted. You've also got voice verified, Roll. There's absolutely no reason whatsoever why you shouldn't be able to speak on my end. If you can't speak, that would be your issue, bud. I thank you for disappearing, B. I will now remove all of your roles. Sorry to interrupt you guys. I just had to deal with that for a second.
Oh, no worries.
You there, guys?
No, we'll hide them behind the sofa. I'm going to jump out and say surprise in a minute when you're not looking.
Behind the big chair.
Yeah, I'm going to go back and to work now and do some deliveries. But if you just put me back on mute, I'd like to keep listening. That'd be great.
All right, cheerio.
I have no doubt you'll stay flat.
No worries, Rob.
Do me a
If you
favor.
want to, buddy, you can stick. If you want to, buddy, you can stick yourself on mute. So then you've at least got control of your microphone. I don't mind putting you on mute this end, but
Okay, yeah, okay, I'll do that.
it
Yep.
might be easier for you to do it yourself, Rob.
No worries.
buddy.
But
Cool.
if you try and talk to me, it's just because I'm out of the car.
You might be.
You're all right, mate. No fret.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers. You might be.
You might be wrestling a wombat. I hear they're pretty rowdy, and they really know how to throw a punch.
How do you drive a truck? How do you drive a truck when you're antipodal? That's what I want to know.
Throw another shrimp on the barbie for me.
You must be spinning upside
You
down.
know-
That's very uncomfortable.
Some of the nicest things I saw from Australia were the people at night going around taking selfies, I guess, with the wombats.
Oh yeah, okay.
They're
Whereabouts
so
in Australia
nice.
did you see that?
Yeah, well, it's on Google. If you look at up wombat night shots and stuff with people, there was a craze going around, and just everyone was running around finding a wombat, grabbing a night shot, and posting it. But they're cute. I don't know what it is about wombats. Well, there is something I wanted confirmation on because I've heard it and read it, but I want to know if it's actually true.
Go on.
Apparently they shit cubes, little square shits.
It's not a perfect cube, but yep, I know what you mean. And the other thing they do, is you don't leave your shoes outside your tent when you're camping, because they like to shit in them. But the other thing they do is they'll shit on a rock, and they'll be able to pile those little pellets up into like a little rock tower, of poo.
Oh, like Inuit do with rocks. They're mimicking
It's really strange, but yeah, wombats have that skill.
Yeah, how could you do that? How could you do that on rotating Earth, though?
That's a very good point.
those Inuit things are called Inukshuks, and you can find thousands of them. Some are pretty elaborate too, but if there was vibration or spin, you couldn't pile stones like that or bowling balls.
Yeah.
Sounds like a steaming pile of shit to me.
Yeah. The only other question I've ever been asked about wombats is, can you eat them? And the answer is, I don't know.
I reckon you can eat anything, though.
Yeah, but they're so cute. I wouldn't want to. Some animals are just, in a way, you think of it, just too adorable to eat.
Yeah.
Just don't seem right.
Yeah.
You guys have the best anthem, though, that any country has ever had. That Timey
like that?
Kangaroo.
Waltzing
Timey Kangaroo down, sport. Timey Kangaroo down.
Rolf Harris.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, good old Rolf.
I love that song.
Dear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought their national anthem was Joey by Concrete Blonde.
Check. Oh.
Waltzing Matilda.
Watch me wallaby feed,
What's
mate.
that by
Watch
NXS?
me wallaby feed. He's
They're
a dangerous breed, mate. Watch me wallaby feed. All together now. I'm just kidding.
Tan me hide when I die, Clyde. Tan me hide when I die.
Yeah.
They hung it on the shed.
Oh, you're way out, Sonny.
I'm a kangaroo down.
I'm a kangaroo down.
What's
I'm
Canada
saying, man, it's a
elected
catchy
gas
tune,
line?
man. Like that's.
I was
for
just
real.
going to say it's all right, Rob. We have met Australians before.
It's
It was
good.
a
It's,
worldwide hit.
We can act Australian here too, mate.
it's good. It's
How
good
did-
that you love. It's good that you love the Roos because they outnumber us 3-1.
The Roos.
Really?
Watch out for that.
Yeah, yeah.
Foster's Australian for bear.
Well, we enjoyed wallaby and kangaroo burgers here at our fast food franchises, Walmart, the Burger King, McDonald's, all that. There was not a pandemic when there's too many of something, they call it a glut or
Yeah,
whatever.
they cull them. Yeah.
Yeah, they called the kangaroo and wallaby, and instead of wasting all the meat, they shipped it to North America and Europe.
Yeah.
And put it in our fast food processing and served it to us in our fast food restaurants. 4 billion served happily.
Yeah, as long as it tastes good, man, I'm with that.
I'm good.
Right, you know what I mean?
Just tell me I'm eating a kangaroo burger. I'll eat a kangaroo burger. I don't think they're so cute we can't eat them. But tell me I'm eating kangaroo.
I wish I was in Tijuana eating barbecued iguana.
Yeah,
This
you ain't living
sounds
until you had
so
iguana.
weird. But there's a lizard that actually squirts blood out of its eye to, repel enemies and danger. It's so disgusting. When you said barbecued iguana, I thought of that stupid little thing and got shivers and skin crawling. But if you want something to really give you shivers, go look at that lizard that squirts blood out its eyes. Oh my God!
If somebody was squirting blood out their eyes, I'd back the hell up.
We have enough. We have enough.
Oh, I'm running away, screaming.
Whack a troll night. We have too many trolls here. Yeah, we don't need much more of that. Bleeding from the eyes, that is.
Huh.
Mm-hmm. And the ears, especially the ears.
And if you want to lose sleep, watch that old black and white movie, The Great Gila Monster. Wow. The effects, the story. Just, you never sleep again.
You're funny.
There's an old I don't say wives' tale. Is it true about the emu war that happened in Australia? Or is that something?
Emu war.
Yeah, have you heard about it?
Emu war. No, I've never heard about
those
that.
two tribes? Are those tribes of indigenous people?
No, something about the emus. They started overtaking the population of like the people, and I don't know if it's true or not, but you could look it up.
Ostrich? They're big ostrich type looking birds.
Yeah, they're aggressive.
Yeah, big flightless bird.
Yeah, they're very aggressive. Yeah, they're a little bit crazy too.
Hey, and they got some big ass
ostrich
claws,
can
dude.
kill
They
you.
could kill you.
Ostrich can kill you. They have ostrich down south. You can't go in the pen with them.
Have you seen their talons? Yeah, they can take you out, man.
They'll kill you.
Yeah.
Stuff. So wow.
So, I don't know.
You need your nail spiked Louisville Slugger for that.
No, I don't know, man. They got a long reach with those talons.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
It's just
Australia's just a dangerous country in the first place. Everything that creeps and crawls and wriggles, yeah,
they can kill you within like 4 minutes, right? Like the box jellyfish. There's a freaking tree that it's got like little spikes on it. If you go in the forest, the spikes can kill you within like 3 minutes. Like it's
What about the
poisonous.
damn black mamba
The
snake?
sea life will kill you. The trees will kill you. The fucking ground's going to kill you probably because something's going to
Fire ants can kill you.
jump out of it in a minute. There you go.
Yeah,
Funnel web spiders can kill you.
You want to go out to the woods there? You got to be really prepared to be out in the woods there.
Oh, sunburn. The sun could kill you. Dangerous.
You know the thing I like
country,
best about the swamps down in South Carolina? Everything there can fucking kill you.
Get scalped by an
It's
aborigine.
a wonderful place to be.
No, I don't know about all that, but
It is. I don't know. It's just beautiful. And anyway, I don't know. It is danger everywhere, but at least it's natural danger there. You know, I don't know. It's just
I was on an island. I was on an island just off of Panama in Panama Bay back when I was sailing, and we landed on this island to do some work on the hull. So it had a really high tide there. This tide was like 20 feet or something. out of this island. So we careened about there, but there was wild dogs, a pack of wild dogs on this island. There was these land crabs crawling all over the beach everywhere. Like if you sat down, there'd be crabs. These
Did you eat them?
crabs, tree crabs, no.
Why
But you
not?
could have them as a pet, which I did for a little while. They make cool little pets.
You didn't put them in a big old pot and boil them?
I don't know if you want to. You probably could, I suppose, but
It depends whether you have to roast them or boil them, how fat they are. If there's a lot of fat, you have to roast them.
these
Like
are
any
tree
fish and
crabs.
stuff that's high fat, you roast it. If you
These are-
boil something with high fat, you ruin it. It's just goes yuck.
So
That's
they're a
one
little
of the
they're a little
secrets.
different than the sea crabs. These are like tree crabs. They lived on the land. So
Yeah, they'll have higher fat. You grill them over a fire or something like that. Let the fat leak out while they bake.
they're that's pretty strange.
That's why pig is really good roasted.
We had these fish we could pull out. They're called chicken of the sea, but they're so fat. They got so much fat. You can bury their head in the sand, light their tail, and they burn like a candle for a few hours.
There were there were these shells in the Caribbean where there were spikes sticking out of these little turban shells. There was this huge spike sticking out of them. Like if you stepped on that, you'd be in big trouble. And then these conch shells, if you got around that live conch, they could take your fingers off.
Razor clams will slice you open, 6-7 inches long and razor sharp, 2 edges. Cut you like a Swiss food knife.
Yeah, you don't. There's only a certain way you can get those, like with a net or something.
But if you have scratches, the salty water in the sea helps them heal. And for cuts and stuff, if you have sand dollars, you can pull one out, put it on a wound, and it secretes iodine. So you have
I
like
didn't know
healing and yeah, they're protected in Florida, the Carolinas, most beaches.
Used to be a Boy Scout or what, Jimbo? I didn't know all this information.
No, but I grew up on the coast, right? Here I had a conversation. I forget who with. I should have remembered the name, but I tell my story about looking across from the Richmond to Jacket River, and it's 20 miles across, and seeing people and fires and bikes on the beach and stuff. He's over a few miles in a place called Petit Rocher, and he looks across the same bay, but it's 24 miles to Bonaventure, and he sees the same freaking thing. So
That's in,
who knows?
Hey, that's a land crab that guy has, or cut the shit put on the live stream to voice text.
That's
Funny.
a huge crab. Oh my god, it's like a
Was that-
spider crab.
That's a tank.
Can you can probably eat that sucker, huh? Boil that guy.
Oh yeah.
What is that? Just a pet? That's a pet crab.
I don't think it. That
It's
was
not a
dinner.
pet, mate.
Or was dinner? So start.
Well, look, what the
Looks
woman?
like an Alaska
Yeah, the woman's
king
dinner.
crab, or it looks like Alaska king crab, or not snow crab, but one of the king crabs from Alaska.
Yeah, he's a big one.
Oh, Miggy, just to remind you, the Adam Meakin, one of the next people that comes in, I've nominated the Adam Meakin to go through the 3 points. We spoke about it a little bit last night, so if you've got the opportunity to, yeah, well, gonna fucking remind you, mate. So,
the
the Adam
I was
Meakin
gonna say,
goes
let me
through the
write.
3 points.
Let me write these down. Let me write these down because I was, I was bigging this up the other day for you, Miggy. After Don accused you of plagiarism.
Yeah.
I was saying I like the way it is. You were saying it's non-confrontational. I agree. It's actually a nice way of just establishing those fundamentals where we are to move forwards in a debate about them.
Right.
I have a gravity thing I always wanted to talk to Adam about, and it involves like hyperchromatography and isomers.
Oh no.
And an issue with gravity. And he can validate
Issue
whether
with
I'm
gravity.
right or wrong. Yes. Yes. Well, when
I didn't even realise gravity was a thing at the moment. So to have an issue with not a thing seems a bit ridiculous.
Yeah,
Well, give me the 3 points first so I can write them down, and then and then I've got them in my notebook infinitum. But
we're doing
I don't know.
chromatography on THC derivatives and their isomers. Strictly the isomers of THC.
Yeah, we need the Adam Meekin doing the 3 points. So Miggy.
Come on.
Yep.
Give it me, and then I'll have to admit I know very little about THC chromatography. I've not done it for.
It's okay, but isomers
like
all
25 years ago.
They all have the same atomic weight, right?
Say that again.
They do. They're all whatever.
I didn't hear what you said. All have the same atomic weight. I didn't.
Okay, they all have the same number of atoms and no other variation. Okay, but when they climb the paper, they form horizontal rows, vertically, up the paper. Yet they all weigh the same thing, but they all separate. It's certainly not a function of the heaviest at the bottom and the lightest at the top. They're not fractions.
It's a rate of perfusion, isn't it? So things separate and have different rates of perfusion, and that's what separates them when you do chromatography like that, isn't it? It's their perfusion rates, which is based on molecular size, I think. But you're asking me to pull shit from a long time ago.
Yeah. But that was my point, though. Even though it's been a while for you, is that it's not about in some cases, yes, the heaviest stuff stays at the bottom and the lightest fractions move to the top. But in this case, all the isomers have the same atomic mass. So none are heavier than the other, but they all separate into rows.
Yeah, but if they're molecularly different, then that's what I said. They'll have a different rate of diffusion. It might have the same atomic mass, but if they're different shapes, then
yeah, they are definitely different resonance, different shapes, different bridging, stereochemistry. The whole works. So it's either magnetic or, some type of other response that's responsible for their separating, and certainly not their weight or mass. But it's been a while. You still remember, from ethyl, methyl, propyl, butyl.
Most elephants puke blood.
Is what?
Most elephants puke blood. Methyl, ethyl, propyl, butyl is what you refer to.
Yeah,
that's how I always remembered it.
Yeah. So,
That's really funny. I wondered what the hell you were talking about then, but it made sense as soon as you said that.
Yeah.
It's a whole language for a pharmacist or for a chemist. It's organic chemistry for both, but it's the same code, and it's a lot of code. People learn a few words and they think they're sometimes pretty good at something, but something like chemistry, it's almost a lifelong thing. I'm sure for Adam it's been a lifelong.
Getting there.
Yeah, not full life yet, but then. I mean, he's an expert. I like when he's talking because it's basically simple, straight to the point, and from someone who has some education in what he's talking about.
I bet he
going
knows
against people who are delusional.
I bet the Adam Meekin knows a lot about natural compounds. Then I would suppose.
Not enough to just randomly start talking about them.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's kind of a very broad topic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know because my brain's emptied. Is these three? Come on, guys, just list the three questions for me so I've got them. if I'm because I'm going to run and get some.
So Mig, no worries. So Miggy's on a call, so I'll give them to you, buddy. They're really simple. So first one, you got your pen and paper here?
I'm ready. Got my Sharpie.
Oh, good lad. Well done. So the first question. Do you know of any direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth? And if so, how? You doing, mate? Chiseling this out. Okay, cool.
Can you hear it? I'll put it a bit near the mic and it does sound it. Yeah, go on then.
No worries, buddy. So second question, pretty much the same as the first, but actual rotation. So, do you know of any direct measurement of the actual rotation of the Earth? And if so, how it was done?
Axial or actual?
Axial.
Axial,
Rotation on the
obviously, yeah.
axis.
I know. It's just you're not very nice. Nottingham accent. Of axial rotation.
Hello. Hold on. What? Are we now going to have like wars about how we speak? That's fine. We can do that.
Yeah. Much too like the Queen's
You got
English,
that second question, yeah?
Of axial rotation.
All
No, I
right.
was too busy being sarcastic. Sorry. Of axial rotation.
That's all right, buddy. You're fine. And if so,
Of
how it
axial
was done?
rotation, if so,
Obviously,
what?
off the Earth.
Yeah, if so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so third question, the vacuum of space. How do you know that the vacuum of space is as we are told, or is a medium that we can travel to?
Okay, thanks, mate.
No worries, buddy.
Right, I'm off night. I'm going to go get some wine. I'll be back in a sec. I'll unmute when I'm back.
Yeah, no fret, buddy. You go and get your one.
I'll go and talk to myself in the mirror. You can do
Sonny,
this.
you're really far away from me, Mike. Yeah, you go do that. Yeah, go on. You go learn how to talk. All right, Sonny, were you saying something, mate? You sound like you're really far away from your microphone again. If you wasn't, then that's fine, buddy. I just heard you in the background. It was really quiet.
I might have just been mumbling a little bit. I don't know. Could have been.
Right, buddy. I do that too. You're fine.
I turned it up a little bit, so it should be better now.
Yeah, much better, buddy. Yeah, much better. All right, let's have a scroll through this chat. First of all, I see that Meadowlark has jumped in, so good evening or good afternoon to you, Meadowlark. Brilliant to see you as always.
Hey, Meadowlark.
Obviously not near his microphone at the moment. That's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting for Mrs. Savvy to return to the microphone, or Lulaka, being as I have changed your name because you hadn't changed it quick enough. So I can't wait for you to return. Who else have we got in here? It's been a fun-filled day, buddy. It really has. So nobody that I don't recognise, but I'm just going to read you all off because you're awesome. So Arian, 3.69k subs is in the house. Aranistan with that beautiful voice. BG, Beth the Hong. Key bit, Dave. Cut the shit. Dave Hinkle's in the house. Shout out to Dave Hinkle. Crypto, I haven't heard you this evening, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Elbow, Fork and Tuna. I see you in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Hayden, I don't think we've had the opportunity to speak, my friend. But anyway, maybe we'll get to speak at some time in the future, Hayden. Jimbo's obviously in the house. Wealth of information. Joshua, Lucky FE, Marth off the White. Always happy to see you, buddy. Glad you're doing well. Pat Floyd, Pigeon Steph and PMAC. Hope you're still there, my friend. You've been on all day. Riggs is in the house. Great to see you, Riggs. Rob Dogg's probably back at work. I'm not sure if Roger is by his microphone, but if he is, shout out to Roger. Sean TV, good to see you, my friend. Sir Vagabond, back on the server.
What's up, Jedi?
Been away for a couple of months, but he's back. That's
Yo, what's
awesome.
up, Jedi?
Roger, was that you? Yo, yo, yo. Good,
Yeah, I was me.
Good.
Roger, sir.
Spar of Love. Yeah, good stuff, Roger. Yeah. Well, Spar of Love, Sunny. Yeah. Will be
Present.
flat. Awesome. So yeah, that's who's in the super. I keep scrolling through the lobby, but the lobby's a bit of a what's the best way to use this? A bit of a shit.
We'll just keep scrolling. We'll just keep
Oh, the
scrolling up and down the list until we bug the shit out of somebody, so they come in and start saying something. We'll start dropping their names.
Nathan hit me up on the phone, and he was telling me, Nathan Thompson, he was asking me that if I wanted to go on a debate with the Modern Day Debate.
Okay.
James, so I was like, hell yeah, dude, just put me on there. Put whatever baller you want on there. I don't even care. And he was like, yeah, I'll shoot James a message and see if we can get you on there. That's good publicity for the server and for my channel and all that. So
it's awesome stuff. Did you hear Quantum Arrays had given you a shout out on Ball Busters the other day, Miggy?
No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, that was.
Do you have the
good.
video?
Yeah.
Like where?
Yeah, I think
I could put it up there.
it was his latest one, so the one he did yesterday. If you could do, Sonny, that would be awesome. So a really
Yeah.
good show, presentation, obviously the 1 year anniversary of the Black Swan, and a little bit of, a couple of mentions of 24/7, and Mickey with his 3 points, and yeah,
Sweet.
John was talking about it, Chocolate was talking about it, my friend. Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah, I really want this
Of course,
thing
it
to
was
catch fire, man. To be honest.
Yeah.
Black Swan birthday.
Yeah, I agree with you, mate.
Coming right up. Where are you at? The Black Swan birthday party. Happy birthday, Black Swan.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, he was saying that
There's Lou in the house.
I think him and Witsit were going to do a tour. They're going to stop in a couple of places across America.
Oh, what, Nathan and Witsit, really? Oh, that's brilliant.
So I don't know where they might stop in some locations where they're going to hang out, but they were like, yeah, if we roll through, I was like, yeah, just stop by, man. It'd be kind of cool to hang out for a little bit.
These locations.
I really hope.
Do you know the routes?
Oh, I don't know where they're going to stop, but I guess they're going to plan some kind of.
It would be nice to have some sort of update, maybe in admins or even main lobby, so everyone knows.
Yeah, that way they could stop by and just visit everybody on the way. Maybe when the pandemic's over, Jedi can take a plane over here.
Yeah,
we can hang.
Yeah, buddy. I'll be on that first jet out of here. Fucking hell. Get me out of this country. Justin, have you just jumped in, or were you here about 5 minutes ago?
I've been here for a minute, yeah.
Alright, so I read through the list, and if you're on the list, mate, I didn't shout you out. So shout out to Justin, mate. Good to see you. I didn't want to leave you out, buddy. That was all. I don't always scroll to the top of the server because it's just live stream, so that's all right, mate.
Hey, Justin. How's it going, bro?
Yeah, I just got off work. This was a good day. Stopping on, see what's going on. Heard you guys talking about some cooking and stuff too. Right.
I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I started buying like emergency dugout gear, ration, and a tactical pack of survival equipment, and food, camp stove, like I got everything now, just about. So yeah.
Smart man. Yeah, I was looking at like those tactical starters, the flints, the large ones you can take with you, different knives and stuff like that. Just basic shit. I was like, Joey, don't let this shit hit the fan, and then you want to go run and get this shit.
Yeah, have at least a fire starter, a camp stove, like some gas, but I'm gonna have to figure a way. I'm gonna put a trailer on my bike, and so I can have all my tactical gear in my tent. I got emergency tents, I got a regular tent, so I can have freaking everything.
I think the main thing you got to know is where to find some fresh water. That's what you got to know.
Yeah,
where you can get fresh water.
Mm-hmm. I think I have a pump.
You got to distill the water, or you got to dig deep.
Yeah.
Where I live, there's a whole bunch of wells everywhere.
I'm gonna get a pump. I thought I had one in this pack. Better look through there again. I didn't know I was buying 2 of them, so I got these 2 packs. I don't know if they made a mistake, because each pack has enough for 2 people. But they sent me 2 packs, and I looked at them like, they didn't recharge me double, did they? Because that would have been like $300. So I'm like, no, hell no. It was only $165, and there's 2 full packs of survival gear. The whole thing. Pretty neat.
They're under promising and over delivering. Take it as a win.
Yeah, I don't know.
So you can take those 2 packs and go to 2-Pack Island. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, a waterproof tarp for under a tent, and a couple of emergency tents. Like, it's all compact. It's all into one thing. Like, it's pretty cool, man. A tactical knife, freaking fire starter, a compass, like every little thing you could imagine. It's got a bunch of stuff. Cool. Yeah, water would be the most that would be the most important, crucial thing is water. You need to be able to filter the water or something like that. What? I'm thinking it's going to get to the point, though, if they want to make me do something, they'll just have to fucking catch me first. Try and stop me.
So a little news report. Last night, I was invited to go to Science for Scientism, and they were trying to say that globalist has never been used, right, to describe like globetards, right? And then it's so funny because I talked about nomenclature and how people have the right to like name stuff and I posted some, cited my source, of course, because that's the rules over there, and then.
Yeah, you gotta. You're having problems with. You're having problems with your mic. It sounds like a chainsaw on your mic.
Almost sounds like you're like
Static.
holding a deck of cards, like. Really weird.
Yeah.
Kind of sound like Morse code to me. That's just me.
Yeah, you got to decipher. You got to decipher the magnetic fields.
Okay, that
cable
was the problem.
that is just
Gotta
loose or
just-
something, maybe even bad inside it. Yeah, so
It did sound like the
It was like-
connection, didn't it?
If it was Morse code, I think it was send more food. I think that's what he said.
Food.
Yeah, that's it.
So now
If Miggy was
today,
using Morse code, he would definitely say send more food. I know Miggy. He's always eating something. If there's a conversation about food, Miggy's on that conversation, mate.
I'm on it.
I know
so
you
now
are.
I got this bucket of emergency food today. It's 24 servings. It's got beef stew, beef stroganoff with noodles, granola with milk and blueberries, classic spaghetti and meat sauce, and chicken fried rice. It's 24 servings in a nice bucket, like emergency food. Stuff you just have to put water on, like put it in water and boil it, and then you have a little camp meal, so you won't starve.
You gotta know all your lakes and rivers so you can get some fish.
Well, I got a tactical survival book on the way. Like I know there's probably some things I could stand to learn, but I know quite a bit already instinctively how to survive out there. I learned how to camp at a very young age. Like I know how to camp really well. But
Fish, trap, forge.
yeah, if I could get to a place like that. But quite honestly, if you're getting into higher elevations, colder weather, it's a whole nother ball game. You have to have really good gear. If you're out, you have to be to camp. You need Arctic quality gear, especially a tent that's completely waterproof. So yeah, that's a little different. I don't know how I got off into that, but you can't camp anywhere but on a flat Earth. You wouldn't be able to camp. No camping allowed on the ball.
Yeah, because on a sphere we're overpopulated, and we're mold on bread, and human, genome is basically a virus on precious Mother Earth.
Yeah, the ground you're walking on is spinning around. For God's sakes, like. How could they allow camping in a place like that? On a spinning ball, can you imagine how much the ocean would be sloshing around? You can imagine the news reports. Danger at the beaches, 1,000-foot waves expected.
Dude, when I was younger, I used to think that the precession of the equinox causes the Earth to wobble, and the pyramids was like the angel's way of like balancing the rim, because most of the pyramids are near the equator.
Oh, wow. Looks cold and windy out today.
But if there was a precession of the equinox, then Polaris wouldn't be like in the same spot that it was when my great grandmother was alive. Too bad I never got a chance to ask her. But yeah, it seems like it would be changing all the time. 1 degree every lifetime,
Realistically,
72 or 82 years.
Realistically, it would be a different sky every night. You would. You know, for them to have convinced us that when we look up into the sky and we know the stars move around us and the sun and the moon and so forth and the wandering stars, they all move around us, and that we don't have any sensation of moving ourselves, like falling backwards while watching a sunset or any such nonsense, or that plumb bobs that are used to make walls perpendicular to the horizontal plane, that buildings would be tilted outward at the top, or at buildings at long distances to each other, would be a measurably noticeable difference in angle of the walls if they're pointing inward to the center of a ball. How's that?
That makes no sense.
You think you're seeing a moving horizon, and then all of a sudden some magical word of refraction is going to lift every object up at the exact rate that matches perspective and the distance involved with looking through a portion of Atmo? Ships going over a supposed curved edge, you never see any left to right measurement of drop at 8 inches per mile squared. That would be a noticeable and measurable. That would be the easiest globe proof. Get a wide panorama where your tripod is swiveling perfectly on the horizontal plumb. Rotate that bad boy around and show us that drop side to side. That's all we need to see, Globers. So come on in. Show us that proof. It should be super easy. And wait a minute. I want to give them a little bit of a clue here. We're not living in like 1820, so I don't know why you're using like sticks and shadows from 1,000 years ago. Is that a measurement? Man, come on now. You got to work with us a little bit. Sticks and shadows and wells. When we all know for sure that sundials could never work on a spinning globe.
Well, maybe some people still believe this nonsense, my friend. So I've noticed that somebody's jumped into the server, somebody with the name Hey You. So welcome to the server, Hey You. I'm going to unmute you in a moment so you have the ability to speak. Don't be shy, you don't have to run away. If you are just here to listen, just let me know that you're here to listen, mate, and I'll stick you back on mute. But this is the only way that I'm going to get a conversation with new people that are on the server. So, Hey You, aren't you lucky? I've just unmuted you. You've got control of your microphone. So, Hey You, are you there?
I'm here. It's 50. It's unorthodox. Jedi.
Oh my goodness. How you doing, my friend? Haven't seen you for a while.
Been busy with life and shit. I just was popping in to see what was going on.
How's it going?
But
All right.
breeze, my friend.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to hook you up with some roles, buddy. So I'll give you the voice verified, and I'll put you back on the globe. Not a problem, mate.
Okay. So this is like a little show you guys are doing.
Did you say unorthodox?
Yeah. The guy who killed the dome. I proved gravity on Nathan Oakley's show a while back.
No one's proved gravity.
I don't know who this is. Who is this guy, Jedi?
Adam Pointing.
He called himself.
Not ringing a bell.
Me and Miggy have had quite a few conversations.
That's good.
Have we? The hell?
Yeah. Me and you had a conversation about how you can determine if you're moving on a train.
That's starting to sound familiar.
Go through the 3 points just real quick.
I think we did.
My position was right. So you can determine how you move. How you determine if you're moving on a train is you look out the window and you see everything passing by you. You can you can use that same analogy with Earth. You look up at the sky and you see the stars moving by. That lets you know that you're moving.
3 point time.
Yeah, we did have that conversation.
You have to be moving through a substance like ether. There is a way to prove that the Earth moves if you accept the ether exists and the Earth is moving against it to clock movement. Otherwise, you have no way to determine movement at all.
What about the semicircular canals in the inner ear, the vestibular system?
Yep.
I might get him 1 second.
What
Quantum comes at the perfect time.
Hey, is Meggie around?
Yep, I'm here.
Yeah.
Go to Skype, Meggie. I'll see you in a minute.
Okay. 1 second.
So it's impossible to determine whether the Earth is moving because they destroyed
Maggie,
the
we'll see in a
framework
minute.
by denying the ether.
No, semicircular canals. Why don't you feel the motion? Unorthodox.
Oh, excuse me. You're talking to me?
I
Yeah, why
suggest
don't
that
you-
Theo
why
and
don't-
Macon does the
why
3
don't-
points with him. Sorry,
Why
son.
don't you feel any motion? Your vestibular system in your ear, the labyrinth with the semicircular canals.
You have thresholds for determining attenuation of light.
We're talking about the ear and motion. So you show me, show me how something's affecting the vestibular system to not do its job. You need to show that, please.
I can cite you 2 scientific papers from quite a while ago that showed the range of acceleration that a human being can determine is
Bullshit.
present.
I want to see the proof.
I can cite you the papers.
I've already looked at them. You can do whatever you want, but you haven't shown me the actual force of anything that is causing the vestibular system to malfunction and not do its job.
Have you been on a gravitron? You know what a
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. We're talking about the ear and motion.
Yes, we are.
The inner ear's job is to sense all motions, angularity, momentum in any of 360 degrees all around the container of your head, your skull.
But it's not a perfect system. It has.
Oh, really? Okay, you show me how something's affecting it then. Medically, scientifically, I need to know how that biological system in your ear is being prevented from doing or dampened or getting used to or any of those things. You need to show me medically, scientifically how that is being done.
I mean, we could just talk about logically. It would be dampened by.
No, we're talking about medical. I need fact. So empirical data showing the ear is being affected by anything.
Friction is a fact, right? So that
the ear being affected by something that we're not leaving from this place. So you need to show exactly how the ear. No, you need to show exactly how the ear is being affected to not do its job.
Friction.
That doesn't explain it. You need to show me medical, scientific proof, verifiable, verifiable medical science that shows that something is affecting the ear.
We're gonna have to have a conversation here instead of over talking each other. So, Is it your position that liquid doesn't have to overcome friction to move?
I don't know what you're trying to go in the weeds for, but you need to show the actual scientific proof of fact, something that's factual that shows that the air is being affected by something. You have the claim.
Where do you want me to post the papers at?
You have the claim. I'll put them in the live stream, the voice text. Live stream 2 voice text. We'll take a look at it. And I'll have my science advisor, go over it.
Okay, it defaulted me to some other text chat.
Yeah. So I think the problem you're having is you're not, as far as how something is affecting a biological system in your body, as complex as the human ear. You need to show how that is being affected. So that would mean this force is acting on the vesicle and all those different things, the cilia.
Well, I mean, if it was at a constant rate, much of a difference.
You need to show how they're being dampened. You need to show physically how they're being dampened. You would have to show that proof.
Well, the human body isn't perfectly rigid, so there's one dampening system.
It's balanced. It's calibrated. It's calibrated to horizontal sea level, just Earth is.
It's still being dampened, and also friction would be a dampening agent.
Friction. No, that doesn't explain. You have to show me specifically how friction is doing that. Got a scientific citation for that?
I'm trying to get it.
Because we're not playing your little games here. Tell you that much.
You have to give me a second. I'm not sure if you can hear me on push to talk whenever I'm digging through my messages.
I hear you. It's okay.
Friction of what? Friction of the inner ear fluid. The fluid in your inner ear.
So you need to show me how that's stopping the ear from sensing the motion that is required of the moving Earth. The Earth is rotating. It's also flying through space.
You hear me? Can you hear me right now?
I sure can.
Okay, so I'm digging through my messages. I'm going to try and dig through my messages here and pull up these citations. But there's 2 citations. Me and I think it was Daily T found one for linear acceleration and then for rotational acceleration. And they were both way under what the Earth would experience.
I need to know how that's affecting the semicircular canals.
You don't even know anything, but the thresholds for which...
Yeah, so you don't have what I'm asking. You don't have, but that's okay.
Just if I don't have the exact specific details you want, it doesn't change the scientific findings.
I don't have any science in your findings. I'm doubting the validity of any science in whatever findings you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm fixing to post it, so you'll see.
Yeah, 2015 wants their argument back, by the way, unorthodox.
I mean, facts don't really change much, so I mean, arguments aren't going to change that much over time.
How long you been dragging this dead dog around with you, this globe?
Yeah, if I can't prove it, it's not proof.
I'm still trying to figure out with all of this crap that you've put on the side, if you've actually measured directly the Earth to be doing anything in the first place. Not giving us reasons why we wouldn't feel motion that you haven't actually detected yet. Pointing up at the sky is not proving that the Earth is moving. That's how you get the inference to ask the fucking question. So, do you have a direct measurement of the rotation upon the axis of the Earth?
I have sources I trust, like Bob Nodell for one. Right, I trust that he...
Hold on. Bob Nodell, a gyroscope, and 2 separate reference frames. Are you serious?
Am I serious? I mean, it's his words. I mean, I'm just quoting him, right?
Yeah, so this just sounds like complete bullshit. You've just decided to point arbitrarily at a flat earther because you think it's going to add some kind of I don't know, credence to the bullshit that you're trying to spout. I'm not having it. But ultimately, you understand gyroscope, right? 2 separate reference frames. Ooh, 15 degrees an hour of drift. Where else do we observe this on the Earth then? If this is demonstrating 2 separate reference frames. Show me.
Well, that's if you look at the night sky, you'll notice a 15 degree per hour rotation.
So why is it that when anything else leaves the surface of the Earth, there isn't a 15 degree hour drift? Why is that?
Again? Could you say that again?
Then why is there not a 15 degree movement per hour for anything else that leaves the Earth's surface into this other reference frame that the gyroscope's claiming?
Well, a reference frame is a man-made.
Let's put it like this: you're basically affirming the consequent, aren't you? That's basically what you're doing. You understand what that is, don't you?
Taking somebody's measurement at their word, right? Somebody had a ruler.
That's stupid.
If you had a ruler and you told me you measured your desk to be 5 feet long and 3 feet wide, I would take you at your word because I know you have a tool that do that.
No, that's stupid. I might be a complete idiot. Hold on. I might be a complete idiot and not know how to use a ruler. The only way that you will be able to verify that is not by trusting people, actually doing it yourself. But you're missing the point. This is demonstrating 2 reference frames. 15 degrees an hour of drift. So that would mean everything else that left the surface of the Earth would experience this 15 degrees of drift per hour, which it doesn't. Like I said, you're affirming the consequent. Now you understand what that is. I know you do.
How do you know it doesn't? And there's also conservation of momentum, right? So you can't.
Whoa. One thing at a time. What do you mean? How do I know that it doesn't?
He just skips over it, right? It's just accepted, right?
What? He said. I'm asking a question in direction to what he said. You said, why doesn't everything that leaves Earth also experience this 15 degree per hour drift? Well, it would. And I'm asking how you know if it does or doesn't.
We know it doesn't.
How?
Because you observe things not doing this. On the Earth, all of the fucking time, when I look up in the sky and look, there's an aeroplane. So I don't observe 15 degrees of drift when I'm on the spinning reference frame and that aeroplane isn't drifting. Would you like me to point to anything else that you could observe in the physical and natural world? Anything else at all that leaves the Earth's surface and it is now in that area that is not attached to the fucking Earth, so would experience 15 degrees of drift, which you say that Bob Nodell proved with a gyroscope. You obviously don't understand this, and I'm really disappointed with you because you've been in this forum for at least 3 years and you don't get this.
You're telling me that Bob Nodell took a 20,000 degree precision instrument and
Bob Nodell didn't touch shit. Hold on. Bob Nodell didn't touch shit. He didn't do
on a
this.
device doesn't matter, dude.
He was there to bear witness.
You spoke to Bob. Hold on. Have you spoken to Bob? You trust
words on this directly. And I've got this paper.
So you understand that it wasn't 15 degrees of drift then, right?
It's 15 degrees point something. It wasn't 15 degrees.
It's quite a few results. But no, you haven't spoken to Bob about this. No, you don't understand a single thing about this, and you don't understand that you are demonstrating Coriolis. And now you're going to give me reasons why things don't have this effect of 15 degrees of drift per hour when they leave the surface of the Earth. But you think that bringing up Bob is going to add credence to your argument. It's not. Idiot.
You don't think the fact that a flat earther measured a rotational rate that's in line with the globe Earth model lends no credence in your mind?
What did he measure, man? What?
Wait, what?
I don't think you're being honest, Jedi.
Actually, you
Oh
are.
no, hold on. I'm being exceptionally honest. So don't even try to play that game with me, my friend. I wouldn't. I'm being exceptionally honest. You don't understand the argument. You don't understand what apparently you think he has demonstrated. Because if he did demonstrate this, everything that left the Earth's surface would appear to drift at 15 degrees per hour. Which it doesn't, does it?
You're moving with the Earth. So if you left the Earth, for instance, if I jumped,
just go back.
Oh, so no drift then.
Just keep going over.
No drift now.
Yep,
Yeah, is it
exactly.
drift or no drift?
First there's drift, and now there's no drift.
So no drift.
So which is it? If
You can't have it both ways, dude.
He's spot on. So is there drift or is there not? Which one is it?
Are you pretending to be
You
obtuse
said
now?
both now.
Are you going to pretend to be obtuse?
Oh my, you are, dude.
No, I want
right
you to
now.
answer the question, and I want you to realise the contradiction within your statement. You said 15 degrees of drift. Then you said no drift. So which one is it?
There's something called conservation of linear momentum and conservation of angular momentum.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, well, you better tell
So
the
no drift then.
You better tell the FAA, McDonnell Douglas, Lockheed Martin, the U.S. Army, the U.S. Navy, the Air Force, because they're all flying all of their aircraft over a plane, level flight. So you better go tell them, because apparently they're not believing what you're saying right here. As far as a curved Earth, which you haven't verified the curvature of Earth, the rotation.
I have a list of 25 plus logical inductions or deductions, depending on what
you have not provided any proof of any of your claims.
Let me let you guys talk some smack for a second, and I'll get this paper. So talk some smack for a second.
Yeah, more paper. Yeah, you're gonna get
not
smacked.
a problem.
You're gonna get
repeat.
smacked.
Sorry,
he's gonna get smacked right the fuck out of here.
It's fine. I'll just repeat the smack. So you've claimed that Bob Nodell, Flat Earther, has demonstrated 15 degrees of drift with a gyroscope, which is a problem because we don't observe this 15 degrees of drift with anything that leaves the Earth's surface. You then went on and said, no, that doesn't happen because everything pretty much is in lockstep with the Earth. So no fucking drift then. You're an idiot. But welcome back to the server, mate. It's great to have a conversation with you.
Welcome back. Perfectly. Whack a troll night coming up.
So if he didn't show drift, what did he show? What did Bob show?
So we don't need to.
It's your fucking claim, mate.
Yeah, it's your claim.
Bob's claim.
No, it's your claim, bro.
You saw the video of Bob saying it?
Own it, my friend.
No, you're the only one
I'll
with
tell you
the...
what, you own it. Own it. It's yours now.
Yeah,
if
you're
you
the
trust Bob that much, it's yours.
You're the only one that has any claim here at all. We don't even have an argument.
Bob Dell's famous measurement.
We don't care, bro. Show us proof of any of the three claims. Curvature, rotation, back into space.
Hold on. So if science doesn't prove anything, right, and you can't manipulate the spin of the Earth to prove that it was the spin of the Earth that's actually causing this, what leg do you got to stand on? Are you making this on some sort of philosophical argument that you really hope and believe that the Earth is spinning? Or do you have something that we can actually test or repeat for ourselves? Because none of us can actually get this gyroscope and repeat it. None of us can stop the Earth from spinning to actually test the hypothesis and see if that is the cause or not. So what are you doing here, bro?
Like I can measure my table with a precise instrument. I can measure rotation.
Unorthodox.
What you're saying is
unorthodox. Unorthodox. Being as you know so much about this experiment, that's not an experiment. I just got one question for you. What happens when you gain or lose altitude with the gyroscope? What happens then?
Well, Bob claimed that the rotational rate changes, but I don't believe that.
Okay. So you're going to accept some of his claims because...
Sorry.
Yeah. I'm right on him. I know, I'm right on him, Hank. So I appreciate that, buddy. So now you don't trust Bob. But just a minute ago, you did trust Bob. But now you don't. You just arbitrarily deciding based on your lack of intelligence what you will and will not accept from Bob. Well done, unorthodox. Fucking idiot.
Well, he didn't
So
present
yeah,
that.
you did answer the question correctly.
That was ad hoc. That was like how many years after he measured the rotation, right? He measured the rotation and it matched the globe model. And then years later,
two separate reference frames then.
To try and fix his reputation, right? If he would have presented that with the original, I would have believed him. And he came out with it 2 years later to try and fix his reputation. Makes me not believe it.
Two separate reference frames then. I know, he's just going to talk. So we're back to now two separate reference frames.
Can anyone say spiral?
All right, what point are we on right now?
No.
I do need to start over with.
Well, we're on point one. We're on point one, but it's turned into point two. I've asked for direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth. Unorthodox here's brought up Bob Nodell.
I can give you direct measurement of the globe.
But we need unorthodox. Are we going to be able to tell you what the point one is, or are you just going to run over the conversation? Because I feel like that's what's happening right now.
Well, I'm trying to speak multiple times, but I keep getting interrupted.
I know, but do you know the point one argument or no?
What are you referring to?
We need to know the method in which the measurement of the curvature of the Earth was done. Point number one. The claim of the globe Earth is that the method of which the curvature of the Earth was measured in any time in history.
Well, multiple different methods. There's 4 different methods that all converge and give you the same answer. There's Eratosthenes.
Yeah, but we didn't only, okay, so the best one, because we want to actually focus on the one that actually gives us the measurement to the curvature of the Earth. So whichever one you can present that will give us the most accurate measurement of the curvature of the Earth, let's go with that one. I don't want to hear any other one that will kind of get there. I want to know the one that actually tells us the exact measurement of the curvature of the Earth. The method, please. And if you could tell us in detail.
Yeah, I will. But I'm also going to tell you. I'm also going to tell you that you can't dismiss the other methods, right? If you have 4 completely separate methodologies converging on the same answer, that's hella strong evidence.
Right, but I only need the best one, the one that actually is the knockout, takedown winner. I don't need 4 of them. I just need one.
Well, the best one, I think, basically would be Soundly, and I forget the gentleman's name, who measured basically the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge with high-precision GPS. And then they took those points and they placed them in basically a computer model, and it recreated the arc of the Earth, right?
One second, guys. One second. Let him finish. I want him to finish. Go ahead, unorthodox.
Yeah, continue.
Direct measurement.
Let me know when you're done. Let me know when you're done, man. I don't want to interrupt you.
So basically, high precision GPS. We all agree GPS works, right? You use GPS to navigate, I assume. I think we could all agree GPS works. So they used high precision GPS to measure the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge. And then they basically put the XYZ coordinates that they got, which were direct outputs from the GPS. You can actually do this on your phone yourself. And then they plotted it on a graph, and it gave them the arc of the Earth, the radius of the Earth, a direct measurement of the Earth. And that's it. And that converges with the 3 other methods, right? Radar.
Well, I ain't worried about those. I'm not worried about those. I'm only worried about the best one. The one that actually can give us the measurement, the method which was done to give us the measurement of the curvature of the Earth. So if this is the knockout flat Earth killer right here, then we're going to have to stick to this one, right? So the other ones I don't care about. They converge. That's just your wordplay to get more points in there, and I don't care about more points. This best one is either going to do it for us, or the ones that follow that precede it aren't going to do anything else for me. So your best one has to be the one that knocks out, the flat Earth.
The other ones, though,
because the best one should do the job. I don't need the rest of them. I need the best one. Because if the best one doesn't do it, then neither would the preceding ones.
Just imagine a court case, right? And you have a murder. You have a murder, and you have one piece of evidence for the murder.
It's not one piece
of evidence. At a third piece of evidence.
No, it's the smoking gun or an orthodox. It is the
at every point it gets stronger and stronger.
Either no. It's either the smoking gun or it's not. So you're either going to give me the thing that gives me the measurement to the curvature of the Earth, or you're going to concede that this isn't the strongest way that we're going to be able to find out the measurement of the curvature of the Earth, the method, and then say that it's not just this one. It's one of many multiple ones that all come together to make one giant one.
The strongest one because you can repeat it yourself easily.
Okay, so right, is this the strongest evidence you have that we can use it to measure the curvature of the Earth or not?
Yes.
What'd you say?
I would say yes.
Okay. Well, since you said that, then we're gonna go ahead and dismiss the other ones. Use this one only, based upon what you said. Is that okay?
I don't agree in dismissing the other ones, but
well, I'd have to because if the other ones are going to be involved, that means that this is the best one. You're going to have to make a choice here. You're either going to give me the best one to measure the curvature of the Earth, or you're going to dismiss this one and say, no, there's a better one. And here, use this one. This is how you measure the curvature of the Earth. So I need to know the method in which it was done to measure the curvature of the Earth. If you can give me that method, please. Is this the one that we're going to bank on before we get into it?
High precision GPS data.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking, is this the best one we're going to use? Because I'm going to dismiss all the other ones once we start.
It's the most precise one.
Did you answer? Unorthodox, just answer my question. Is this the most effective one that we're going to use, dismissing the other ones?
I'm dismissing the other ones. If you want to dismiss the other ones, Miggy, you can. I'm not going to.
Right. Well, but I know you don't want to, but the way that this question is formulated is that we need to know the method, not the methods, right? The method in which the curvature of the Earth was measured. That way, we can say, okay, I have the method. Now you go ahead and do this method and replicate it, and you'll come up with the same answer because it's the way to measure the curvature of the Earth.
Yes.
Right?
I'm telling you, it's the best. It's the best method, most high precision method that you can get right now.
Well, okay. So the other ones, I'm not going to use them on Orthodox. Before we get into it,
I'm fine.
Okay. So now that we agree, we can move forward and to looking into this one as to how this can measure the curvature of the Earth. Now, what I need you to do, because I know you gave me like a brief overview of it, you're going to have to walk me step by step and tell me exactly how from observation point 1 to the thing you're making the observation of, and then give me the actual numbers from the point of observation to the thing you're making the observation from. I need to know certain specifics as to the geometric, where the geometric horizon should be. I'm just telling you exactly what is required here because you're going to have to tell me that within this specific method that you're talking to me about, right? So within this method, I need... What's that?
This does right.
You're breaking up on Orthodox. Something's wrong with your mic. I'm catching tidbits of what you're saying. Say it again.
This doesn't involve sight.
What do you mean it doesn't involve sight? How are we making an observation if it doesn't involve sight? What's going on here?
With a tracking system.
Huh?
With a tracking system.
Okay, but are we not making an observation out into the real world? What are we doing? What are you saying?
You're not using sight.
You need sight to make an observation on Orthodox.
The guy needs sight to drive the car, but to get the data points, you don't need sight.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
How all right.
It's a GPS receiver. It receives a GPS signal and it triangulates the location. It's not using sight to do that.
So we're not going out into the field and testing this out in the real world. Is that what you're telling me?
That's not what I said. I have no clue how you got that from what I said. I said...
Well, okay, so are we going out to the field and testing for the measurement of the curvature of the Earth, yes or no?
Yes, the gentleman, I forget his name. I wish I could remember his name. He worked with family, and he drove the Pontchartrain Bridge with a high precision GPS monitor, and he got thousands of data points going one way on the bridge, and then he turned around and he came the other way back. And then they plotted those data points into a computer grid, and they got the arc of the Earth.
Oh, unorthodox. You know what's happening here? We got a big problem, man. You got a huge problem on your hands. You want me to point it out to you? Because when I do, hopefully you can clarify, but you don't know anything about this, do you? You're vaguely telling me some information that you've gathered from what they've told you of how they did this. Now, regardless if they figured it out or not, is irrelevant at this point because you don't know how it's done. So how are you going to tell me how it's done? We got a huge problem on our hands.
Go through the complete engineering diagrams of the GPS receiver, the GPS satellite. So you want to go through like a doctorate level course in engineering design. That's what you want.
What I need is the method in which the curvature of the Earth has been measured, so that I can replicate it. Unorthodox. Now, what you're telling me here, it sounds like you've gathered some information vaguely and are repeating it vaguely. You don't know it complete. Because I would have to talk to the person that has done it to get this complete information.
There's always gaps in our knowledge. We know nothing completely.
Right. So what I'd have to say with this information, that in light of this new information you just gave me, is that you don't know how this is done specifically so that I can replicate it myself. It almost sounds like there's bits of information and gaps in knowledge and what you've acquired from this specific thing that they told you so that you can't give it to me completely and specifically. So with that, I will say that this is just a belief you have that the curvature of the Earth has been measured, because it indeed has to be, because there's nothing specifically that you can tell me right now that I could replicate specifically.
I can.
No, you can't. You just told me. You just told me. No, I'm not. This is what I'm telling you, because when you said this guy went from this point to that point to this point, and then he gave a conclusion, and I'm like, well, you don't even know exactly what positions he was at to tell me the distance that he was stopping. Like, you don't know any of those known distances. So right now it's very vague, the information that you have. So it's not something specific. It sounds like you want to cling on to this information, like you want to hold on to it as it's something that you really know, but you don't really know. You just told me right now there's gaps in knowledge. You admittedly said that.
I don't think anybody's knowledge is complete, but it's something you can do yourself, Mickey. Do you have an iPhone or an Android?
You're relying on somebody else's testimony of some kind of technology that you don't even understand yourself and don't have the specificity to tell us what it actually is.
You said you
all agree. Can we not all agree that GPS works and we've used it?
No, we're not agreeing. We're not agreeing. Like, 1 second, guys. I think people are jumping in. All right, so just let me take control of this. So what we're doing here is trying to get specific information from you, not getting that. And because of that, that is why I'm unorthodox. Can I finish?
What exactly?
And that is why I'm stopping this point, because you haven't given me, this is the best of the best of the best information that you could possibly give me. I made sure of that before you actually gave it to me, because I didn't want anything else that was going to give me something that I couldn't do myself. So this information was supposed to be that. It turns out that it's not that.
Mickey, you can do it yourself. Do you have an iPhone or an Android phone?
Right. But the specific method is not going to be able to be given to me because there's gaps in our knowledge, according to you.
Well, no, just because not all knowledge is perfect doesn't mean that you can't replicate it. And
you just told me, unorthodox, you just told me that you don't have all the information from this specific test that was done. So now how am I supposed to replicate something that you have gaps in knowledge about?
Because I know how to replicate the test, right?
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I do.
No, if you did, you would give it to me specifically, and then I would be able to do it specifically like the way they did it. But based on what you have told me so far, no, you're not trying to do it. You're giving me a general idea of how something is done, and I don't need that. I need a specific understanding of what they did so I can really look into what they were doing. I need the numbers, the distances. I need to know what specific cameras they were using, everything. I need to know it all. And if you can't give it to me all like that, because based on you said you need some kind of doctorate level knowledge. So you don't have that. So therefore, we're at a standstill with this point. So now we're going to have to say, well, since you don't have that information to give to me, I'm going to say that you don't know. It's just a belief that you have that the curvature of the Earth has been measured. according to what you think you know, which is okay, because if you believe that the earth has been measured by whatever example that you were telling me about, that's fine. I don't care. You can have that belief all day long. I'm not quivering over that information with you, right? Not like, oh, okay, I don't care. If that's your belief, I'm just going to leave it at that. That they figured it out. Is that okay? Or do you want to actually still try to break down some information that you can't give me because there's gaps in your knowledge? I'm willing to give that to you.
I'm being general, Miggy. You're taking something, kind of applying it.
Religious, stop. Hang on, Orthodox. 1 second. Religious, stop coming in like that with that noise. You're interrupting the chat. Please don't do that, or else you're gonna get removed from this chat.
Okay, yo, I gotta say something. Vlad needs to say something about this GPS issue you guys are having. Right? This guy said that he took a car over this bridge and he measured it with GPS, right? So and I'm not saying the GPS is a good measurement tool. I'm just saying if you use the GPS to measure something that you're driving over, that's what you're measuring. You're not measuring the actual land. You're measuring the arc of the bridge, bro. That's one problem in your logic. Number two, GPS has a percentage error. It's a tolerance thing. And it's done by triangulation of towers. Right? So you got to understand how that works before you start talking about it. Because you cannot use fucking GPS to measure any fucking curvature of any goddamn earth. Let's just say that.
Right. That's a very good point that Vlad brought up. But still, it's still secondary to what I'm telling you. Since your information is incomplete, you can't give me the method either way.
Well, I'm just completing it. Hold on. I'm just completing that information for him. I'm just completing the information that he does not know. I understand, Miggy, you're telling me he has a lack of knowledge. And I'm telling you, I have this knowledge, and I'm telling him that whatever that guy did with the car, he's a fucking moron, because I know that's impossible. So thank you very much.
Yeah, we were going to get into that had he gave me more information, but since his information is lacking, we can't even talk about it.
What's lacking? And tell me what you need to know, Miggy.
The gaps of knowledge that you told me you have about it specifically.
Speaking in generalities, Miggy, that you don't know every system absolutely perfectly. I'm not talking in specifics.
I need to know the specifics, Unorthodox, because here's the thing. What's at stake here is the positive claim that the globe Earth has been measured to have curvature. This is the very thing. It's one of the capstones of the 3 points that we're talking about here. And if you don't have that, I'm just going to have to say it's a belief, which for you, it's okay. You could believe it all day long if you want to religiously have this idea that the earth is a globe. I don't care, man. Your religious beliefs is your religious beliefs. But when it comes into the realm of actually proving what the earth actually is, you're going to have to bring the goods, sir, or else you're not going to be able to come into this discussion saying have truths, gaps in knowledge. I need to know specifically. I demand to know exactly how it was done. Now, if you can't provide that, that's all right. I'm not blaming you.
Like I said, I'll go through it again, and you tell me at what point I need to fill in more information, okay? You just say stop, and then you tell me what more information you need, okay?
All right. Well, start from the beginning then.
Okay, I'm starting from the beginning, right? So we all know GPS works. We've all used it.
Okay,
now.
wait, please.
He's using a presupposed model. GPS.
Please.
Thank you.
Yeah, GPS. Yeah. Wait. What was saying? Wait. Please, I have a question of GPS. What was before invention of GPS?
Yes.
How we realized the radius before the invention of GPS?
Basically, star charts and a device called I can't think of the name.
That's how they measured the Earth. We're talking about the Earth, not the sky. You're talking about the sky.
That's a reference. Basically, that's a reference point from which you can get measurements from.
No, you said now GPS. I want to know how they realized the radius before the invention of GPS, please.
And Al-Biruni.
Show us the source data.
What was that first one? Hang on. What was the first one? Unorthodox?
Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni. I'm not sure which one came first.
No, you said Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni.
So
what Al-Biruni did?
Alberoni stood on a basically a tall mountain, and he
Which mountain? Which mountain? Name of the mountain?
Name of the mountain. It's just a methodology. I'm describing the methodology.
The altitude of the mountain. How many times he was on the mountain?
Elevation.
I have many questions.
Temperature.
Methodology, not the specifics.
Can we let Miggy get back to this, please? Guys, can we let Miggy get back to this? Otherwise, we're not going to get anywhere.
Yeah. I know, Sasha, I know your points.
Okay. I will stop. Yeah.
No, you're fine, man. I know what you were trying to ask, but the specific question that I need to know is the method specifically that he's going to give me. So I'm not agreeing with him right yet. I want him to get through this method so that he can actually.
Yeah, to be honest. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Right. So go ahead. Unorthodox, take it from the top once again, please.
Have you used GPS to navigate, Miggy?
I have, yes.
Okay, so you would agree that it's effective. It's an effective method for navigation, right?
Yeah, it's a useful tool for sure.
Okay, so we're not talking about how it works. We're talking about just that we know it's a method that works, right? Like we could talk about, let's just use something super stupid like a ruler. We could say, well, we don't know how it works, but we know, we can all agree that this method works. So we all, pretty much everybody agrees that GPS works. So what happened was surface level. Now, if you want to get into the engineering, that's going to be a whole other ballgame. But all that was done was a gentleman took a high precision GPS locator, and it had it was pinging once every, I believe, quarter of a second as he drove across the bridge, and it was taking data points as he drove across the bridge. And then he turned around, he came back, and it's taking data points again as he comes back, and that methodology gives you XYZ coordinates. It doesn't give you anything but basically it gets you the starting coordinate is 0, 0, 0. That's the starting coordinate. And then from there, it gives you positions, or it gives you coordinates from which you've moved from that original position. So there's no extraneous data that's related to the globe coming out of this GPS.
That's a lie. That's a lie, dude. That's a straight lie, dude. That's a straight lie. You don't know.
You can do it on your phone.
Hold
I've
on,
done it on
hold
my
on,
phone.
hold on. Listen, cool, dude. It uses a system called Rhinex, right? So it gets a position of somewhere, right, on the surface of the Earth. From where? From where?
From where?
You think it's a satellite, right? So how did they calculate the satellite orbit? How do they know where the satellite is?
We said we're not getting into that. We're agreeing that GPS works, and we know that it works.
GPS works sometimes. It doesn't work in Boston where I live. It works sometimes. Depends on where you are.
You might have trouble with it. Maybe 1 out of 1,000 or 1 out of 100,000.
Not even close, dude. We're talking like 1 out of 7.
He's taking measurements on a road. He's taking measurements on a roadway, a man-made road on a bridge.
I know what he's talking. He's talking about the Pontchartrain Causeway.
A constant elevation. It's an elevation above the surface of the water. Just like a ruler, right? You place a ruler on top of a desk. You're not directly measuring the desk. You're measuring the ruler. It's the same thing here.
So level is curve.
Did they measure the bridge or the surface of the water?
They measure the bridge that's at a certain altitude above the water, a constant altitude.
Okay, you got any evidence of what the altitude above the water is?
I can show you photographs. I could dig up.
Now your evidence is photographs. Now you just switched, man. Now you're onto something else.
We need all the measurements at all the points that he. No, hold on. All the measurements that he took in those locations. We need to know the distance, elevation of the bridge from the water. Thank you. At every point. Thank you.
Well, you have to tell me why that matters.
Because you're on a man-made bridge that can go up and down and undulate because it's a man-made bridge, duh. So we need the heights above the water in every location that you're talking about position.
I'll give you an example. Often people bring up the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, and that somehow it was built for the curvature of the Earth. But then if you take a picture of the bridge and you take it from far away, You see that the water's flat and the bridge is curved. So yeah, it matters.
I'm shocked that we're disagreeing that a bridge is a constant height above the water.
Either show us the
Okay,
measurement
listen.
of the water.
If it's so self-evident, just post the information. Or should we just take it on face?
You want me to
Is that
post?
what we should do? I want you to post the evidence that the bridge is a continuous height above the water.
There's a couple.
Okay, because what was the deviation he measured? Wasn't it like 21 inches?
That I think it was very, very small deviation in altitude.
Yeah, so it was a very, very small. So constructing the bridge, they would have to build the bridge to a certain precision, and we don't know to what precision above the water the bridge was built.
What we do from the GPS data that they gathered.
The GPS is of the bridge, not the water, the bridge. We're concerned with the Earth, not the man-made structures.
It's like saying, I can't measure the table because I'm using the ruler.
No, we just need to know the exact height from the water of the bridge at every single location that you mentioned. So every location that you mentioned, we need to know the exact height of the roadway. I need to know the condition of the automobile too, the shocks, what kind of suspension, how much weight is in the vehicle.
That's absurd.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
What about the error value?
Specifics.
Sorry.
It's specifics. That's why you don't like it.
What does the condition of the vehicle have to do with the GPS?
Because you're going to have change in the height of the automobile off the roadway.
You would in any car that has shocks.
Yeah, you're on the top of a roadway, bro. We need to know at least the height of the roadway above the water, exact height of the roadway above the water at every location. Thank you.
Every location. So what, every centimeter, every millimeter?
Well, you said he took data points at certain locations. So at every one of those locations, we need the height above water of the actual roadway. That'll do.
Change your mind? I'm not going to waste my time with that because I don't think that's going to change your mind. Unless you tell me.
No, you're just a liar, and you don't have any way of finding it.
You're telling me
how accurate is this?
You will change.
Unorthodox. How accurate is this device? What's the error rating? I mean, we're talking about GPS, and I know GPS, right? It can be off by feet. I also know that, oh my God, you're not going to let me finish. I also know that with GPS, it's not very good with altitudes. It'll be off by a bit. It's not an exact measurement, so there's going to be an error within your measurement. So at the moment, you're not measuring anything to do with curvature of the Earth. You're not answering Miggy's question in any way, shape, or form. You're measuring a
perfect measurement
with a device which isn't accurate for the requirements that you're using. You're just not going to talk through me, my friend.
A millimeter?
It's not going to happen.
Less than a millimeter. Is that good enough?
Less than a millimeter. No. Because we're using GPS that is not unorthodox. If you don't listen, I'm just going to fucking mute you. You understand? So we all understand that, we all understand that GPS isn't great with altitudes, mate. Be off by feet, can't it? Just say yes, Jedi. Drop the legs and move along.
Let me give you a device here. Hold on.
If GPS had a precision of a millimeter, I could tile a floor using it. It's ridiculous.
If it had that much accuracy.
You know nothing. He knows nothing about construction, manufacturing, making roadways. You don't know anything that you're talking about, bro. Highway, laying multiple thousands square feet of concrete, laying concrete at that sort of level. You don't know what you're talking about.
You realize I'm a mechanical engineer who works for a civil firm, right?
What GPS has with the curve? I want to understand. What GPS has with the
Hold on. Precision GPS receivers are used to monitor bridges. Did you guys know that?
Yeah, okay. What
above
I'm speaking about
water.
curve of the earth, not about bridges. What that have all that story with the curve of the earth?
It doesn't have anything to do with it.
While we are speaking, we can speak about bread also. We can speak about any other technology. It's working. Talkie-walkie, you know, it's working. I can speak with talkie-walkie, you know. You know talkie-walkie?
Yeah.
I go in
It's
the
actually
forest.
walkie-talkie, but
Yeah, I go to forest and speak, and it's working, you know. But that will not show the curve. I don't know, but it's still working.
Because GPS works in navigating along a street where you have to look up at the corner still and turn at the right place.
Hey, are we still on this point?
Yeah. Yeah, Miggy, you need to take this back.
Man.
Real quick.
All right. No, not real quick. No, not real quick, Skygazer. I need to take this back. All right, so we haven't
take it
provided
back,
any. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, let's just point this out. You didn't measure anything with the GPS. It was a bridge. Bridge is not Earth. It's a man-made structure.
Yeah, the man-made structure at constant altitude above the surface of the water.
You've been shown that. You haven't shown that. You've just claimed it.
Yeah.
And the axiom, and I don't need to show you that. That's just common sense.
Well,
why don't you just put yourself on mute, bro?
Yeah, you need to show us that if you're gonna tell us that the curvature of the Earth has been measured, you better be ready to tell us everything we want to know about how that measurement was done, the specifics. And I know that's what you haven't done in this conversation, Unorthodox.
Specific of how it was done. The bridge above the surface of the water is not a
You
specific.
haven't shown us. You haven't shown us the height of water.
Yeah, hold on.
Let me finish this point, guys, real quick. Let me just get through this, okay? So you haven't shown us the information. Therefore, what you're presenting right now is not the measurement of the curvature of the Earth. I'm gonna go ahead and just move it aside because we asked for specifics. You didn't demonstrate any specifics. So now it's just like I said before. It's a belief that you have that it has been measured. So I'm gonna give it to you, man. If you want to believe that the Earth has been measured, go ahead and have that as a belief. That's fine with me. But it is not demonstrated to be proven with evidence that it has been. That's all I'm saying. So with that, it is just a belief in Orthodox that you have that the curvature of the Earth has been measured. Now we can move on to the second point because the second point.
I wanna drill this home. Okay, so an Orthodox, you should have the measurement because if they built the bridge to a single elevation above the water, when they built that bridge, they should have measured the curvature of the Earth. So, do you have that?
Use the WGS model information, Indio.
The WGS 84. It was built before the WGS 84. Try again.
There's been WGS4 type models for a long time.
WGS 84 started in 1983. That bridge was built in the late 70s.
Ouch.
Similar type models.
That one hurt. From over here.
Are you done making stuff up?
I don't know what he's saying is true.
Just making it up?
Yeah, that hurt over here. Anyways, let's move on.
Should we
Unorthodox.
address the fact that model
Let's
is
just-
synonymous with abstraction?
Stargazer, shut up.
By the way, I can't post. I'm trying to post the axillary rotation.
1 second. You don't have the globe Earth roll. 1 second. Go ahead. Live stream to voice text.
So this is basically a published paper on what the tolerances are that a human can detect axial rotation. So give me 1 second. I'll post it. Just 1 second.
Gish gallop, gish gallop, gish gallop. Can we have some gish gallop? So we're still talking about curvature, bro. So
and this was my original point. And by the way, I came in the gym. By the way, I came in here and I had no idea.
Height of the roadway.
I can't hear anything that's happening right now. What's going on?
Sorry, give it a rest. 2 minutes, please.
came in here and I didn't realize there was a whole show going on. Like I wasn't really trying to get into a bunch of shit, but you guys are drilling me. I will happily come back with more information. But there's the axial rotation PDF. You can look at the data from that and compare that with what the axial rotation is of the Earth, and we're nowhere near
in
each other.
PDF, actual rotation in PDF. Can you imagine that?
Alrighty. So what we're doing here is we moved off the first point, and that was the second point. So what's that?
I told you guys that I had that information, so I wanted to provide it.
The information for the axial rotation, which is the second point. There's only 3 questions that I was going to ask you. If you want to skedaddle, that's up to you, man.
What was the
Probably
third
the
point?
conversation we had before you jumped in, mate.
Okay.
What was the third point?
You guys were talking about axial rotation before? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I don't come around that often. Okay, this isn't something I spend a lot of time on. I could absolutely go and get what you guys are wanting.
Yes, go get that. You're good. Unorthodox, go get that information because I'd rather you come prepared. There's 3 questions, right? I'm going to tell them to you. Come back, bring me the information that we require. All right. So the first one is measurement of the curvature of the Earth, the method in which it was done. You can write these down if you want. The second one is axial rotation, how the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, the method in which it was done to detect the Earth spinning on its axis. The third one is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists like the way they tell us, with the understanding that we have gas pressure here and the vacuum of space right adjacent to it. So please, if you can be so kind as to go and bring us the evidence for those 3 positive claims that the globe Earth makes, come back, bring the best of the best of the best evidence you have, and then we can go over it again. 3 questions, 3 positive claims. Very easy for any glober to actually bring us, but haven't yet. So go in and go get that, because right now we have nothing to talk about, it seems.
We have a lot to talk about, but it seems like
not right now.
What's up with that PDF, man? What's up with that PDF? Are you claiming that? Hold on a second, bro. So, are you claiming that PDF proves axial rotation? Is that what you're saying?
And that is the tolerances at which a human.
That PDF is about
a threshold of the ear.
Angular rotation, not whether the Earth is spinning.
Yes, that's what. Yes, Indio, that's what the gentleman was asking me earlier. How come we don't feel it? And this is my response.
That's not telling.
Well, the biggest question is, do you have any evidence, any measurements of axial rotation?
That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I have the evidence from the documentary that Bob Nodell was in. That's pretty good evidence.
No. Hey, you know what? No, stop. You gotta go get us the evidence. If you want to come back and bring Bob Nodell again, you're gonna get crushed. Don't do that. Go get some real evidence of the Earth actually spinning on its axis. And I'm even giving you that option. I'm letting you concede to that point, erasing it off the board and say, you know what? Let's just water under the bridge. You didn't even say that. So go and get us the real evidence. Come back and present us the method in which the curvature, or the axial rotation has been detected. And you do that at the 3 points, right? I need the method for each one and specifics, please. I don't want this vague kind of statements thrown around. Well, I don't know. This guy did this, but I'm not too sure. Gaps in knowledge. I don't need that. I need specifics. This is the most important thing you could actually possibly do in your life, because you are a glober. If you want to state evidence for the case that the Earth is a globe, then you better bring the goods next time you come in here. So, like I said, other than that, we have nothing to talk about, Unorthodox. We don't.
So axial rotation, you want the method. I told you that, but you want me to go find it?
No, you didn't.
It was an optical gyroscope.
All right. So here's the thing. You want to start, because we can go to the second point and continue if you'd like.
Saying, don't tell me I didn't tell you the method. I told you the method.
Right. I'll let you happily continue with that method. But if you want to stick to that one, then that's the hill you're going to die on, sir. And I want you to. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You're going to die on that hill, and it's going to be a bloodbath. But if you don't, I'm telling you, it's not a way for you to present something as far as the method goes for axial rotation. So please go back and go get some. I'm letting you a chance to go get away.
Okay. Right. I want to make sure I got what I'm writing these down, and I've got what you want. So you want axial rotation method of measurement, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, so what was the first one?
It's the method in which the curvature of the Earth was measured.
Also, but okay,
really.
And you got the last one.
Welcome back to
I
2015.
don't really understand. I don't really understand the last one because it seemed to kind of be built on a straw man, right? The atmosphere is a gradient. So
However you like. Here's the thing, and you could present it any way you'd like, so long as I can understand that the vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressure air we breathe. You don't have to give the details now. When we get back into it, make sure that you present it any way you want. You could the way you're thinking about it now. It's fine. You haven't done it yet, so I'm gonna let you do it brand new all over again from the very beginning.
I would like to talk about your supposed vacuum of space next to pressure.
Is supposed vacuum of space? Do you know the argument that you're pushing?
No, I don't. Not at all.
All right.
No.
I love it.
So
Right now,
that's
you got
actually your side of the argument. is pushing the
I love that
vacuum.
you got unorthodox doing the 3 points right now. It's hilarious.
So,
and I see it's not going very well for him.
No. So what can be done though unorthodox is that you got like a reset button, right? And nobody's gotten this yet. No Glober has got a reset button, but for you, it sounds like I do want to be generous, man, because it sounds like you might get somewhere. So please take some time and go and search for the best information you can and strip everything away that's secondary. I don't want to hear no other thing but the best that you got. The evidence, the knockout proof for flat Earth. You're going to knock flat Earth out. So go get that, come back and tell us the 3 points starting from the very first one, from the measurement of the curvature of the Earth, axial rotation, and the vacuum of space. Bring those 3 in succession, just like that. And you got yourself a case for the globe. No doubt.
In my mind, I told you the first one, told you the second one. The third one is a straw man completely.
All right. So do you want to actually, we can conclude them right here and right now. I can tell you that from.
I'll talk about the third one for a second, then I'll get off here.
All right, we could take you out of your misery. That's fine. I'll do that. Second point, because the first one you didn't demonstrate anything, so it's a belief. The second one, we're going to go ahead and tell you because you use Bob Nodell as your proof with this gyroscope that you're telling me. But once again, that idea that the gyroscope is precessing because the Earth is spinning underneath it is affirming the consequent unorthodox. You're telling me because the gyroscope is precessing, the Earth is spinning underneath it. The Earth is spinning underneath it, therefore the gyroscope is precessing. When it could be something else.
Yes, Miggy.
What's that?
It's an optical gyroscope. It doesn't precess.
And Miggy, please, I need to say, this is so idiotic. So idiotic. Bob Nodell was here. He didn't got the Nobel Prize, first thing. The second thing, 2017, 2018, we were waiting for Bob Nodell to prove the axial rotation, the flat earth. This is idiotic.
I know. But he wants to die on the hill, so it's going to be a bloodbath.
What's idiotic? That I trust Bob Nodell's original finding?
No, man. I have a question for you. No. Why Bob Nodell didn't get the Nobel Prize? Please answer me that question.
Because it's been measured.
Why didn't he get the Nobel Prize for that? Because he's the person, 2017, nobody before him did that with gyroscope. How is it possible that he did that?
No clue what makes you think nobody's done that. It's been done thousands of times throughout history.
You're using Bob Nodell.
Why are you using Bob Nodell then?
Did you use him as evidence?
Yeah, he's the primary evidence on the table right now. He's the number one. He's the number one proof that unorthodox is bringing forward to say that that's how we can detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis. Is that Bob Nodell had proved it? So he's using Bob Nodell and his best argument for axial rotation.
From all the people in human history, he chose the Bob Nodell. Can you imagine that?
Yes.
So I use some.
Thing is because of relativity, we could be moving. We're not moving. We're on a flat, motionless plane, or the space around us could be moving while we're motionless and at rest. So I'm gonna go with space around us moving while we're motionless and at rest, aka the ether. So it looks like Bob Nodell, whatever he did, prove the ether, not that the Earth was moving.
So Metalark, what I told Unorthodox is that it's still affirming the consequent, because he's making that logical fallacy, saying that because he sees the gyroscope, the 15-degree movement in it, the precession.
Correct.
He's making the assumption that it is the Earth that's moving underneath it. The Earth is moving underneath it, therefore the gyroscope is precessing. That's what he's saying. It's a logical fallacy. It's called affirming the consequent.
Can I ask him a question?
He didn't prove the ether. If he proved the ether, again, won Nobel Prize.
He'd have to prove which framework is more.
No, he didn't prove the ether. You cannot say that. That's also idiotic to say.
Away from affirming the
That's why I don't want to go down.
That's a false dichotomy. A lady I heard.
A measure.
Oh, thank you, sweetheart. I just want to ask you a question. Is even if that test, can you at least admit, and I'm being honest here, that it could be something else, that they're presupposing literally when you're saying that that's Earth rotation. So could it be something else? Can you at least answer that in Orthodox that's causing that for the gyroscope?
Be something else. I can't think of anything else that it could be. Could it be something that's, could some fairy be manipulating it? Sure, there's some 0.0000001% chance it is.
No.
But it matches the globe model. So that's evidence.
Right. It's still right there. Okay. Thank you for the concession. It still could be something else. Therefore, it's affirming the consequent. Thank you for that very much. We appreciate that very much. Therefore, it is not, since you conceded the point on your own, it is just a belief you have that it's actually the Earth rotating underneath that gyroscope. Thank you for that. We could say that it's affirming the consequent logical fallacy. Now we can say that it's a belief, and that was the best method you have. So it is just a belief that you have the Earth is spinning underneath your feet.
Yeah.
So if I measure,
okay. So now we're going to move on to the third point.
Hold on, Miggy. Let me ask you something. If I measure my table to be 3 foot by 5 foot wide, is that affirming?
God.
No. All right. So one second, guys. One second. Let me come in here. I'm sorry, but you conceded the point. Therefore, you lost that point. You don't have Bob Nodell any longer. You are dead on that hill that you were claiming that you have evidence for the axial rotation, the method in which it was done. That point is gone, sir. On a logical fallacy, which you conceded that it could be something else. Therefore, it cannot be the conclusion that you derived that it was, because it can't be absolutely true that the Earth is spinning underneath it, because there's a 1.0000000 chance that it could be something else. So therefore, your concession, I will take.
I'll give you that one, buddy. You can have that one.
I will. Thank you. Now we're going to go ahead and move on to the vacuum of space, being next to the air pressure in which we breathe.
Let me say something, okay? I don't say anything with certainty. I'm providing evidence for it.
Oh, I like that. I like that. I like that. I like that you're not certain, because it gives me hope that you're never going to give me an answer that's going to be for the positive claim that the globe Earth makes. So better for me, worse for you.
I should say I'm not 100% certain about anything.
Okay. So now we don't even have to go into the third point. Thank you very much for your concession that anything that I'm talking about is just it's subjective. There could be you could be wrong.
This is
you could be wrong.
101. You can't know anything with certainty.
All right. So with that, you conceded. With that, sorry guys. With that, you conceded. 1 second, guys. 1 second. Let me come in here. With that, you've conceded the third point automatically, because now we can't know anything for certain. Yes, it is. You just said so. So therefore, the 3 points that I was giving you about the Earth being positive claims, you just conceded all of them, because we can't know anything for sure. Therefore, it's just a belief that you have that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. Thank you very much, Unorthodox. You are cooked.
We're done. Based on evidence. And
it's a belief. You are religious. You're a religious zealot preaching the heliocentric gospel. We don't want to hear that in this server.
This is philosophy 101. You ought to know this. Right? This is the most basic of basic when it comes to...
If you knew it, you would have killed yourself with your own words.
We're talking about science. We're not talking about philosophy right now, hon. I'm super sorry. Now we're going to beliefs, but your beliefs we're talking about science.
Philosophy is
and you admitted, and that's why I asked you personally about Bob. You admitted that you did not know for a fact that that's what's causing that, and that there's a possibility, I don't care if it's a 1% chance, that it's electric or anything else causing it, doesn't matter, static, anything, then you have no proof that that is what's causing the rotation. So it is a belief.
Yep.
That's what you have to understand.
We have evidences, multiple evidence converging.
No, it's a belief. I'm sorry, unorthodox.
Evidences that you're not certain of.
The evidence proves that it could be something else. That is not evidence or proof of rotation.
Well, measure my table to be 3 foot, but it's not evidence that my table is 3 foot by 5 foot. Okay, guys.
Go ahead, Meadow. You were saying?
But it does show how science is interpreted vis-a-vis other philosophies when other, possibilities are ignored and or suppressed. So if we're going to have a discussion about the philosophy of the interpretation of science, that's something else.
All right, so we're basically unorthodox. We're done. Yes, you can, but I'm just letting you know. I'm letting you know that we're done with the argument. Your goose is cooked. There's nothing you can rebuttal. Everything to you because it's subjective. So you don't know anything 100%, which is on you, not on us, because we can tell you we know things, but that's on you, right? So it is just a belief you have. You're now just considered a religious zealot from here forth, and nobody's going to have to entertain any conversation with you until you bring evidence. Until then, there's really nothing we got to talk about.
Mickey, can you tell me if you're a brain in a vat?
Here we go. The spiral of the brain in the vat.
Excuse me.
Unorthodox. Maybe when you're trying to enter a debate, right, and you have actual positive claims that your side makes, you might not want to, in the middle of that, say, "I'm not certain of anything."
Right.
You might not want to do that, unorthodox, because you have positive claims, right? Because I'm sure Miggy told you a bunch of times the globe makes 3 positive claims. You can't come in here with positive claims that I'm not certain of anything. You sound ridiculous. You just snatched your own wig off, guy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You gave it to me.
That's ridiculous.
So you're telling me saying that I'm 99.999% certain means we can throw it out.
No, you said you're not certain of anything.
No, you're not certain of anything.
You're
That's
not
what
certain
you said.
of anything. That was
you
your
didn't say 99. Yeah, you didn't say 99.9%. You said I'm not certain of anything. So you just basically threw up your hands, and at that point, I just dubbed you a religious zealot. Off you go.
Because I'm 99.999%.
No, you didn't say that. That's not what you said.
Give me a break.
There's a difference here, right? And when I went to church, I was 99% positive that something was a certain way. I lived by it. And now I've changed my mind. I'm not 99% positive. Just because you believe something and you claim something in your mind of 99% does not make it validation of this reality. Do you understand that? Your belief system is what's controlling your information right now. So when we're trying to show you the correct information, I understand when you use Bob, that's fine. But when you understand that there's a possibility that there could be something else, and science has not done that yet, right? And science might. But until that's done, it is not validation or proof of anything. It's a belief system. That's why this 3-point system is what he's doing. But we can still discuss things. But in reality, you have to understand this is a belief.
That's all it is.
Everything is a belief.
There it is. There it is, guys. Get Fred. Get Fred.
Rest in peace, unorthodox. That was the entire point.
That was it. That was it.
Thanks.
That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you for admitting that, though, and being honest, at least.
I'll be here all night, ladies and gentlemen.
There is for this belief. It is known as justified belief, but your justifications just don't come across as very justified, is all, in light of other possible, possibilities.
I mean, a $20,000 measurement tool used to measure things isn't evidence that something is measured.
I'm good with the concession, man. You from here on in, man. Everything you say is just gobbledygook. You can be in here spinning your wheels.
That's like me measuring the leg of my and saying, "How did I know I didn't measure my neighbor's dog's leg?"
Hey, Indio, did you hear his concession?
No, I just got back in.
Yeah, he said everything's a belief. There you go.
Yeah, it's justified or unjustified beliefs. That's
there it is.
101, Miggy.
Look, I mean, you could spin it any way you want, man. But it's just what it is, right?
Yeah, philosophy 101, buddy.
But are there justified beliefs here with this globe thing? That's the question. Are the beliefs really justified if we're looking at a flat horizon and we see NASA's lies and there's a possibility of ether moving instead of the stationary motionless Earth?
He doesn't need to do that. He can just go around professing his fanatical religious zealotry. He doesn't need any proof. He doesn't care about proof.
I have a list of 30 proofs, but I don't care about proof. That's what the evidence is.
Oh my gosh!
Listen,
you have a list of 30 proofs that you're not certain of. Okay.
99.9% certain of. See, you're being dishonest.
That's dishonest a belief, but he has proof. That's impossible.
Man, keep them secret, please. Keep them secret, please.
I wanted to ask Miggy about his.
Don't tell nobody.
Indio was trying to speak.
Out there, but I want to ask Miggy about his third point. He seemed to be straw man.
Unorthodox. Shut up for a second. Indio was trying to speak. Indio, go ahead, brother. Or not.
Or he probably went AFK.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for me cut in because my voice is gone. So I apologize if you're having a hard time hearing me. It's going to get worse. It's nothing. Don't worry.
I'm with my feet up over here, man. I'm just like just relaxing, man.
I'd like to make a
Can you kind of tell me about your straw man of the third point that you seem to make?
Huh? What do you mean straw man? What straw man?
You seem to think at some point there's basically high pressure and then there's low pressure. Is that what you think?
That's what I know, sir.
That's what you know. How do you know that?
Because as you go up in elevation, it decreases. The pressure decreases. You don't know that?
Yeah, so that means that there's that doesn't mean at one point there's high pressure and another point there's
what did you say?
Very low pressure. You basically, the way you stated it, you claim that at one point there's basically pressure and then another point you move up, there's zero pressure essentially. That's kind of the way.
Yeah, that's what it is. You have a gradient pressure until the point where there's supposedly no pressure at all, according to the heliocentric globe Earth. But we do. Go ahead.
Go ahead. How is the vacuum of space measured, Maggie? What's the measurement?
The vacuum of space.
Right. The globe model has a measurement for the vacuum of space. We refer to it as something, right? A torr. You heard that?
No. Yes, I know.
You know what that is? You know what a torr is?
10 to the negative 17 torr.
It's a pressure measurement. That's a pressure measurement. The pressure unit.
The one you
Okay, can you go into negative?
The one you have improved.
That's not even. Yeah. You can't even go like.
It's not a negative number.
You don't even know that's not a negative number.
So, is there pressure? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you're saying that there.
Torr is a pressure measurement. Its units are it's like some form of PSI. It's force per unit area. Mickey, can you write down 10 to the minus 17? Can you type that for me in chat in just like decimal form?
Area of what?
A hypothetical surface.
Container.
Hypothetical.
Well, hold on a minute.
You're really all over the place, aren't you?
Hypothetical. What was that?
Jeez.
So for instance, like 3 feet in front of my face, there's
you put another wig on and snatched it again and gave it to me. Thank you.
So 3 feet in front of my face. There's no.
I don't need any more wigs. Unorthodox.
So let me try and finish this one more time. So 3 feet in front of my face. There's no actual surface area. There's not a physical surface area like a wall or container there. There's a hypothetical surface there, and there's air pressure there right now. What? I think we can all agree on that.
We can all agree on.
Wait.
Can we all agree on that?
There's a hypothetical fucking surface. I guarantee there's a surface that's in front of you. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I love you to death, but no, that's not right.
Can we all agree that it's hypothetical? Like, what the hell, dude? Like, nobody's.
There's a problem with
3
what
feet
he's
from my
saying.
face in the open air. There's not pressure.
Excuse me? In the open air, you just hear that yourself? In the open air, there's not pressure. What is air?
I'm asking you. In 3 feet in front of my face. In 3 feet in front of my face.
Yeah, it's pretty
in
bad,
the open air, is there air pressure?
Yes. Now we're asking you, why is there air pressure and we're next to a vacuum of space?
There's a gradient.
That's that question, honey.
Well, it's a gradient. It's.
Do you understand how gases work? How they have to find their equilibrium? Even though there's a gradient, they should equalize.
Yeah,
They don't
there's
just
no
gradient into nothing.
There's no force. So basically what you're saying is that basically the gas should be distributed evenly, right? There should be no gradient, but there's a gradient. So that's how you know gravity exists, right?
No, there's a gradient because where's the oxygen being produced? Majority of it's from the sea, right? And trees and stuff at a low level.
That would give it more reason to equalize. And that would mean that there would be air constantly rushing upward.
Basically, you cannot have gas pressure without container, basically.
No
How would that cause it to go upward?
Hold on a sec.
Always going upward. What the fuck is going on? Okay, go backwards here.
I really don't get you.
Okay, how are you having gas pressure, right? Can you please explain why there is gas pressure? Why there is a gradient? We're talking about there's gas pressure here, and you cannot ever, in reality, prove gas pressure without some kind of containment. So please, for heaven's sake, we're next to a vacuum of space. Tell me how we have gas pressure here, Hatton.
It's measured in pressure, so that's pressure.
You do understand what gas pressure is?
I don't think he even told you that.
You're saying,
Hank, if you're trying to speak, you're just cutting out. I don't know what's going on.
Somebody's coming in
like,
here.
there's some sort of like vacuum, like there's a vacuum in my house, like sucking.
Vacuums don't suck.
Well, at least you know that, Maggie. But so you saying that we're in space, surrounded by the vacuum of space, that doesn't really mean anything because the pressure, the vacuum is measured in pressure. So we're surrounded by pressure.
Yo, somebody's hot micing up in here. If you're hot micing, put yourself on mute, please.
Sorry.
No, not you. It's somebody else that's hot micing. Rookie 1973, can you put yourself on mute, please?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Unorthodox, are you able to demonstrate a gas gradient next to a vacuum? Are you able to demonstrate that would work?
And you can do that at any point. A vacuum is define a vacuum for me.
Oh, wow.
Exactly, right?
Literal face
The vacuum is. Yeah,
Come on. I actually think you're trolling me right now because of what you just said. I really do.
What?
Let's go by what you claim it to be. What you claim space to be. Let's go by your definition of what you say space to be. Because you're claiming on your definition of what outer space is, we can have a gas gradient. So let's not go about the actual definition. Let's go about yours. Can you demonstrate yours?
You can demonstrate it in your room right now.
Next to a vacuum? Next to a vacuum. A gas gradient
Turn on
next
the
to a
fan and
vacuum.
Watch this.
Vacuum.
I don't need a spacesuit.
Low pressure.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Vacuum is a lower pressure than whatever you're currently in, right? So if I wanted to pull a vacuum right now, that would mean I needed to create a pressure that's lower than the pressure I'm in currently.
But if you keep lowering the pressure, is it going to eventually be unable to have a gas gradient next to it? Because we're not talking about just a slight differentiation between pressure here.
Yeah.
Not just like a little bit.
Yeah, we are. I mean, as you go up, it's basically changes from, you can look at what the gradient is. It's like you go up basically 10,000 feet, it lowers by like 5 PSI. So every 10,000 feet, it lowers by 5 PSI. So every, 100 feet is a tiny decrease. So it's a tiny decrease every 10 feet, tiny decrease every 10 feet.
Where are the gases going when it gets to the top? You're not understanding. It's an open system, right? So where are they going?
Where do they need to go?
Do what?
Where do they need to go?
They have to go somewhere, right?
They have to go somewhere.
They don't just stop and go, oh, there it is. That's the barrier. I got it. They're not programmed.
Well, things don't have an infinite amount of energy, right? A molecule doesn't have an infinite amount of energy.
Yeah, but a low pressure or a high pressure always moves into a low pressure. That's what we always see. That's natural law. Entropy, right?
Except on Earth where there's a gas.
Except on Earth. Oh, there's an exception now. Earth is an exception.
Gradient on Earth, Mickey.
The exception is Earth. Everything else can abide by natural law, right?
Mickey, there's a.
You're the one bringing this up, man.
I mean, this is so funny. I mean, you don't see it. It's like right in front of your face, dude. If you just,
What am I saying?
I don't know.
Hold on, let me finish. So if you follow your logic to its conclusion,
You don't have
you should conclude that there is something going wrong. You're saying that gas pressure always equalizes, right? Well, there's a pressure gradient, and it's not equalizing.
Ow.
So that tells you something else is going on. And if you say that there's
Thank you.
In a static
There's a
system.
container.
Yeah, I mean that's obviously.
You're right. It is the one. You're right.
Hold on a second. We got Unorthodox. He's a clown show. Hold on a second. We got Clown Show. He's got toe tags from years ago. You can check the live stream too. Voice text. Right. This is Unorthodox. He's a clown show.
Yeah, we know. Well, I mean, we've been listening for the last hour. Everyone knows.
Equalizes, but
I do have a question for you, though. Unorthodox. I do have a question for you.
Right?
Can you hear me? Or are you just going to keep talking?
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So imagine, if you will, there's a globe Earth that exists, right? And imagine, if you will, that there's a thin layer of air around that globe, and that air is being held in by a slightly larger globe barrier. Outside of this slightly larger globe barrier, there is vacuum. Yeah. On the side of this barrier, there is a door. What would happen when we opened that door?
Air would kind of rush out.
Exactly.
So that tells you
Think about that.
But Dr. Elect, that tells you that something else is going on right now because air isn't
That
rushing.
tells you that without a barrier, your globe can't exist. You just said that yourself.
No, that tells you.
Yes,
No,
you just said that yourself.
Dr. Elect, all you have to do is remove the zero pressure.
You're not listening to yourself. You said if there was a barrier and you opened the door, the air would rush out. Your words. Remove the barrier, the air rushes out.
There's no space in which
That's your words.
It's game over, dude.
It's not my words. Did anyone else hear him say it?
Yeah, correct.
I
This is
definitely heard that.
amazing.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Sorry, bro. You're dead.
Maybe I heard you misspeak. Go through it again. Maybe
He's
I
been
heard.
doing it all night, man.
Oh, he might have misheard you, Crypto. That's what it is. Maybe you should repeat it again so that
Semantics.
Unorthodox. If you're trolling and you've been here doing this before, and I say if you're trolling me, I can just feel your energy. Please explain then, if you understand that, what your comment just was about how if you move the door, it goes into the other area. Please explain it to me. You're not even trying to say gravity. You're just like, it's this way it is, brah. No, it's not. Explain to me your theory then. Whatever the hell you have. What are you saying?
Well, he's making a straw man of the globe model.
No. What are you saying? Stop it. You're derailing again. What are you saying?
In regard to what?
Your gases, right? It's not contained. You said they would go into the other area. So why are they not? Please explain. You understand it.
Look, I'm going to explain it to you, okay? He made a straw man out of the argument.
Again, I'm not asking what he did. I'm asking you.
I have to explain this for you to understand.
I don't care what he did. I don't care what he did.
Can you define straw man for me, please?
This is leading into my explanation.
Can you define for me, please?
Unorthodox. This is probably the wrong person to try to call out on fallacy. So
Yeah. Can you define?
You're
Can you define straw man for me, please?
What our
Thanks.
model says. You're lying about the model.
I'm asking. Yeah. So when did I lie about your model?
Analogy. So you're trying to make an analogy to our globe model that doesn't exist.
So was that an analogy that I said that you believe?
I remember you starting it with "Imagine if you will."
So was I saying that you believe that or not?
In my view, you're trying to attempt to explain the globe model.
No. Did I say you believed that or not? That's a yes or no question.
I asked you to repeat the question.
Did I say that you believed the scenario that I presented or not?
I don't believe so. My memory's not perfect, but I could be.
Exactly. So how the fuck is it a
You're attempting to paint that in the light of that's
It's
the globe.
not a straw man if I'm not misrepresenting your argument, bro.
So that's not that doesn't pertain to the globe model.
You don't know what a straw man is. You probably shouldn't accuse people of making them.
Does it pertain to the globe model? You're now.
I never accused you of believing that. Therefore, it's not a straw man.
Answer the question. Does that pertain to the globe model?
Unorthodox. Basically what happened is he gave you a hypothetical scenario, and your response debunked your argument. End of story.
Oh, he made a straw man argument.
No, it's not a straw man. Let's go through it again. Did I say you believed that?
Ask me what I believed.
So then it's not a misrepresentation of you, is it? Therefore, it's not a straw man, is it?
Misrepresentation of the globe model, not of me.
Bruh. A straw man applies to an argument.
When did I say it was a misrepresentation of me?
Then it's not a straw man if I've misrepresented your model, if I've misrepresented your opinion, bro.
That's just a total and complete straw man of the model. I mean, that's.
Bruh, it's not a straw man.
Maybe go have a Coke and a smile, man. This is bad.
Yeah, no, it's bad. I know it's bad. So I want to
let me give you an example of a straw man, right? So if someone says to you, I like grass, and then you say to him, I can't believe you say you don't like grass. Yeah, you've misrepresented what they actually said. At no point did I take something you said and then misrepresent it and then feed it back to you. Didn't do that.
Misrepresented the globe model.
No, I gave you a hypothetical.
You didn't.
No, didn't. Gave you a hypothetical. Maybe you don't know what a thought experiment is. I'm guessing you don't, because you don't know what a straw man is.
He prefaced it, and I'm sorry, Crypto, but he prefaced it with, imagine if you will. He formed it in a hypothetical, bro.
Okay, so let's just all be clear here. His hypothetical had nothing to do with the globe model.
The problem is this hypothetical debunked your response to it, debunked your argument.
Yeah.
It's as clear as day. It's a wrap, bro.
What argument does it debunk?
Wow, bro.
But what argument does it debunk?
Go have a chill, man.
Hey, Unorthodox, you were done. You were done a long time ago, man.
A long time ago. This is whack.
Right. So the idea that you would have to contain the gas, first of all, and then the idea that if there was a door on the side of the globe barrier that you opened, the air would rush out. The fact that you removed that barrier in your model means that the air would have to therefore rush out. Like, this is so obvious. Everyone in here gets this apart from you.
In your model, there's no pressure and then no pressure. It's a constant gradient. There's no barrier. So
constant gradient
has no fucking meaning.
It's a constant gradient?
Yeah, you
sure about that?
About this Tor is a pressure measurement. Space is measured in pressure. We talked about this. So there's no point in which there's pressure and there's no pressure.
You've got you don't have an even gradient. You don't have that.
We don't have a gradient?
No, I said you don't have an even gradient. You're claiming that. You don't have it.
Yeah, we did.
How big is the universe?
14.7 billion light years.
Okay. So why didn't you tell me that in miles?
I'm not going to do the conversion. Why?
Okay. So, but you do realize that the problem you have is that the air would spread out across all that space.
Right. Not something's holding it down. Not if air has weight, right? Like everything else has weight.
Doesn't matter.
I don't know why you're denying your senses, right? Every day of your life.
Hang honey, that's the opposite way around. Calm down, because you're spiraling right now. That's absolutely. I don't even know where that came
Did he really just say that?
He did say that. He did.
Turns out I feel myself moving, but I just deny it.
You tell me why I'm wrong here and why you're not denying your senses. Every day of your life, you see things fall towards Earth. You observe things having weight.
Stop it.
But you're
I also observe things rising.
That gas doesn't have weight.
So what happens to the gases, man? You're not explaining.
Army,
Explain.
is this the religious server? Because I think I hear some zealotry, so I'm wondering if this was a religious
He's preaching
server.
right now, man. He's preaching.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I observe gas rising. So, how do we? Does that gas have weight?
Gas rising. Where do you observe gas rising?
This guy. Hey,
all right, this is a waste.
Just go on mute, Art Orthodox. We're done. Just go on mute.
Where do you observe gas rising?
Triple speaking, man.
In a helium
on
balloon.
mute. I'm gonna put you on mute if you don't go on mute.
In a man-made engine device.
9, 8.
He observes gas rising.
6, 5, 4,
Bye, honey.
3, 2, 1.
Great answer.
Bye-bye, retard.
Have a nice night.
Oh my god.
I read his source he gave instead of a citation. And what they did was they had people sit in a swivel chair and spin them and measure the arc seconds and determine that, the Earth isn't spinning fast enough to feel it. Like,
Why?
It sounds.
Why people don't trust your senses?
They put a dude in a swivel chair and spun him slowly to the point where he could recognize that he was being spun. And then they said, that's why you don't feel the Earth moving. Read that paper.
That's kind of lame. They need to match the force that the Earth is spinning at, pound for pound, ideally, but that sounds kind of lame.
We're letting that off way too easy. That's just lame. That is absolutely batshit crazy ludicrous.
That was just the first page. That was just the first page. They were detailing their so-called experiment. That was the first page of it. Well, first 2 pages.
At best, that would say, spin, but spin has mass and force behind it. So, the spin alone is useless without the force behind the spin, too.
Well, isn't it similar to saying that, like, the inside of a merry-go-round, you feel like you're moving at the same rate if you're on the outside of a merry-go-round?
Something like that. I mean, on the outside of a merry-go-round versus the inside, there'd be different forces, but crazy.
We have to expect that, though. I mean, that's what they have to do, right? To get people's minds believing this nonsense, to get it focused on that. I mean, come on. Where's the proof of a lot of science? Nothing. So they're going to keep doing this, lies after lies.
Yeah, like at 10 to the negative 16.999999 torr, gas decides to stop acting like gas.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that's the point right there. The point where we'd be leaking atmosphere for 5.54 billion years, or however old they think the Earth is, right? And if we're leaking gas nonstop, there wouldn't be any atmosphere, and there wouldn't be a pressure gradient to begin with, because it doesn't just stop leaking, right?
Or someone's going to show that it can, but that hasn't happened.
I heard
What happened?
That's what I just said. I think we just had somebody coming in really low on their mic, and I thought my actual thing broke, Discord. We're doing the same thing at the same time.
Was it me? Did I kill the Did I kill it?
No, I heard somebody in a very, very faint voice, and I thought my, mic or something had broke. It does it all the time, and I have to go in and out. So I think that's what he was thinking or something too. I was like, what happened?
No, it was just like everything got quiet, and so I was trying to figure out like where everybody went. That's all.
I heard somebody say something really, really faint, a guy, too. It's weird.
Can you hear me? Did you hear what I said?
What'd you say?
You're cutting in and out.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you, but we can't hear Hank. Hank keeps coming in and out. I think that's me.
Am I in?
There you go.
Yeah. I said every day at the edge of space, allegedly where this vacuum is, the gradient would be leaking little by little, right? It would be spewing out into space. And after 4.54 billion years of it, there wouldn't be any atmosphere, right? So the question is, how are we breathing has nothing to do with the gradient, because as you leak more and more and more atmosphere into space, the gradient is going to all but disappear, and there's going to be a near perfect vacuum on Earth. So the gradient doesn't save them, because at the top of the gradient, there's still a high pressure sitting next to a low pressure, spewing atmosphere into space as we're swirling and twirling and going around the center of the Milky Way galaxy, allegedly.
Sounds cuckoo, doesn't it? That story. Sounds insane. I always think it's hilarious that they added the axis. I think that's the best part. That one cracks me up.
How can you be certain that you're certain that you can't be certain?
That's kind of a silly question.
I'm not certain now.
Well, when science doesn't prove anything, what do you got left?
He said that I can't be certain about anything, but you sound pretty certain of that.
Exactly.
Well, this is a belief system, and a belief system makes you interpret even the facts in a certain way. If you're coming from, materialist atheism, then the ball is the best bet. It forms itself out of materialism. But if you believe in, say a creator, then something flat with a curved dome over it or whatever, it's more plausible. So I think in some ways they're giving people a belief system so that they, are programmed to interpret facts and observations in a certain way.
But see, I do know things, like not believe them. I know things. I know I exist.
That's right.
I know I have kids. Like when people say that the only thing they know is they don't know anything, it sounds moronic, is all it sounds.
I agree. It sounds kind of silly.
Yeah. It just needs to be said there's a lot of things that I don't know, and that admitting that is fine. But to say and go back to, like, even like that one guy was saying, I don't know if a table in front of me is a table. It's like, oh, shut up. Or have you measured it? You can measure it. You're measuring something right in front of you. Do not apply that to a situation. You cannot prove something. You haven't been there.
Well, knowledge is ontologically grounded in the fact that, as far as I can tell, well, I believe, based off of my beliefs, that we're created. And so, since we're created, we cannot appeal to ourselves for knowledge anymore with pure sophistry and pure solipsism, like, I'm the only thing that I know that it exists or whatever, and damn everything else with super skepticism. We have to be humble enough to say that we were created and that we have to appeal to something else for knowledge. Sometimes with faith, sometimes with a little bit of belief. We just have to be ready to justify it in some way.
Yeah, but there are some things that are proven in this world that work over and over again. And that's what, science should be about. And if it doesn't go into that category, it shouldn't be considered science. And that's the difference of what's happening in this world right now. Is I don't see any science. I see a lot of fucking pseudoscience, and that's not fair because every single thing is claimed under science. People even want to come in here with their mathematics and go, it's science. Philosophy, it's science. Metaphorically, it's like, no. There's things that we actually can figure out and know and prove. And you're acting like science can't prove shit. And that's not true. There are things that we can prove with science, but there are things that are not validated. And that's what we're getting to. A lot of it is a belief system only.
So in 2015, they said you have to, throw out all of science, and you got a cell phone, don't you? And implicating that you have to throw out all of science and all of technology to believe this.
Exactly.
Flat Earth thing, because it's settled science. First of all, there is no settled science, right? So these people are like science deniers altogether because science is never settled, right? You don't throw out all of science because you just prove one thing that had previously been believed or proven, right? You don't throw out all of science, and that's what they've done at this point. They pretty much said that, well, at this point, if we can't prove that the Earth is a ball with science, then science doesn't prove anything. So, these science deniers, the religious zealots, their time is over. I mean, this is the new Reformation, and they're on their way out.
It's kind of funny because, in a way, you have to have faith in some institution, be it, a school, scientist, or whatever. And that gives you, the ability to choose to believe them, a belief. And then from there, you can have knowledge within that framework. It's kind of like faith, then belief, then knowledge. But if, you're losing faith in NASA like I have, the knowledge that they offer becomes a little suspect. I need third-party validation just in case.
Well, what if we just taught, just what was proven? Like if we based science when we teach children, like language does, you teach them what they absolutely need to know so that they can understand everything else. Isn't that the way it would work?
Yeah, and everything else should be curious and speculation, and we're still researching. You know what I mean? There should be a research area. There should be something that's
right,
where you're proving something in science, and then the speculation part. It needs to be separated until there is the actual experiment scientifically proven over and over, not just once. It's not enough.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. That is the biggest problem.
Got to keep them separated.
Yeah. I know, it's funny how all those weird songs seem to pop out of your head at different times, and they seem to make sense when you hear them that way. That's just creepy.
They do. I know, hon. Well, it's good to have you all tonight with the like minds right now. I cannot be around. No offense. God bless you, hon, but unorthodox. If I had to deal with that every single day, all day long, I would lose my mind. And that's not something I want to do.
He says he's denying senses, or we're denying senses. That's
yeah. What?
Look at him say it in the chat right now. Oh,
Well,
that's
you're
amazing.
denying practical demonstration, because I can take my propane tank, which has a pressure gradient, and spew off a little bit every day, and eventually it's going to be equalized, right?
Yeah.
He makes a living as an engineer designing real world products using scientific principles that we deny. And that's awesome.
Well, if you really...
Yeah.
He's really off the edge. What's up, Ricky?
I was going to say, there's one thing that does kind of get you, though, like with electricity, because they can't really prove how electricity works. There's no real scientific evidence to prove that it does what it does. We just kind of
well, they'll go off into a mathematical equation, though. They will have a mathematical equation for it, of course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course.
That's where the faith and belief comes in. People come up with theories to say, okay, have faith in this framework, work within it, and generate some knowledge within this framework. But if the knowledge does or does not come, either more just so stories, come out, or you have to look for another framework to believe it, generate more knowledge.
Or that's what I want to say too, framework, because I don't want people hearing this and go, oh, no, that's bullshit. I do electricity because I know electricians. And they'll be like, I understand it perfectly well. You guys are full of shit. But the point is you understand it to the point that you were taught, and that's it, and how it works. And there's been no alternative that it could be something else. And you're stuck in that. But if there's not an experimentation that can be something else, then again, you're in a belief system. This is the only way electricity works.
Yeah, I know that was a bad analogy. My bad. I guess it could have been thought of a better one.
Oh no, I just want to make sure because I have electricians that are friends, and they're like, it's bullshit. No, it's not.
Right.
You guys just won't look at it from a different perspective.
Yeah, well, you have to look at. There's so many things that point to the truth. I mean, it's so obvious once you understand it and your mind is open. You know what I mean? But if you keep your mind closed and you're not willing to like reach out and give something a chance, it's like what I had to do. You know, it took me a couple years to get it through my head.
Yeah, everybody's on their own journey. But I do feel like when I said earlier, you're just trolling me on Orthodox because it was this comment back. And like, you just know, I'm like, okay, this isn't worth my time. There's people that actually have a belief system. It's hard to get out of it. We all know that. You know, I still have my own belief system.
There,
I admit it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, I admit every single day I believe something. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah, you have to. Reality wouldn't exist without it, you know?
Well, I think this is where we can have a meeting of the minds. Is your belief system the only thing that gives some intelligibility? Can we have, instead of a spinning Earth, a stationary Earth covered by spinning ether? Or some sort of other possibility that gives more or less the same relativistic results? With relativity, one of the only things I like about relativity philosophically is we could be moving or the universe could be moving around us. Let's explore the possibilities. I say the universe is moving around us while we're motionless and at rest.
Well, that's classical relativity. You're not talking about the special theory, right? Classical relativity makes a lot more sense than the special theory.
Special relativity tried to make light the one unchanging thing, which itself is a contradiction because everything else is relative except like light or whatever.
You lost me on that one.
In special relativity from Einstein, they basically said the only thing that doesn't change is the speed of light.
Oh, really? That's an interesting concept.
Then they reversed course in general relativity and said light speed can change in a gravitational field, which can slow it down, twist it, warp it with the curvature of space-time, that sort of deal.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm not sure that they've actually nailed down that the speed of light is a constant, is it?
No, it changes. It changes from season to season. You can speed it up.
Well, yeah, obviously.
They basically declared that.
But I mean,
constant or whatever.
No one knows the speed of light. That's bullshit.
Yeah, I was going to say there's no way to really figure it without measuring it, and you can't.
No,
really
you can't. No, you're not getting it.
It would all just be a concept.
No, you're not getting it. No, you're not getting it. There's no way to figure out the speed of light. The one-way speed.
Gotcha.
Yep, it's impossible to figure it out.
Doesn't shadow travel faster?
The speed of dark.
I've heard that. I don't know if it's true.
For years.
The speed of dark.
Yeah, whenever you turn a light off, does it not get dark faster than it does when you turn it on?
Have you guys never seen a 100-meter final before?
I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying I heard it.
Holy
it sounded interesting. So.
Holy shit. That's funny.
Well, think about it.
I like that.
I know.
I do like it though.
I know. It's an interesting I'm not saying that I believe it. I'm saying it sounded interesting, and I thought I'd throw it in there. Maybe you guys would talk about it and think about it. Maybe we'll come up with something. I don't know.
Which is faster, the speed of light or the speed of dark?
Wow. That's copyrighted.
I was watching the Olympic 100-meter final, and I can confirm that the speed of dark is pretty fast.
You guys are funny.
That's racist.
By the way, if you guys go to Livestream 2 voice text, you're gonna see a hoodie that I just purchased.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you buy me one?
Is that tax deductible?
I was gonna say, unless you bought one for all of us. I mean,
yeah, check it out. Well, you could purchase one.
We don't care if you didn't buy us one. Forget
it. That's great, but now I'm jealous.
Hey, I want to issue a self-correction. Earlier, I said that Pontchartrain Causeway was built in the 1970s, so it couldn't have been the WGS 84. I was wrong. It was built in the 1950s.
That's even worse.
Oh darn! Sucks being you, doesn't it?
He was saying it was common sense that this bridge would be exactly this position height above the water.
It might have sunk a little bit in the last 50 years.
No, I bet you Unorthodox is chomping at the bit to get unmuted. He's like, let me out. Let me rebuttal that statement.
I mean, he doesn't even know if helium rises. I'm not sure he's going to be much use.
Well, I mean,
Sorry,
I don't think we shouldn't laugh too hard, guys. Come on. I mean, we all went through all these stages, right? We all went through this where we didn't understand it and we weren't sure.
Not that stage.
Well, maybe not the trolling stage. No, we didn't go through that. But
No, he was educated. Unorthodox was educated. He has a special wing on my toe tag playlist.
Oh, gotcha.
This guy, like 3 years ago, said that Lake Pontchartrain Bridge was built as a monument to the curvature of the Earth.
No kidding. I like that.
Can you prove that Unorthodox? That's wonderful.
What were his references? I wonder.
Yes, please. I want to see that. I don't want to hear about it. I actually want to see your article or any kind of validation if you are seriously claiming that. Thank you.
Yeah.
As soon as the Black Swan came out, he said it was the Black Swan fallacy.
That's a good one.
Yeah, he was the one
right back on again.
He didn't realize he was the one committing it. This guy is dumb. He's dumber than a root vegetable.
Thank you. That's what it said. He made a comment back to when it was talking about the pressure and all that, and I just was like, "What? That's it, done." Because there's no point. I know you're trolling me.
I don't know about that. Root vegetables kind of know which way to move get the roots through. I mean, they kind of got that going for them at least.
I also like to